A very good morning to everyone. So welcome to exam oriented batch on GST for May 25 exams. So I'm so happy to see you all. Are you excited? Yes. So I don't know with what objective you are sitting here. I want to set the objective clear to each and every one of you. For the next 4 days, starting from today, we are going to complete GST. So what you need to do is that just be attentive to the class, and we also will do lot of questions, concept grills. Hope you all have got the workbook. Yes. So you have to just stick on to the two books. Number one, that is this revised book. So this time we have made revised book a color book. So upon the request of the students, so because many times students were asking, sir, black and white is so boring, sir. So of course, because you have been accustomed to seeing colors in your life all time, in terms of Instagram or everywhere. So due to that reason, colors is the order of the day. So due to that reason, I have just made the color book. And another book is practice manual. Practice manual contains past exam questions, RTP, etc. In addition to that, I have just given one booklet to you. That booklet will contain concept grills, which I have made this time a new feature wherein it will have only the questions, just small concept questions, and for that concept questions, so we need to discuss the answers based on the flow in which we are learning. Plus, in addition to that, I have also provided questions on amendments, because I have seen Jan 25 exam paper. So Jan 25 exam paper, they changed the way of asking the questions in indirect taxes. So what they did is that they started coining new type of questions. So far they were just copy pasting from the own resources, little bit only they used to go from other places, but now to the final level standard they started testing the question papers thanks to artificial intelligence like ChatGPT, etc. and all. So that is now helping CA Institute also to make good number of questions, or the good quality questions, I can say. So due to that reason, my advice is that we need to focus on out of the box questions. It's not just the past exam questions or RTP questions that is going to help us. Is it clear? And for that reason, I gave a good number of questions on amendments that is there in the workbook that is provided to you. At the end, I have given questions on amendments that also we are going to solve in the class itself. Is it clear? Now, what you need to do is that from morning 9 o'clock to evening 6:30 like that, you need to just sit in the class and listen to whatever I am telling, plus practice the questions, etc. After you go home, quickly whatever is being taught that day, today whatever we are learning, that you need to revise and come for the next day. Done? You understood? So you don't have to put any other effort, so that to the extent possible, try to learn in the classroom itself. So this is also a kind of what I can say a revision only. So wherein we are not learning for the first time, you already know little bit. So only thing we are fine tuning that. That is the objective of this particular 4-day exam oriented batch. Is that clear? Yes. So today we just started little late because my team told me that students are coming, sir, and they are getting settled for that reason. And from tomorrow onwards, the classes will be sharp at 9 o'clock. Got it? And then, first things first, I wanted to tell you that it will be very difficult to sit from morning to evening. Yes, it will be difficult. I do agree. And your mind will say, okay, fine, you start now. We will leave. It's okay, we can read on our own, like that our mind will say. Don't listen to your mind. Don't listen to your mind. I am telling you, your mind is your enemy. Is it clear? Your mind is your enemy. It will always confuse you. It will always throw you in the bad light. Sitting in the exam hall, it will tell, okay, fine, this attempt you leave, next attempt anyhow in 3 months it will come. So you can better prepare. Today itself you go home and take the books and start reading like that and all. Our mind will say, when you are sitting in the exam hall, you understood, don't listen to your mind. Your mind will say, fine, already whatever he is teaching, so we know that, or already whatever he is telling, it is fast, so already whatever he is telling, it is slow. Many things your mind will tell. Your mind is a monkey. Tame that monkey. Make it in your control. Only then you can achieve the success. Is it clear? So sometimes you may not be knowing anything. Sometimes you will know, etc. Just, it is like a devotion. You need to sit for 4 days, and yes, it will be difficult because you are accustomed to, getting deviated so easily, but you should not get deviated. Trust me, these 4 days of classes, whatever we are going to have, if you sit on your own, it will take lot of time. It is not just the 4 days, because already you have purchased lot of Google Drive lectures, or you purchased lot of subscription classes, etc. and all. So just keep the hand on your heart and tell me, are you properly watching it? Yes? There are a lot of resources in YouTube. Are you daily watching it sincerely, so dedicatedly? No, we are not doing it. Why? Because of the deviation. We will be watching something in YouTube, suddenly one ad will come, and suddenly one trailer will come, one movie trailer will come. You understood? So then we will watch that movie trailer. Thereafter some scenes will come. You understood? So we will start watching. We will think, okay, half an hour we will enjoy, and thereafter we will come back to studies. No, it will not happen. Out of experience I am telling you. You understood or not? Even today I am also preparing. When I am preparing, I am not able to sit and prepare. So like 5 years, 10 years before, the way I was preparing, now I am not able to prepare because of the deviations. I am also studying, seriously. I am also studying because I need to keep on upgrading my knowledge. So it is not just the, stop for it. So lot of amendments will come, lot of case laws are coming, and there are a number of things which are happening around us. So I need to also study. When I am studying now, I can feel that pain. When I am sitting and watching a YouTube video, 10 minutes, 20 minutes maximum, thereafter I am not able to do that. But had it been a seminar or a workshop, so where I go and sit, I am able to sit for at least 3 hours to 6 hours, etc. and all. That's the reason why I have ensured that, every 6 months there should be one free batch, and now for every 3 months we are doing it. So therefore, thanks for all. Thanks for coming, and a warm welcome to all of you once again. Okay. And so let's move on to the discussion first. So this GST is easy subject only, but it is not like other subjects, which is so interconnected that when you are reading something, you need to have the knowledge of the other information also. The first question many students ask me is that, sir, you just made the book so small. Is it really sufficient? So that is what first they have asked. Last time when I made book so big, they said, sir, this much should we read, sir, like that. This time I made, okay, fine, you don't have to read this much, at least this you read, like that. When I have made, they are telling, sir, this much only, is it sufficient, sir? Arey yaar, I don't know what you want. So when I give lot of information, you will say, sir, lot of things are there. When I give you correctly whatever is required, you are telling, sir, this much, is it sufficient or not? So that's the reason why, I just wanted to give you this clarity. This book is really sufficient. This book is really sufficient, but not for self-study. Not for self-study. This book is not for self-study. If you are listening to these classes and you are keeping this book, it will be perfect. Is it clear or not? Only when you read that book, you will not understand anything out of it. It's a summary book or a kind of revision book. In revision book, there won't be explanations, etc. and all. To the point information will be there. But in the classroom, I will be explaining you the extra things, etc. and all. Is it clear? Plus, apart from this, you need to solve as many number of questions as you can. That practice is missing with lot of us. Yes, so you are not writing, you are spending more time on reading. Reading is alone not sufficient, writing is required. Because I'll tell you, I don't know how many of you have already appeared for the exams, so which I don't want to ask you. For me, everyone is same. So what happens is that when you sit in the exam hall, you read the question, you know the answer for it, but the pen is not moving on the paper. Are you understanding this? This is the biggest problem everyone is having in tax paper. You read the question and you will understand, okay, this is the question about. You know the answer also, but you don't know what to write in the answer sheet. You will scribble something because you don't know where to start, where to end, and how to take the answer. Presentation is something which we are all lacking. Because of that reason, even though you have knowledge, but the marks is not in the same fashion. Is it clear? And that too, in taxation, GST is a best bet according to me, because DT, if you see, the volume is so high and that much of volume is only for 50 marks. IDT volume is less and even the questions will be like to the point. More number of computation based questions we will not have, and we will have application based questions. Application based questions means they will give a situation. They will give one situation, and for that particular situation we need to write the explanation. Okay, so that situation could be like whether this said activity is taxable or exempted, who will be liable to pay GST, ITC available or not available, is that activity supply or not a supply, like that, just the situation based questions. In that situation based questions, you need to apply your learning and you need to write the answer. And computation based questions will be there, but only one or two questions. The first question will definitely be computation based question only, that is computation of net GST payable. But all other questions, if you see application, unlike income tax, lot of computation based questions will be there. Are you understanding what I am telling? And for that reason, it is a safe bet. In 50 marks, you can definitely aim for 45 plus easily. 45 minimum you should be aiming, and you will get it. Trust me, you will get it. It's not that difficult. You will definitely get it. And when you aim for 45, so I am telling you a predictable or possible target. Others will tell 50 out of 50 you target. But see, we should be practicable. 45 out of 50 is really possible, achievable. In that 45, worst come scenario, even if you are getting somewhere like 35 also, just in 15 marks if you get in income tax, you got aggregate, you understood. 35 here and income tax 15, so you will get aggregate. And suppose if you are aiming for good marks, so you won't believe, last before attempt, that is the September 25 exams, amazing marks, like almost I have seen only 70s, 80s, like that and all. Even 90s also I have seen with respect to some students. And what happened there is that already they prepared in the same manner income tax, but that time the paper was little easy. So income tax they were getting 30. As usual in GST they were getting 40, 45. So that's where their score went to 75. Is it clear or not? Even it will help us to achieve that magic score of bigger numbers, exemptions and even rank, all these things also possible. So that's why we should be dedicatedly giving focus to this subject. The subject is interesting, but only thing how you are going to present it is very important. So in these 4 days I will also give you the presentation tips. There is nothing like that called separately. I cannot tell you 10 minutes, okay, let's 10 minutes focus on presentation tips, not like that. Then and there, wherever possible, you need to understand as to how to do the presentation. Are you with me? Yes. Let's start with the first chapter. So this is your index. These are the chapters that you have. You can see that in the index. Basic concepts of GST. So this mostly for MCQ purpose. Supply under GST, liability to pay GST, etc. But in this, if you ask me, I have to give you the ABC category, and ABC, if you see, so I gave it in next to next pages. After the index, you can see the ABC analysis. Just 6 chapters if you are thorough now out of this entire chapters. These 6 chapters if you are thorough, so 50% means close to 25 marks to 30 marks will be in your pocket. liability to pay GST. In this we will be learning as to FCM or RCM, etc. Who is liable to pay GST, supplier or recipient. Then place of supply. So this they have added newly, and every attempt, first question, without touching place of supply they are not creating. Means in the first question how it will be like, so they will give you some transactions, and for the transaction we will see, we will also work out some questions, so you will understand that they will give some transactions. For those transactions we need to compute the GST payable. For that purpose we will prepare one table, particulars, value, CGST, SGST and IGST. So every transaction when you read, you should be knowing whether it is an intrastate supply or interstate supply. Accordingly, if it is an intrastate supply, it will come in CGST, SGST column. If it is an interstate supply, it will be coming in IGST column. So for applying that, you need to know the place of supply. So place of supply standalone question, instead of asking, they connect it to the regular question, normal computation based question. That is question number 1. Is that clear? So for that reason, place of supply. Then value of supply talks about how much is the value on which GST payable. Then input tax credit, a hardcore chapter. If at all you are skipping this input tax credit chapter and you are going for exam, better skip the attempt. You understood? Better skip the attempt. There are 2 chapters. If you are not reading those 2 chapters, skip the attempt. It's okay, fine. It's like this time you cannot clear. I will only tell. That is input tax credit and exemptions. These are the 2 chapters at intermediate level. You cannot imagine a question paper without questions on these 2. That much important. Sometimes you may not even you may get confused also sometimes, like entire paper will be on these 2 chapters only. It happened one attempt. Somewhere in 2021, I think, almost every question is on these 2 only, input tax credit and exemptions. It happens, okay. So that's the reason why these 2 chapters very, very important, input tax credit and exemptions, and then time of supply. This is category A topics. Then category B topics are remaining, and category C topics also I have given. Having said this, so then I can read only category A and B and go for exam. No. One of the biggest mistake that any professional student, that is a CA student, will do is that they will be eliminating certain topics. Whenever you eliminate, remember many students will be asking me, sir, you have been into teaching for this many years. Yes, I have been into teaching for many years. 2007 I started my teaching profession. 2007. Today it's 2025. In 2 more years, I'll be completing my 20 years in teaching profession. And even then, I don't think so that, I'm like a boomer, etc. and all. I'm upgrading myself, and to ensure that to this particular generation, how the classes is required, I'm doing it. But what I have observed is that, what is important in CA exam, sir? Many students will ask me this. What is important in CA exam? Important questions can you give me? I'll tell 3 important questions. You also can make note of these 3 important questions. Question number 1. Whenever you are reading, you are getting sleepy. Important question. You understood? You read something, while reading, you will feel like sleeping. Important question. And when you are reading, your mind will say, I'm not at all understanding this, leave it. Very, very important question. You understood? Third, so therein you are reading and you are not understanding it. First thing is, you are getting sleep. Second thing, you are understanding, but your mind will say that this and all will not come, leave it like that. Third, you will not understand though, you will not understand it, nothing, completely blank out. That is also very, very important. So that's where ICA will make questions. Is that clear? Yes. And for your kind information, so this particular 4-day session is purely for CA intermediate students. So I am focusing on that. Suppose if you are appearing for CMA intermediate, so this will not be suitable for you. And I am taking another batch for CMA intermediate. So that dates you can check in our YouTube channel, and you can attend that particular session. So this is purely for CA intermediate. So because last time I just merged everything and that's where the focus was not proper. So that's the reason why I just made. It's okay. I will put some more effort. It's fine. That is also free batch only. If any of your friends are appearing for CMA intermediate, you can ask them to attend that particular batch. Is that clear? Fine. So this is about CA questions. So that's why this ABC and all, don't believe. You understood? Sir, you only said ABC. I am only telling now that don't believe. So ICI need not follow this. They will sometimes surprise us. And therein you will skip C and go, and on C only they will ask questions. So disclaimer, conditions apply always. So you prepare everything and go for exam. But importance you give more for A category topics. Like that. Okay, cover everything. Should not skip anything. But more importance given for category A topics. Done? Now, this is the first chapter, basic concepts of GST. In this basic concepts of GST, these are all the things that we are going to cover. What is GST, how GST formed, etc. So this page we will come back later after completing this information. First we will see what is GST. Full form don't tell. GST full form everyone knows. Goods and services tax. But what is it? It is a value added tax. Why is it called value added tax? You know, whenever I am purchasing for 100 rupees, I am selling for 150 rupees. Now on that 50 rupees only effectively I will be paying indirect tax, that is GST. Is it clear? So that's the reason why it is called as value added tax. How, sir? How that works? How much is the price at which I am selling? 150. And on that 150, let's take 10% as the GST. For example, just for computation sake, 150 into 10%. 15 rupees is the GST on my sales. I am purchasing. At what price I am purchasing? 100 rupees I am purchasing. 100 into 10% is what? 10 rupees. So 15 rupees minus 10 rupees. Why 10 rupees I need to reduce? Because there is a system called as input tax credit, that is tax paid on purchase I will set off against the tax payable on sales. Is that clear? So that's why GST is a value added tax. Okay, you can see there GST is a value added tax. GST is a value added tax. Levied on what? Levied on supply. Supply is the taxable event under GST. So supply means what? This is a chapter which we are going to learn next. The next chapter is supply, but supply is the taxable event. Taxable event means what? Indirect tax is a event based taxation. Event based taxation means there is a event, on happening of that event we need to pay tax, that is known as taxable event. Example, even income tax also is like a event based only. If you see, if you don't have a capital asset, transfer of capital asset, capital gain will not come. If you don't have business or profession or profit or gain arising out of business or profession, there won't be PGBP, correct? If you don't have a house property and if you are not giving it on rent, if you have a house property but not giving it on rent, then income tax will not come. Am I right? So like that, taxation is a event based. So one event will happen, on happening of that event we will be required to pay tax, that is called as event based tax or taxable event. Is it clear? Now even indirect tax is also like that only. And in the past we had lot of indirect taxes like excise duty, service tax, sales tax, etc. and all those are also the same. So when an event will happen, then that particular tax will get attracted. Got it? Like that, supply is the taxable event under GST. So supply is what? Taxable event under GST. Taxable event under GST. Supply is taxable event under GST. And so manufacture, sale of goods or services, all this will come under supply, which we will be seeing later. And what is the difference between direct tax and indirect tax? You all will be knowing it. so which I don't want to tell now because it's fundamental. What is the difference? Direct tax, who will have the burden? The one who is paying. Indirect tax, who will have the burden? Not the one who is paying. In turn, it will be transferred to the next person. So who will have the indirect tax burden always? Ultimate consumer. The ultimate consumer will have the indirect tax burden. Am I right? And it is like, you know, if you slap a person, if he feels the pain, that is direct tax. If you slap a person, he in turn slap the next person, like that, like that, like that. It keeps on going. That is indirect tax. Is it clear or not? Ultimately, who will have the burden? The consumer. The consumer of that goods or services will have the burden. Is it clear? And in case of indirect tax, so we have many indirect taxes in the past we had. Now the major indirect tax is GST and customs. These are the two indirect taxes that we have at present, which is major. Is it clear? Now, how GST is formed? You need to know this. So first we need to understand what is GST. We understood it's a value added tax and it is payable on supply. What is supply? It is a taxable event, but we have not yet discussed as to what is the meaning of that supply. Got it? Taxable event means we learn event on happening of which we need to pay tax, that is known as taxable event. How GST is formed? In the past year, we had many indirect taxes levied by central government. GST is not a new tax. So all indirect taxes we will put into one mixie, grind it, and we get a mixed fruit juice. Correct or not? Like that, GST is a mixed fruit juice. Okay, lot of old indirect taxes and all they have merged and they have made. So this is not something new. Okay, so this was already there, but only thing it was in different names, and now they are just giving it one name by grouping all the taxes. What are those indirect taxes which were levied in the past? Central government used to levy 4 indirect taxes in the past: central excise duty, service tax, central sales tax, and customs duty. These are the 4 indirect taxes levied by central government in the past. What were they? Central excise duty, service tax, central sales tax, and customs duty. Okay, so see this. So first we had central excise duty. ED means excise duty. On what? No need to write, just listen. On what we need to pay? On manufacture. Whenever you were manufacturing, you are required to pay central excise duty. Then service tax. Service tax whenever there is a service which is provided by one person to another person, so on that service tax used to be there. Then on import or export there used to be customs duty. On import or export there used to be customs duty on import or export. And all these are levied by whom? All these are levied by central government levy. Levy means what? Imposing. Imposing tax is known as levy. So central government levy, and one more, that is central sales tax. Central sales tax on what? Interstate sale. Interstate sale. Interstate sale means what? Sale happened from one state to another state. That is known as interstate sale. These were the 4 indirect taxes which were levied by central government in the past. In that, you know, whenever manufacture happens, central excise duty; whenever service happens, service tax; and whenever interstate sale, one state to another state, central sales tax. But central sales tax has got a speciality here. Even though central sales tax is levied by central government, but it was collected and retained by state government. Okay, who used to collect it and retain it? State government. Okay, so even though it is coming under central government levy, but collected by state government. Okay, now if you observe this, except customs duty. So customs duty alone they have not subsumed. Except customs duty, remaining 3 got subsumed into GST. You understood? So all indirect taxes except, come on, except customs duty got subsumed into GST. You can see that here. So all indirect taxes, first point is that all indirect taxes levied in the past by central government. What were the indirect taxes levied in the past by central government? Central excise duty, service tax and central sales tax got subsumed into GST. And whether customs duty is subsumed into GST? No, that is this. Customs duty not got subsumed into GST. Customs duty is outside the ambit of GST. Only central excise duty, service tax and central sales tax. Customs duty not subsumed into GST. That is the second point you can see. Customs duty is outside the ambit of GST. However, there used to be additional customs duties. These additional customs duties were levied to counter the effect of excise duty and sales tax on like article if imported into India. Example, let's take a comparison. I am a person who is importing a smartphone. You are locally purchasing the smartphone. When I am importing the smartphone, what are the burdens that I have? Only customs duty. Okay. So just now I told you what are the various indirect taxes we had, these four. So whenever I am importing, I have only customs duty burden. When you are locally purchasing, what burden you will be having? As you are locally purchasing, means someone should manufacture it, correct? Means they will collect excise duty from you, that burden is on you. Then they will be selling the product to you, then they need to pay sales tax, that burden is on you. And to make the smartphone, they need to import the raw material, that raw material ka customs duty is also on you. Are you understanding this? So who will be having more burden? So a person who is importing or the person who is locally purchasing in India, who will be having more burden? Locally purchasing, because you have to pay multiple taxes. I have to pay only one. So naturally what will happen? The import will increase. How to curtail import? Two options. Option number one, let's put even on importer also additional taxes. Is it clear? Let's put on importer also additional taxes so that imports will be discouraged and local purchase will be encouraged. Is imports good for the economy? Why? What will happen if too much of imports happens? There will be foreign exchange outflow. When there is a foreign exchange outflow, automatically our rupee will depreciate. Already rupee is depreciating, but it will depreciate further, and surprisingly it may go to an extent where $1 will become 100, $1 will become 120, 150 in the very near future. So that's why always government will try to control the import. So what are the two options? Option number one, on importer also let's put additional burden. Option number two, second option, on local purchases. On local purchase, you are purchasing locally na, we will eliminate multiple taxes and we will keep only one. Is it clear? Now you tell me as a finance minister which one you will choose. Option one, on importer let's put more burden of taxes. Option number two, on local purchaser let's eliminate the multiple taxes and keep only one tax. Which option is best? As a finance minister, how many of you agree with first option? Very good. You have a very good future as a finance minister of India. Okay. Rest of all are thinking about people. You should not think about people. Okay. Why are you thinking about people? You should not think about people. We should think about money. You understood? People, all these things. No, you are in a different, maybe, because you are from Tamil Nadu, you are like this. Okay. So, but you should not be like that. You should be different. What is that? Money. Money is priority. What is priority? Money is priority. Like that only finance minister will think. So therefore option one they went for. What is that? On importer they added additional burden. What is that additional burden? Importer should pay additional customs duties. Locally he is paying na. Locally he is paying customs duty on raw material. You pay customs duty on finished goods. Locally he pay excise duty. Where are you paying? I am not paying, sir. Okay, pay. And excise duty cannot be levied, sir, because it is manufactured, not manufactured in India. Only if manufactured in India, excise duty can be levied. It cannot be levied, sir. Okay, we will create duplicate. Countervailing duty, you understood? We will create we can do. If you want, you stay. Otherwise, go out. Anti-Indian. Go out. You understood? So therefore, if you want, you pay. Otherwise, no, don't do anything. Don't import. If you are importing, pay it. We create. What is it? We create CVD. What is the full form of CVD? Countervailing duty, to counterbalance excise duty. Then there is something called as SAD, to make the importer sad, special additional duty. This special additional duty is to counterbalance sales tax, because you are also paying sales tax now when you locally buy. So importer also should pay that. That's how they created two additional customs duties. What are the two additional customs duties? Countervailing duty and special additional duty. To counterbalance what? Excise duty and sales tax. Whether excise duty is subsumed into GST? Just now you read the first point. Whether excise duty merged into GST? Yes. So CVD is also a part of excise, like a excise only, duplicate, correct? Excise duty got subsumed, so CVD also got subsumed. And whether sales tax got subsumed into GST? Yes. So therefore SAD also got subsumed into GST. That's the reason why on import we need to pay GST also. Is it clear? Not only customs duty, but we need to pay GST also. Why we need to pay GST also? Because in the past on import there used to be CVD and SAD that got subsumed into GST. So at present GST is also applicable on import. Is it clear? So see this. However, additional customs duties. What are the additional customs duties? Countervailing duty, to counterbalance what? Excise duty. And special additional duty, to counterbalance what? Sales tax, is subsumed into GST. Understood or not? Then specified indirect taxes levied by state government. So far what we have discussed, all these are about central government levies. Now state government. State government also can levy indirect taxes. Yes. In the past they used to levy lot of indirect taxes, and not all indirect taxes levied by state government got subsumed into GST. Only few indirect taxes levied by state government got subsumed. What are they? Look into that. What are they? Number one, value added tax. When value added tax? Whenever it is interstate sale, it was CST, central sales tax. Interstate. Interstate means one state to another state. Intrastate means within the state. Within the state also sales can happen na. In that case, tax is levied by state government, that is value added tax. Then advertisement tax. Advertisement tax is on hoardings. So big hoardings and all they used to keep na. For that they need to pay advertisement tax. Then luxury tax. On hotel accommodation they used to pay. 3-star hotel, 4-star hotel, 5-star hotel, like that. Then entertainment tax on actors. All actors, movie actors, serial actors, cinema theaters, and then cable TV operators, DTH providers, they used to pay entertainment tax. All these were present or past? Past. Even lottery betting tax. Lottery betting on, so lottery, sale of lottery tickets. Is lottery prevailing in India? Yes. Where is it prevailing? Everywhere in India? No. Only few states it is prevailing. Example, Kerala, Assam. These are some states where lottery system is prevailing even today. And betting. Yes, we have lot of betting na. Betting transactions were there even before, now also it is there. But sir, it is illegal na sir, betting. See, in tax we will not bother about legal or illegal. Whether you are earning legally or illegally, first pay tax. If it is illegal, we will think about it later. You understood? Some other law will come into picture. Even if it is illegal, you have to pay tax. Is it clear? Sir, cricket betting is legal or illegal? Illegal, except Dream 11. You understood? Dream 11 alone is legal. but remaining and all illegal. Then, so betting in this cards, rummy games, yes, etc. So card games people will play na, legal or illegal? Illegal, but online rummy will be legal. You understood or not? So therefore, these online betting platforms are legal. Same thing if conducted offline, it is illegal, but legal or illegal, you need to pay GST. Is it clear or not? It is like you win or you lose, but government will always win. You got it? In betting, not everyone will be winning. Some people will win, some people will lose. But whether you are winning or losing, government will always win. You know what is the GST rate on winnings and bettings? 28%. 28% is the rate of GST. 30% is your income tax. Okay, horse racing, betting, etc. That is your income tax. GST I am talking. Sir, both are payable. Yes, that's the beauty. Both you need to pay. Income tax also you need to pay. GST also you need to pay. And that's where close to what? Income tax 30, on the top of the health and education cess, correct, and 4%. Then suppose if the slab of the person is in a higher slab, then surcharge also will come. You got it? Then this side GST is also payable, sir. Then close to 60 to 65% he will pay as tax itself, sir. Yes, that's the reason why people will not do legalized betting, they do illegalized betting. You understood or not? So that I know they will get some money, but once they are caught, they need to pay. GST is applicable because previously it was in the form of lottery and betting tax. Now they subsumed into GST. Purchase tax, that is octroi. Somewhere in final accounts when you are doing, you might have come across this octroi, like that one word, carriage inwards, octroi, etc. So that is whenever you are in Tamil Nadu and you are purchasing from say another state. When you are purchasing from another state, why are you purchasing from other state? You can buy in local itself. Now why are you buying from other state? No sir, maybe cost is less or maybe quality is good, etc. and all. Okay, fine. Then you buy and you pay to Tamil Nadu government some tax called as purchase tax. Is it clear? Tax on sales is sales tax. Tax on purchase. Previously we had, sir, yes, we had. All these were past. What is the effective date of implementation of GST? 1/7/2017. With effect from 1/7/2017, this got subsumed into GST. So only 6 here, you need to remember. 6 indirect taxes levied by state government in the past. What are those? Value added tax, entertainment tax. You remember easily, value added tax. Okay. Then entertainment tax. First entertainment. For entertainment, what is required? Advertisement is required, correct? So advertisement tax, you understood? Then this is luxuria or necessitya, luxury. So luxury tax, you got it? Value added tax, entertainment tax, advertisement tax, luxury tax, got it? And thereafter betting, lottery and betting tax. One more, that is purchase tax. Is it clear? These 6 are only the indirect tax levied by state government in the past that got subsumed into GST. Apart from that, other indirect taxes levied by state government not subsumed into GST. Can you give me an example for that? State government, darling. Customs duty is levied by central government. I am talking about state government levying indirect tax. Even today it is there but not subsumed into GST. Municipal tax. Very good. Municipal tax, property tax, etc. not subsumed into GST. Even stamp duty also not subsumed into GST. On properties we pay stamp duty, not subsumed into GST. Road tax we pay. So that is also not subsumed into GST. Next, professional tax, have you heard of? So that professional tax also not subsumed into GST. These are some examples. In MCQ what they will do, which of the following not subsumed into GST, like that they will give one option. Okay, in that one option, so will be like which is not subsumed, that's why you should know what are not subsumed also. You can see below. Indirect taxes not subsumed in GST, state excise duty. So on liquor, etc., state excise duty is payable, not subsumed, but only central excise duty is subsumed. This is which excise duty? This is central excise duty. First one is central excise duty, CG, central excise duty. Got it? Central excise duty subsumed into GST? Yes. Central excise duty subsumed into GST. but state excise duty not subsumed into GST. Understood? Next. What about professional tax not subsumed, local body tax, stamp duty? These are all some things which are not subsumed into GST. Understood? And even there is a big list also, but all these things are not required. But for information I am telling you, in Maharashtra there used to be something called as local body tax. That local body tax also not subsumed into GST. In Kerala there is something called as Kerala flood cess. Kerala flood cess. This Kerala flood cess is levied because of lot of natural calamities that happened in Kerala, floods, then landslide, etc. For that reason, they have levied Kerala flood cess. That is also not subsumed in GST. And in Karnataka, there is something called as mandi tax. Okay, not that mandi. Okay, so you eat mandi, not that. This is different. Mandi means wholesalers. Wholesalers, will be called as mandis. Okay, so mandi tax that they used to pay. All these are also others. So in question, when you don't know anything, that is actually not subsumed into GST. Is it clear or not? Because what you learn is what is subsumed into GST. Something new comes, not subsumed into GST. So that is the answer for that, which are all not subsumed into GST. Is it clear? Next. What about indirect taxes levied by local authorities, whether that got subsumed into GST? No. Indirect taxes levied by local authorities not got subsumed into GST. That's where even today, when you go to cinema theaters, you will be seeing entertainment tax. But this entertainment tax is not levied by, central government or state government, but it is levied by local authority. If you observe, entertainment tax is already subsumed into GST in point number 4, correct? But this is which entertainment tax? Levied by state government. But entertainment tax and another indirect taxes levied by local authority not subsumed into GST. Understood? Next. So far we have seen how GST is formed and whether we have single tax model or dual tax model. Income tax is single tax model or dual tax model? Income tax, single tax. Means who will collect income tax? Central government, and thereafter they will be giving it to state government during budget allocations. Got it? But GST, single or dual? Dual means what? Central government also will collect, state government also will collect. That is called as dual GST model. Why there is a need of dual GST model? To protect fiscal federalism. Fiscal federalism means, that is, generally what happens, state government also will have certain roles and responsibilities, central government also will have some roles and responsibilities. Now both if they need to perform, for example, laying down the road, laying down the highway is a job of the central government, but laying down normal roads, street roads, etc. and all is a role of state government. Means they also need money, for the sake of that they need revenue. For that reason only we have dual GST model. This is called as fiscal federalism. Is it clear? And to protect that fiscal federalism, both central government also will levy GST, state government also will levy GST. For example, when you are going to a restaurant and you eat food for 500 rupees, 2.5% you will pay CGST and 2.5% you will pay SGST. So what is the logic in that? Same. Central government also levying, state government also levying. This dual GST model, is it only in India or even it is there in other countries? It's there in other countries. What are the other countries where this dual GST model is prevailing? Brazil and Canada. Brazil and Canada. India has adopted dual GST model through Constitution 101st Amendment Act 2016. This is again very important. So why there is a need of Constitution amendment? Because see, just now I told you, so far indirect taxes was levied by central government separately, state government separately. Now everything is brought into GST. Means GST will be levied both by central government and both by state government, which means there is an amendment that is required in Constitution. What is the year in which Constitution amendment happened? 2015, 2016, 2017. 16. What will happen? We will think effective date of implementation is 2017. So which means 2017 is a Constitution amendment. No. 2016. 2016 is the Constitution amendment, it's not 2017. 2017 is the GST law that came. amendment happened, constitution amendment happened in 2016, GST law came in 2017, and India adopted GST law from where? Brazil and Canada, okay, where both central government and state government has power to levy tax on the common tax base, that is value. Now, as India follows dual GST model, means who will levy? Who will levy GST? Only central government or both CG and SG? Very good, both CG and SG. Then who should take decisions? Both CG and SG should take decision, correct or not? And how to take the decisions independently? They cannot take collectively, they need to take the decision. For that reason, they created one council called as GST Council. Is GST Council a constitutional authority or a government body? It's a constitutional authority. What's the difference, sir? If it is a government body, when the government dissolves, this government body also will get dissolved. Every 5 years government dissolves or not? During elections the government will dissolve, again the new set of elections and the new set of MLAs will come. So which means that government dissolves for every 5 years. If it is a government body, it will also dissolve for every 5 years. But GST body should not dissolve. That's the reason why they make it as a constitutional authority. It will never get dissolved. It will keep on continuing. And who will be the members of GST Council? Definitely not Prime Minister, definitely not Chief Minister, but Union Finance Minister, okay, Nirmala Madam. So she will be for many 15 years, whatever, last all these years, she was only the finance minister, and it may happen like in future, the finance minister position may change to Nirmala minister, like that. So could happen, okay. So finance minister, union finance minister is the chairman, member. Next, who else will be there? Every state also will have a finance minister. That finance minister also will be part of GST Council. And how many states do we have? 28, 29. 28 or 29? 28. Jammu and Kashmir became union territory, so 28 states. Apart from these 28 states, there are 3 union territories with state legislature, treated like state. They will operate like a state, but literally they are called as union territory, but they will operate like a state. Means elections will happen, assembly is there, chief ministry is there, etc. What are those 3 union territories? Pondicherry, super. Next, Delhi, good. Then Jammu and Kashmir. Chandigarh and all will not come. Goa, first of all, is not a union territory. Got it? So Pondicherry, after Pondicherry, Goa, no. Wherever place which you like to go, don't tell. So Pondicherry, and thereafter, Delhi and Jammu and Kashmir. Actually, Delhi and Jammu and Kashmir, recently only elections also have happened, okay. So these are 3 union territories with state legislature. Means what? It will operate like a state. So for that also there will be state finance ministers. So total, how many state representations will be there? 31. How 31? 28 plus 3, 31, plus union finance minister, 32, and remaining 5 union territories. What are the remaining 5 union territories without state legislature? All these 5 are under the control of central government only. What are they? Telangana, when it became union territory. Daman, Diu, Dadra, Nagar Haveli. That is one union territory. Daman, Diu, Dadra, Nagar Haveli. Next, remaining 4. Chandigarh, like that one person said. Chandigarh is also union territory without state legislature. Next, Andaman and Nicobar, that side. Lakshadweep, okay. Next, one more, Ladakh. The Jammu and Kashmir, they divided into 2 union territories. One is union territory with state legislature, another is union territory without state legislature, that is Ladakh. There are 5 union territories without state legislature. What is that? Daman, Diu, Dadra, Nagar Haveli, Chandigarh, Andaman, then Nicobar, Lakshadweep and Ladakh, okay. These union territories, 5 union territories, needed one representative. That's where there is one union FM plus union minister who is appointed as state affairs So that union MP who is in charge of revenue is also one of the members. So total how many members? 33 members. Okay, you can see that. Article 279A of the Constitution, constituted by President of India and Union Finance Minister is its chairman. It is a decision making body of GST. So what it will do, it will take the decisions related to GST, and moreover it's a constitutional body. You need to remember this article, article 279A of the Constitution, that gives the powers for GST Council. And who will be the chairman? Union Finance Minister is its chairman. It is constituted by President of India. And total how many members will be there? 33 members. What is the quorum? Quorum is 50%. Quorum means what? Minimum number that should be present in order to call the meeting as a valid meeting. That is called as quorum. And what is the quorum? 50% is the quorum, which means out of 33, 50% is what? 16.5. That is 17 members should be present. Then only it will be called as a valid meeting. And in this meeting, so today actually what happens is that many state governments are telling we can't do anything. So Union Finance Minister is only telling, so we are listening like that. State government will tell. Union Finance Minister will tell, no, what can I do? All the states only telling, so I am following that. You understood? They are actually playing a football match between us. You understood? So state government will tell it is central government. Central government will tell it is state government. Let's try to understand the reality. Reality you read and tell me. What is the weightage of vote of central government? Weight of vote of central government, how much? 1/3. What is the weight of vote of state government? Means who is having more weight? You understood? Then anything that happens, so definitely, we cannot blame only one government. Whom we should blame more? You understood? Because they are having the more weightage, 2/3 weights. So state government is having 2/3 weight and central government vote is only 1/3, which means weighted average you do na usually. So central government vote 1 plus 1, 2 votes, 2 into 1/3 plus state government vote. State government said 10 votes, 10 into 2/3. That's how the weighted votes will be counted. Is it clear? Next, how much majority is required to take any decision? Half, 50% majority or 75% majority? 75% majority. 3/4. 3/4 means what? That is 75%. It should be equal to 75% or greater than 75%? Greater than 75%. Greater than 75% means number of votes in favor should be greater than 75% of total. Is it clear? Then only the decision is taken. This is just like our Companies Act, special resolution. Am I right? So therefore 3/4 majority is required. Then only the decision will be valid, otherwise it will be invalid. And state finance ministers and MP of state affairs in charge of revenue or its members. So whenever you get a question, short note question on GST Council, you need to write these points, okay? And this is important for short note, possible. Already they have tested once. So write a short note on GST Council, this you need to write. Next, types of GST. What are the various types of GSTs that we have? So GST, even though they say it as one nation, one tax like that, but GST is not actually one tax. We have multiple types of GST. We have CGST, SGST, UTGST, IGST and compensations. CGST refers to full form, Central Goods and Services Tax. So from the name itself you tell me who will levy? Central government. And on which case? Intrastate sale. Intrastate sale. Now we need to understand what is intrastate supply and what is interstate supply. Okay, so carefully listen. It's already there, but I am just writing it here for you to get the clarity. That is, if location of supplier, there are two factors we need to understand. Location of supplier. Location of supplier. Location of supplier means where the supplier is registered or where they are doing business, that is called as a location of supplier. And place of supply. Place of supply. Place of supply will be determined depending upon each and every transaction. For some transactions, place of supply will be location of recipient. For some transaction, wherever the ending point of goods happens, some transactions wherever the service is actually performed, like that the place of supply differs for different transactions. We will be learning that later. So, but for that place of supply, once you determine if location of supplier and place of supply is in the same state or same union territory, if it is in the same state or same union territory, then it will be called as intrastate supply. Is it clear here? If location of supplier and place of supply is in the same state or same union territory, what is the nature of supply? Intrastate. Now you tell me what is interstate supply from this. If location of supplier and place of supply is in two different states or two different union territories or a state and a union territory, very good, that will be interstate supply. Super, that itself is the definition, really that is the definition. Okay, so if location of supplier and place of supply is in the same state or same union territory, it is intrastate supply. If it is same state, what is the GST that we have? We have CGST plus SGST if it is in the same state. If it is in the same union territory, CGST plus UTGST. Okay, if it is same union territory. So from this, what are the three GSTs that we have? CGST, SGST, UTGST. CGST levied by, SGST levied by state government, very good. Union territory GST levied by central government, not union territory. Union territory will not have a separate government because all union territories are under whose control? Central government control. So CGST levied by central government, SGST by state government, UTGST is in turn levied by central government. So both CGST and UTGST is levied by same government, sir. Then why there is a need of two separate GSTs? Just for accounting purpose, they need to know how much is the contribution made by the union territories. Everything is expenses only. Then why are we categorizing salaries, rent, taxes, like that? Why you will divide? You understood what I am telling? Everything is expenses. Actually, profit and loss account is simple. Income, expenditure, profit. You understood? Why, sir, we should break our head as to what expenditure, all these things? Because for administrative analysis, we need to know how much is salaries and how much is the rent, how much is other expenses, like that. We need to analyze. For that purpose, we divide. Like that, government also want to understand how much is the revenue from union territories, because central GST, CGST will be total, in total. So, but union territories they want to keep separately, that's why separate accounting head they created, that is this UTGST. Understood or not? Then, next, if location of supply, this is what supply? So far what we have discussed, what supply? Intrastate supply. Intrastate supply. Then what is interstate supply? If location of supplier, and place of supply, if these two different states, two different union territories, a state and a union territory, then it will be called as what? Interstate supply. Interstate supply. And here, what is the type of GST that is applicable? IGST. What is the full form of IGST? Integrated Goods and Services Tax. Who will levy this IGST? Central government will levy. But sir, it defeated the dual GST model na, because in dual GST model, both central government and state government should levy, but here IGST only by central government means whether it defeats the purpose. No, not like that. IGST fully will not be retained by central government. They will be distributing 50%. What is always the share between central government and state government? 50-50. They are equal partners. Okay, 50% will be central government and 50% will be state government. So in IGST, what will happen? Full amount collected, 50% will go to, come on, central government. Remaining 50% will go to Which state government? Listen. Location of supplier Tamil Nadu. Location of supplier Tamil Nadu. Place of supply say Kerala. So therefore IGST, in that IGST 50% will go to central government, remaining 50% will go to Kerala, not the originating state, but the destination state. That's why GST is called as destination based consumption tax. Is it clear? So GST is called as what? Destination based consumption tax. See this, say this. First we need to understand. Next page you can see what is the meaning of intrastate supply and interstate supply. Whenever supply of goods or service or both happens, that is a taxable event under GST. Intra means location of supplier and place of supply in the same state or same union territory. Inter means two different states, two different union territories, a state and a union territory. And if it is intrastate, what is the type of GST? CGST and SGST. UT GST also applicable on intrastate, but it is by central government. Highlight this. It is by central government. Usually union territory GST, we will think that it is by union territory. No, it is by central government. IGST, integrated tax, it is levied and collected by central government only, by central government. This also you highlight as by central government. But fully central government will not retain. What they will do? 50% they will share. Next page you can see in the beginning. IGST is levied by central government and 50% of that is transferred to state based on what? Place of supply. If place of supply cannot be ascertained, why place of supply cannot be ascertained? There are certain transactions which are deemed as interstate supplies. Deemed interstate means what? Always IGST. Example, supply to SEZ, concentrate, supply to SEZ is a deemed interstate supply. Supply to special economic zone. And suppose if I am in Tamil Nadu, there is a special economic zone which is also in Tamil Nadu. Do we have SEZ in Tamil Nadu? Yes, very much yes. So around 3-4 SEZs are there in Tamil Nadu, if I am not wrong. Very near also we have an SEZ from Chennai. So there is a special economic zone. What is special economic zone? Simple, one area they will notify. In that area, central government will construct everything, and people who wanted to export, they can come and start their business in that area. Thereby, rent cost, electricity cost, etc. and all, central government will bear. So they have to incur only the variable cost in production. Thereby, they can export the goods at a cheaper rate. Today we are competing with whom in exports? Global market, with whom we are competing? China. We are competing with China. And China, the basic problem in China is that they can sell at a very cheaper rate. And we don't have the quality. In quality, we need to compete with Japan, US, Germany, etc. That is not possible. We don't have that much of quality for competition, because we in turn depends on those countries for the purpose of manufacture. So therefore, we have to compete only in terms of price. We need to compete in terms of price. The product which is manufactured in India should be exported at a cheaper rate. Then only it will be possible. For that purpose, government will create a SEZ and will give them various infrastructure benefits and various incentives to them. Thereby they will encourage them to export. That area is known as special economic zone. Now you are in Tamil Nadu and recipient is also in Tamil Nadu, but where is that person in? SEZ. You are also in Tamil Nadu, the recipient is also in Tamil Nadu. It's actually intrastate supply, correct or not? But it should be treated as deemed interstate supply because the recipient is in SEZ. Is it clear? So again, when we discuss what are the transactions which are regarded as deemed interstate supplies, I will connect that point. So but supply to SEZ is a deemed interstate supply. So always what is a tax that is applicable? IGST is applicable. In that IGST, concentrate, place of supply is not ascertainable. Why not ascertainable? Actually place of supply is what? Tamil Nadu. But if you mention Tamil Nadu, it will become intrastate supply, correct or not? That's the reason why in filing return, in place of supply, we need to select it as other territory. So therefore place of supply is not ascertainable. Understood why place of supply is not ascertainable? Then in that case what will happen? IGST collected. That IGST collected, what they will do? See here, IGST is levied by central government and 50% is transferred to state based on place of supply. If place of supply cannot be ascertained, it shall be apportioned between the states based on turnover of the supplier during the financial year. Means what? Means what? For example, last year I am that supplier. I make supplies in Tamil Nadu. I make supplies in Tamil Nadu. I make supplies in Tamil Nadu. Okay. I made supplies in Tamil Nadu. 10 lakhs. But for which POS not available. POS not available. Understood? Now I have to see what are the other states for which I am making sale. Say Karnataka, Andhra Pradesh and Kerala. For Karnataka, I am making sale of 20 lakhs, Andhra Pradesh 30 lakhs and Kerala 15 lakhs. Now what we need to do? Come on, tell me. First 50% out of this 10 lakhs IGST we pay na? Yaar, this is my sales here. This is my sales. 10 lakhs of sales, place of supply is not ascertainable. So what should I do? First, I will pay IGST. Am I right? Then what central government will do? Out of that IGST, 50% they will keep. Remaining 50% as place of supply not ascertainable, what they will do? They will distribute it between Karnataka, Andhra Pradesh and Kerala. In what ratio? 2:, 20:, 30:, 15 ratio. You read it again, you will understand. That is, if place of supply cannot be ascertained, it shall be apportioned between the states based on what? Turnover of whom? Supplier during the financial year. So means ultimately the IGST will not go to fully central government, 50% will go to central government and remaining 50% will go to the state government, and that's the reason why I told you GST is called as destination based consumption tax. Is it clear? Then coming back to this, there is something called as GST compensation cess. What is it? GST compensation cess? Listen, same transaction if it happens in the past, that is I am located in Tamil Nadu and my recipient is located in Karnataka. This is location of supplier Tamil Nadu, place of supply Karnataka. What is the nature of supply? Inter. Before 1/7/2017, what is the effective date of implementation of GST? 1/7/2017. Before 1/7/2017, what was the tax in this place? In this place, what was the tax? CST, Central Sales Tax. That Central Sales Tax was going to state government. Okay, that I told you now itself. CST, even though levied by central government, but collected by state government, correct or not? So therefore, this particular tax will go to state government in the past, that is before 1/7/2017, it will be going to state government. What was the tax? CST, collected by which government? Tamil Nadu, state government. Okay, which state? Originating state or destination state? Originating state. It was collected by originating state. But now what happened? With effect from 1/7/2017, same situation. What happened? IGST. Again I am repeating, concentrate. Before 1/7/2017, location of supplier Tamil Nadu, place of supply Karnataka and the nature of supply will be interstate, and CST was collected by the originating state Tamil Nadu. But with effect from 1/7/2017, what has happened? In the same scenario, IGST will be collected. Out of that IGST, 50% will go to central government, remaining 50% will go to state government. Which state government? Tamil Nadu or Karnataka? It will be going to Karnataka. So therefore, previously whatever was the revenue of Tamil Nadu, now it was eaten away by central government and Karnataka. Is there a loss to Tamil Nadu? Yes or no? There is a loss to Tamil Nadu, and to compensate that particular loss, so state governments asked to central government that somehow you need to compensate us this loss, because previously we were earning this money. Previously we were earning this money, but now it is 50% going to central government, remaining 50% is going to the consuming state, that is Karnataka. Then what is that we are getting? For which central government said, don't worry, we will compensate you. We will compensate you for the loss suffered, don't worry. But that loss, what central government is doing? Not paying out of its pocket. In turn, it is collecting from the people only, called as GST compensation cess. Is it clear here? What is the name of the tax? GST compensation cess. This GST compensation cess is levied on notified goods. Who is levying this? Central government. What is the purpose of this? What is the purpose of this? To compensate the states. For what reason they need to compensate the states? On account of implementation of GST. Are you understanding? GST compensation is levied on all goods or notified goods? Notified goods. What are those notified goods? No need to remember. Not for exam. Got it? No need to remember. Not for exam. There are some notified goods. And who will be levying it? Central government. On what? Notified goods. Okay. Why they are levying? To compensate the states. Why they need to compensate the states? On account of implementation of GST. Up to what date they will levy this compensation cess? Up to 31st March 2026. Got it? So far the date has been extended, and that is up to 31st March 2026 is what you need to remember. Understood? For MCQ purposes, etc. In exam, what should we do, sir? If you see GST compensation cess rate in the question, then you take in the computation, otherwise don't take in the computation. Got it? Mostly it will not be tested, but on a safer side I am telling you. If you see GST compensation cess rate in the question, you take that, and you need to arrive at the compensation cess payable. Rate and all they will give in the question itself. You don't have to remember any rate. Only then you need to take. But mostly here they will be giving this date for MCQ purpose up to 31st March 2026. Then, and whatever compensations is collected, what they will do? What central government will do? Compensate to states. All states or only to some states? Only to some states which has suffered the loss. What is the difference between tax and cess? Because in income tax also we have income tax and health and education cess. What is the difference between tax and cess? Okay, cess is on tax. Okay, but tax is on value. Correct? Not necessary. Cess, income tax alone, cess is on tax. But in GST, compensation cess is payable on value. Right there. Compensation cess payable on value. Payable on value excluding GST. Payable on value excluding GST. Okay, payable on value excluding GST. So, therefore, if you take 10 lakhs as the value, if you take 10 lakhs as the value, GST rate 28% and 22% as compensation cess, then in that case, 28% is also computed on 10 lakhs. 22% is also computed on 10 lakhs. Are you understanding? Which means that is not the difference. Then what is the difference? Remember today, cess, CESS, cess is for a specific purpose. The moment it is collected for that purpose, it should be used only for that purpose. Compensation cess can be used to lay down the roads and buildings. It can be used only for paying compensation to states. Health and education cess collected under income tax, can it be used for the purpose of any other payments? No, only for health and education. But tax is not like that. Tax can be used for any purpose. Any purpose. Even tax can be used for the purpose of giving 1000 rupees during Pongal or 2000 rupees during Diwali, or for the purpose of construction of statues or buildings, anything. Anything. They can use it for any purpose. Is it clear or not? So, tax is for any purpose, but cess should be used only for that particular purpose. Is it clear? Now, if you see here, this is a classic example. 10 lakhs is the price of a car. Usually today if you see lot of cars are in the range of 10 lakhs. All SUVs etc. and all, they will say X showroom price 10 lakhs, X showroom price 9 lakh 90 like that. and what we will think, okay, let's go and buy 10 lakhs and all is easy, we can buy like that, we will go. Because Mahindra Thar rocks like that, one car is there, you know that, and its ex-showroom price is 10 lakhs only. Means 10 lakhs means everyone can buy na, but GST 28% means 2 lakh 80. Compensations is 22% means 2 lakh 20. 28 plus 22. 5 lakhs. Literally 5 lakhs we are paying GST. You understood or not? For 10 lakhs car, GST itself is 5 lakhs. Huh? On the top of that, we have to pay road tax, registration charges, insurance. Okay. All these things will come to somewhere like 4 lakhs extra. Means 19 lakhs we need to pay. 10 lakhs car, 19 lakhs we are paying. You understood? And whenever you buy Mahindra Thar car, we are getting Alto car free. Seriously, yeah? See, Alto car rate it is. 5 lakhs is the rate of Alto car which you are getting free. But where is that Alto car, sir? Inside Mahindra Thar car. You can see that. You understood? So, this much they are levying as compensation cess. So, you thought no, compensation cess means what? 2%, 4% like your health and education cess. No, 22%. And you won't believe, on tobacco and tobacco products, compensation cess is 160%. 160%. Sir, price of a cigarette 2 rupees, sir. But the compensation cess we need to pay will be 4 rupees, sir, on the top of that. You understood? So, on tobacco and tobacco products, they are levying that much. On pan masala, etc. and all, 160% is the compensation cess they are collecting. Okay. Then, even then they will say that, you know, we don't have money. I don't know what is happening to all those monies. Fine. See this illustration. So, which is in the next page. What's the page number? 3. Page number 3. Location of supplier Tamil Nadu. Place of supply also Tamil Nadu. What's the nature of supply? Intrastate. So, type of GST. CGST. Which SGST? Tamil Nadu SGST. Location of supplier Tamil Nadu. Place of supply Karnataka. Supply. Nature of supply. Interstate. Type of GST. Who will collect? Central government will collect. And in turn they will be transferring 50% to Karnataka. Very good. Location of supplier Jammu and Kashmir. Place of supply Ladakh. Intra or inter? One union territory to another union territory. Inter. Type of GST? IGST. Good. And will they share 50%? Why? Because Ladakh is under whose control? So that's why there is no sharing, fully retained by central government. Are you understanding this? Say this, 100% to central government. Understood? So remember, be careful. Just like that, don't write always 50% to consuming state. If the place of supply is a union territory without state legislature, so 100% will be retained by central government. Next. Location of supplier Ladakh, place of supply Jammu and Kashmir. Nature of supply? Interstate. And what is the type of GST? IGST. Will there be sharing? Yes, because Jammu and Kashmir is a union territory with state legislature treated like a state. That's why 50% sharing will arise. Is that clear? Next, location of supplier Ladakh, place of supply Ladakh. Nature of supply? Intra-state. And what is the type of GST? CGST? Very good, UT GST, because Ladakh is a union territory without state legislature, so the type of GST will be UT GST. And location of supplier Jammu and Kashmir, place of supply Jammu and Kashmir. So nature of supply? Intrastate. And the type of GST? CGST? SGST. Why SGST Jammu and Kashmir? Yes, Jammu and Kashmir is a union territory with state legislature. And next, location of supplier Tamil Nadu, place of supply Puducherry. Nature of supply? Inter. Geographically, even though Puducherry is inside Tamil Nadu, but it is not intra, it is inter. And type of GST? IGST. Will there be 50% sharing? Yes, because Puducherry is a union territory with state legislature. That's why 50% will be shared with union territory of Puducherry. You understood? Then you can see here what are those State of Jammu and Kashmir is divided into two union territories, Union Territory of Ladakh, Union Territory without state legislature where UT GST Act is applicable, and Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir, Union Territory with state legislature where SGST Act is applicable, this I told you, and Union Territory of Dadra, Nagar Haveli and Daman Diu got merged into a single Union Territory. Clear? Then see the next page. GST network, and before that you need to make note of what are all the union territories with state legislature and without state legislature. For your information, kindly write down that here. So what are the union territories with state legislature? UTs with state legislature. UTs with state legislature. What are they? Only three. Okay, Pondicherry, next, number 2, Delhi, number 3, Jammu and Kashmir. Then union territories without state legislature. Union territory without state legislature, write down that list. I gave lot of some space for notes in every page. That is because you read this, and apart from that, while solving questions, you may get some important points, highlighted points, etc. and all that also you can make note. So this book only you are carrying to the exam, not inside exam hall, outside exam hall. You understood? Don't carry inside exam hall. Left, right, center, my photo only printed there. And suppose anything happens, already I have enough of enemies, and thereafter it will further increase. So please don't take inside the exam hall, outside the exam hall till that point of time, and thereafter inside exam hall if they permit, but otherwise don't take. Okay, but make use of this, because when it is crisp na, this end of the day, where students are failing, they are not able to revise in that one day before the exam. With that objective only I made it. You understood? Why I made it like this is that in a compact form, exam 1.5 days before exam you should be able to revise. Otherwise, because already you have DT also to revise. DT is also there, IDT is also there. Anything that you learn, what's the point in going to the exam, and if you are forgetting it, then you will become like Karna in Mahabharata. You understood? Karna also learned everything, but went to the battlefield, but he forgot. Otherwise, the story would have been different. You understood or not? So this is also same story only, wherein this many months, this much of efforts, every Tom, Dick and Harry will be telling everything to you. You will listen, including me, and thereafter you go to the exam. But thereafter in exam, if you forget things, then what's the point in learning? So that's the reason. So any extra points, etc., try to incorporate in that book itself. Even if that is not sufficient, you buy a sticky note and you write that extra points and paste it in the respective pages, because the success in CA exam is about to what extent you have revised and how many times you have revised. These two aspects only play a key role. So that is what I have observed in many days. So that's why I also changed my strategy, wherein it's not about how much we are learning, but how many times we are able to revise it and how effectively we are revising and remembering. Got it? Then, so union territories with state legislature, write down the list. Number 1, Dadra, Nagar Haveli, Daman Diu. Dadra, Nagar Haveli, Daman Diu. Then Ladakh. Next, Andaman and Nicobar, Lakshadweep, Chandigarh. Lakshadweep, Chandigarh. These are the 5 union territories without state legislature. Finish writing that? There are many seats before, now why you want to sit in the last only? Now many students over there. You are comfortable, everyone? There? Super, fine. If you are comfortable, okay, no issue. If you are not comfortable, you can come and sit. So at least in life we need to come forward. No, that's why I am saying. Then you have a fear, okay, if we sit in the front, he will ask questions, etc. and all. Waste. I am not of that time, okay, I will not ask. and say this. And even what I feel is that AC, it's a AC hall, AC is there, no, working. At least sit in the class and sleep, it's okay for me. You understood? Maybe 5 minutes you will sleep. Thereafter you will wake up and you will listen, no? You understood? Even in this chair you are able to sleep means hats off to you. Hats off to you. You are of a different breed, okay? In this chair also you are able to sleep means, okay? Then say this, GST network. What is this GST network? That is, listen, one of the basic feature that distinguishes GST from earlier indirect tax is that in GST everything is automated. So previously lot of documentation was there. We need to submit one form, multiple forms and all, manually we need to go to the bank, we need to fill in the challan and we need to make the payment. Everything is now automated, computerized. For that purpose, there is a need of very good sophisticated network. A system should be in place. That is this GST network. So basically they provide IT infrastructure, information technology infrastructure for implementation of GST. So underline that, it provides information technology infrastructure. It provides information technology infrastructure. There are some keywords which you need to write in the exam, because valuation, what they are doing is that, you know, so the valuer will see the key, will have the answer sheet. Every answer sheet is now scanned only. There is no physical answer sheet which is going, scanned copy. In that scanned copy, too much time they cannot read everything. What they will do, so these highlighted words and all like that they will rush through. If those words are there, they are giving marks and we will get. So mainly for theory type questions or while writing the explanations and all, ensure that these highlighted words are being presented in the answer sheet, okay. If possible, write those highlighted words and underline also, got it. So information technology infrastructure for implementation of GST, and it is referred to as common portal and provides services. To whom it will provide services? Taxpayer, government, banks and other stakeholders. Other stakeholders means all others who are involved in GST, got it. So it is like a single point contact. So on one side taxpayer, another side government, at another side bank, and other side other people like officers, etc. Connecting everyone, they will be facilitating the information technology network, that is called as GST network. And what are the activities that can be done through GST network? First of all, in GST what we need to do? We need to register. Before filing return we need to register. So first registration. After registration, we will file returns and pay taxes. That will also be through portal. You got it? So registration, then payment of tax, furnishing of returns. Then just now I told you IGST. What will happen to IGST? Fully retained by central government? No. It will be settled between states. So that also work done by GST network. So this IGST settlement we will not do. I mean 50% going to consuming state, etc. I told you now, this discussion and all will not be done by taxpayer. It will be done by GST network. Then e-way bill generation. What is e-way bill? Electronic way bill. It is a document which is uploaded by the taxpayer whenever they are causing movement of goods. That is, previously, let me give you a little bit background about e-way bill, concentrate. Previously we had check post system. In check post system, what they used to do, whenever a lorry is going through the check post, in the check post there used to be commercial tax officers. I am talking about VAT that time, okay. These commercial tax officers will ask for the bill and the lorry driver will submit the bills, and these bills, one copy of the bill they will stamp and keep it, another copy of the bills they will be giving it to the lorry driver. And that particular taxpayer, if he is not paying tax in future, using these bills, the department will recover the value added tax, VAT, from the taxpayer. That was the system previously, a kind of check wherein If at all you are not paying tax, I have the evidence that you transported the goods, using that I will recover the tax from you. That was the system before, check post system, physical check post system. What happened? That physical check post system did not turn to be effective. Lorry will go and there will be one person in the check post, we will give one bottle, one packet, check post will be opened and we will go. You understood? Government was not getting anything, but the people who are working in check post became rich and they started constructing buildings, etc. Government did not understand, what is happening? We are not getting money and everyone is transporting goods, and people who are working in check post, every officer is coming and asking, sir, please put my posting to check post, sir, like that. Usually they will not ask like this. Why are they asking? They did not understand. Like a Pushpa movie only it was. You understood? And thereafter, government felt this is not working. It's waste. Let's remove the physical check post. They removed the physical check post, and moreover, because of the physical check post, lot of genuine taxpayers were getting affected, because they will go and they have to pay bribe, because these people are accustomed to bribe. We need to pay bribe. Suppose if you are not paying bribe, they will ask for a number of documents and they will say, okay, you wait, etc. and all. You understood? It is like, whenever a traffic police stops you, when you have all the documents, so he will make you wait for some time. And those who don't have any documents, he will happily pay 500 rupees and he will go. You understood the difference? Same difference, wherein those who are paying bribe will happily go. Those who are not paying bribe, they used to stay there for 1 day, 2 days, etc. and all in the name of checking. And that's why they removed the physical check post. Then also this problem is continuing, tax evasion problem is continuing. That's where they converted to virtual check post, wherein everyone who is transporting goods from one location to another location should upload the details of the goods and upload the details of the vehicle in which you are transporting as a e-way bill, and you need to inform it to the department. Now department anywhere can stop. Anywhere they can stop the vehicle and they will ask for the documents. And suppose if the person is not having documents, the goods will be seized. Is it clear? And because of that reason, everyone will be reporting the details in e-way bill. That is the concept of e-way bill. It is like, previously and all we know where the traffic police will be standing, and exactly we take the other route, so a divider will be there, left side they will be standing, so towards the divider side we will go, so that the police will not stop like that, correct? Now they changed, same place they will not be standing, different streets, turnings, etc. and all they will be. Some people started standing in the next to divider side also, because everyone will come this side, so they started standing on that side also. So like that, anywhere they can stop. So what if the vehicle is not stopped? Many movies we see in a chasing sequence, like that. So they will go and they will stop, and like that. So roving squad, GST officers are called as roving squad. So various highways and all, if you go to Chennai highways and all, you will see lot of Innova, Crista, and then this Tata Safaris and even Scorpios, etc. and all, where they have been given luxury SUVs. Go and chase and stop the vehicles and ensure that you are seizing those goods, etc. and all. And what is the penalty? This is a general information. Once the goods are seized, 200% of tax we need to pay as penalty to release the goods. So that's why, as a penalty is huge, almost everyone are now complying with the e-way bill provision. That is this e-way bill, and generating reports to central government and state government. Okay. So these are the various activities of GST network. This also marked as important for short note, either GST Council or GST network. They can ask this as an important short note question. Already they asked this multiple times. Then constitutional provision, say this, 7th schedule to the constitution. So we have union list, state list, like that. And union list means what? Where power to levy tax is on the central government. State list means what? Where power to levy tax is on the state government. But now GST will come under both the list. Why both the list? Because both are levying. And Article 265 says tax shall be levied and collected only by an authority of law. So if there is no power to collect tax, they should not levy. For example, you know, you are wearing, some of you are wearing spectacles. Can government come out with, okay, from today we are levying spectacle tax, like that? Can they levy? No, they cannot levy. Or bald tax, like that. So can they levy? No, they cannot. Like that, power is not there. You understood? Just like that, if they think of something to levy, they cannot levy. Power should be there from the constitution. Then Article 245, power for enacting laws is conferred on parliament and state legislature. Who will make law? Not government. Not government, be careful. Government will not make law. The law is made by the parliament. Okay. And the law is made by the state legislature, that is assembly, where both ruling party MPs, opposition MPs will be there, and in state assembly both ruling party MLAs and opposition MLAs will be there. Law will be made only by parliament and state legislature. That is this Article 245. Article 265, because all these in MCQs they can ask. Okay. Article 265 governs the subject matter of laws made by parliament and state legislature. So whatever law that is made by parliament and state legislature, so that powers should be as per Article 265, that is this. So these are the two articles that you need to remember, Article 265 and Article 245. Then just know the difference, that is efficient. Article 245 is what? Power to make law is with the parliament and state legislature. Article 265 says that power should be derived from the constitution. If they don't have power as per constitution, they cannot make any law. Got it? Then goods which are outside the ambit of GST. What are the goods which are outside the ambit of GST? So far what we have seen is that how GST is formed. Now we are understanding the goods which are outside the ambit of GST. Alcoholic liquor for human consumption. That was there before also, now also. And two more things they have added. Denatured extra neutral alcohol and rectified spirit used in manufacture of alcohol. It is a September 25 amendment, not applicable for May 25 exams. Okay. If you see the beginning of this book, I have given all the amendments which are applicable for May 25. Index of amendments, like that you can see. This time total there are 41 amendments. Total there are 41 amendments, and with respective pages I have given, so as to which place amendments are there. All these are for May 25 exam, and wherever you can see, I just followed a coloring pattern also. Green color, wherever you see in that green color, and this M25, like that I have highlighted those amendments. Whereas some amendments which are applicable for September 25 exam also I have separated and given. It does not mean that you will fail in May and then you will write in September. That is not the intention. Some students may write even for September also. For that reason I have given this. Okay. And these are the amendments which are there for September 25. And very few only as of now. If there is anything extra, I will be adding it later. And now we need to understand this particular point which we are discussing is not amendment for May 25 exam. How many of you are appearing for September 25 here? Okay, fine. And rest of you all for May 25, correct? Listen, suppose if you get in exam denatured extra neutral alcohol, denatured extra neutral alcohol, what will you write? Chargeable to GST or not chargeable to GST? Not chargeable to GST. Not chargeable to GST. That is for September 25 exam. For May 25 exam, chargeable to GST. That's why I am discussing this amendment with you. You understood? Even though this amendment is not applicable for you, but if it comes in exam, what you should write, you should know, na? Got it? So concentrate. There are only two non-taxable supplies which are outside the ambit of GST. What are they? Alcoholic liquor for human consumption and petroleum products. What are those petroleum products? Total 5 petroleum products are there. What are they? Crude oil, high speed diesel, petrol, aviation turbine fuel and natural gas. These are the 5 petroleum products which are outside the ambit of GST: crude oil, high speed diesel, petrol, aviation turbine fuel, natural gas. Only high speed diesel is excluded. What about light diesel oil? Light diesel oil, is it covered under GST? Yes, light diesel oil is covered under GST. What about kerosene oil? Covered under GST or excluded from GST? Covered under GST, because in this list kerosene oil is not there. What about LPG, liquefied petroleum gas? Covered under GST or not covered under GST? Covered under GST. Natural gas is different from LPG. LPG is covered under GST. Natural gas is the CNG. Usually for autos, vehicles and all, they fill the gas, na? That is CNG. That is only excluded. Got it? Next, crude oil means, you know, raw material, crude oil. Then aviation turbine fuel is used in the flights, okay, flights, helicopters, etc. So these are the petroleum products which are covered under GST or excluded from GST. Excluded from GST. Also, alcoholic liquor for human consumption is also excluded from GST for May 25 exams. What is that? Alcoholic liquor, all types of alcohol is excluded. Beer, rum, then whiskey, brandy, gin, etc. Everything, every kind of alcoholic liquor is excluded. Now, be careful, there are two liquor products. They are not finished product, but raw material to make liquor. That is rectified spirit, denatured extra neutral alcohol. Please listen. Rectified spirit and denatured extra neutral alcohol. These are the raw material for the liquor industry. Using that raw material, they make the liquor and they sell it. Finished product, whiskey, brandy, etc. what we see is finished product. But the raw material is this: denatured extra neutral alcohol and rectified spirit. Lot of people buy this raw material and they start cooking the liquor. You understood? That's where they don't know how to make it properly and it will fail, and after consuming it, people will die. You understood? Thereafter, you know, politicians has to go and meet them to tell, okay, don't worry, we are there for you, etc. and all. So that is what I am talking about. You understood here? So this is something usually in Tamil Nadu which already happened very recently also. So this is raw material. What is the treatment of this raw material for May 25 exam? If you get this, what you should write? Chargeable to GST. It is not excluded from GST. What they did is that, as our finished product is excluded from GST, so raw material also they excluded from GST. That's why for September 25 exam they added that point, okay. But those who are writing for May 25, covered under GST. So right there, for May 25 exam it is covered under GST. For May 25 exam, covered under GST. Covered under GST. These two, that is denatured extra neutral alcohol and rectified spirit used in manufacture of alcohol. Then what about opium and narcotic drugs? There are opium and narcotic drugs which are covered under GST or not covered under GST, very much covered under GST. Opium and narcotic drugs are not alcoholic liquor, that's a different product. So whether it is covered under GST, yes, it is covered under GST, but we have even state excise duty also. See the third point, opium and narcotic drugs are subject to state excise duty and GST. Highlight that, and GST. And GST. Then there is one special point. Tobacco is subject to both central excise duty and GST. So we have GST also as well as old indirect taxes, that is central excise duty. Generally, when GST is coming, old indirect tax should not be there na. But this is an exception where old indirect tax also applicable, GST also applicable. State excise duty, CST and VAT is payable on alcoholic liquor referred above. And central excise duty, CST and VAT is payable on petroleum products referred above. Now tell me, on alcoholic liquor for human consumption, at present, that is today, what are the taxes that we need to pay? State excise duty, then central sales tax and value added tax. So whenever manufacture happens, they need to pay state excise duty. Sale happens, they need to pay CST VAT. If it is interstate sale, CST. If it is intrastate sale, value added tax. Is it clear? Next. On petroleum products, what are the taxes that is applicable at present? Central, excise duty, then sales tax and VAT. Manufacture, refineries, they need to pay central excise duty, and upon sale CST or VAT. If it is interstate sale, CST. If it is intrastate sale, VAT will be payable. But for tobacco products, there is a speciality. What is that? GST also applicable and old indirect tax. What is that old indirect tax? Central excise duty is applicable. One more point also remember, opium and narcotic drugs. GST is applicable as well as state excise duty is applicable. Is it clear? So on this they can make some MCQs. Then we have the concept of input tax credits and advantages. We'll complete this and take a break. Is it okay? So today we started little late now, that's why. So we will take break somewhere like 11:40 like that, we'll take break, okay. So say this, input tax credit. Input tax credit means what? Already I told you, tax paid on inward supplies. What is input tax credit? Tax paid on inward supplies. That is, I am making some purchase, I am a registered person, I am making some inward supplies. When I am making some inward supplies, I will pay value plus GST. This GST paid on inward supply is known as input tax. Same way, I am making some outward supplies. Inward supplies means purchases, outward supplies means sales. So when I am making some inward supplies on purchases, say for example I purchase for 10 lakhs. On that 10 lakhs, GST will be 12%, which means 10 lakhs into 12%, 1,20,000 I paid on purchase, okay. And that 1,20,000 which I paid on purchase is known as input tax. Again, I am making some outward supplies, that is sales. Say for example, I am selling for 15 lakhs. On 15 lakhs, I am paying a GST of 1,80,000. So that 1,80,000 what I need to pay on sales is known as output tax. Understood or not? So I am making some inward supplies and on which I need to pay GST. Please write down 10 lakhs plus 1,20,000. 10 lakhs plus 1,20,000. This 1,20,000 is known as what? Input tax. 1,20,000 is known as input tax. That is GST paid on purchase. Input tax or input tax credit, both are same. Okay. What we will do with this credit? What we will do with this credit? On outward supply, we have a liability. Say the liability is 15 lakhs. The liability is 15 lakhs plus GST 1,80,000. So this 1,80,000 GST on sales is known as output tax. Got it? Now I have an input tax 1,20,000 which I can adjust against the output tax 1,80,000. So what will be the net GST payable? 60,000. Is it clear here? 1,80,000 minus 1,20,000. I will set off here. 1,80,000 minus 1,20,000, 60,000 rupees will be taken as the net GST payable. Understood? Now, what is the entry for this? What is the purchase entry? Can you tell me the purchase entry? Purchase account debit? 10 lakhs or 1,20,000? 10 lakhs. Why 1,20,000 we should not add it to purchase? Because 1,20,000 is recoverable, receivable. It is like an asset, current asset. As it is like an asset. Asset shows what balance? Debit balance. So what is it we need to do? Purchase account debit 10 lakhs. ITC account debit 1,20,000. Okay. To creditor. Okay. We are purchasing now, or to supplier. Understood? To supplier. So to supplier. If it is cash sales or cash purchases, to bank. Suppose if it is credit purchases, to creditor or to supplier, etc., that will be 1,20,000. You understood? Now the moment you pass this entry, you recognize the asset. What is the name of the asset? Input tax credit. It's an asset. It shows what balance? Debit balance. Now on the other side, this side, if you see the sales, what is the entry for the sales? Suppose if it is debit, like credit sales, debtor account debit. Debtor account debit or recipient account debit. So recipient account debit, how much? 1,80,000. Okay. Debtor account debit or recipient account debit 16,80,000. To sales. to sales 15 lakhs, to GST payable means we created a liability here, GST payable. So GST payable liability shows what balance? Credit balance. So 1,80,000 is showing the credit balance liability. Now asset is showing a debit balance 1,20,000 and liability is showing a credit balance 1,80,000. Now you need to set off these two. So liability you need to cancel. So what you will do? Debit. So GST payable account debit. Okay. Now to this ITC you need to set off. So to ITC. The difference is there. What is the difference? 60,000, that is to bank. Is it clear? So basically what happens is that this 1,80,000 I am collecting from my customer. Out of that 1,80,000, 1,20,000 already what I paid at the time of purchase, I recover. So what is the balance left with me? Carefully listen. I got 1,80,000 from my customer. In that 1,20,000 already paid at the time of purchase, I recovered. What is the leftover balance with me? 60,000. That 60,000 I paid to the government. You understood or not? So this is about the concept of input tax credit. Okay. If input tax credit is not available, what will happen to the purchase entry? Purchase account debit will be 11,20,000, which means 1,20,000 cannot be taken as ITC. So it will be added to our purchases cost. If ITC available, our purchase cost will come down. If ITC not available, our purchase cost will increase. These are all the basic aspects of input tax credit. Keep that in mind. So whenever we discuss a separate chapter on input tax credit, there this information will be useful. Got it? Now say this. What is input tax credit? GST paid on inward supply. So on inward supply GST paid, that is 1,20,000, can be availed as input tax credit. What is the meaning of availed? Availed means taking credit. Taking credit is known as availed as credit. These are all some legal terms. Ensure that you are reproducing the same term. Don't use the word, taken ITC, set off ITC, like that don't use. Availed ITC. Availed ITC means taking credit. Utilized. Utilized means what? Set off against our liability. So you need to use the word utilized. Availed as input tax credit and utilized. For what purpose it is utilized? Utilized for payment of GST on outward supplies. Okay. So this is an advantage in GST, as continuous chain of credits eliminates cascading effect of tax. Now carefully listen. If this 1,20,000 not available as ITC, what we would have added? What we would have done? We would have added it to the cost of purchase, correct? When we added it to the cost of purchase, thereafter it will come into sales also. Means when it comes into the sales, on this 1,20,000, again on sales also we are paying GST. Agreed or not? I am purchasing 1 lakh, and if 1,20,000 ITC not available, it will be added to the purchase. On the top of that I will add my profit. So the sales will not be 15 lakhs, the sales will be 16,20,000. When sales is 16,20,000, on that GST if I multiply, definitely the GST will not be 1,80,000, the GST will be more than 1,80,000. Means there is a tax on tax, yes or no? That is known as cascading effect of tax. What is the meaning of cascading effect of tax? You just write down there. Cascading effect of tax means tax on tax. Tax on tax. Tax on tax is known as cascading effect of tax. What is the benefit of input tax credit? Come on, it eliminates cascading effect of tax. So there are three legal terms which we need to know. Availed ITC means what? Taking input tax credit. Utilized ITC means what? Adjusted or set off against the liability. And it eliminates cascading effect of tax. What is the meaning of cascading effect of tax? It avoids tax on tax. You understood this basics of ITC? Now see those words in the next page. Availment of ITC. What is the meaning of availment of ITC? Taking credit. Where we will take credit? GSTR 3B. GSTR 3B is a return which will be filed by every registered person, and that GSTR 3B contains the details of my liability, my input tax credit, everything will be there in the 3B return. So in that 3B, I will enter how much input tax credit I am eligible for. That is known as availment of ITC. Is it clear? So as soon as we see the GSTR 3B, okay. So see this, in returns, this is how the GSTR 3B will appear like. in this GSTR 3B, table 4 is eligible ITC. In this table 4 eligible ITC, first we will add the credit. Whatever credit that we have taken here will be called as ITC avail. For number we are putting here, that number what we add and click on confirm, that is known as ITC avail. Is it clear? Okay, ITC avail. Thereafter, what we will do, this credit taken should be adjusted against our liability. Liability also we will report, and finally we will proceed to payment of tax. You can see here, so for payment of tax. So once we added the liability, so we added liability and we have the ITC also here. So that liability we will set off with this ITC, proceed to payment. Once you click on proceed to payment, the ITC gets set off with the liability, that is known as ITC utilized. Is it clear? So we have understood two terms, availment of ITC, utilization of ITC. Both this availment of ITC and utilization of ITC happens in which place? GSTR 3B. Availment of ITC is taking credit. Utilization of ITC is set off of credit against the GST payable. And there might be excess credit possible. Excess credit. When there will be excess credit, I have lot of purchases but less sales. 1 lakh units I purchased, only 10,000 units I sold. So which means my liability is small but I have huge input tax credit. So I have an excess credit. What I can do with that excess credit? I can carry forward. How many years I can carry forward? No limit. No limit. It's not like set off and carry forward of losses in income tax, wherein there is a restriction like 8 years it can be carried forward or 4 years it can be carried forward. But in income tax you have unabsorbed depreciation and that can be carried forward for any number of years like that. So input tax credit also can be carried for any number of years. There is no time limit, there is no death to input tax credit. But if you close down your business, input tax credit will die. Is it clear? Until that point of time. But if you sell the business, ITC also gets transferred. But if you shut down the business, ITC is gone. So excess ITC can be availed as input tax credit and utilized for payment of GST liability. No time limit for carry forward of ITC. And what if there is a shortfall? Shortfall will happen? Yes, definitely shortfall may happen, wherein I purchased and I sold everything. Whatever I purchased, I sold everything. Definitely my sales will be more than purchases, I will make profit. So which means the liability what I need to pay on sales is more than the liability what I have already paid on purchase. That is this case. So in this case, what is the GST payable on sales? 1,80,000. What is the GST paid on purchase? 1,20,000. So my liability is more than my input tax credit. So the difference amount I have to pay, that you can see here. That is shortfall in ITC, that is output tax greater than input tax shall be payable. So by registered person to government, shall be payable by registered person to government. Got it? Next. What are the various benefits of GST? This can be asked as a short note question again. And you remember this mnemonic, cities cameo. Cities cameo. Okay. Nowadays cameo is normal, na? Every movie. So when it will become a pan-India movie? Simple. One movie where actors from all other industries will come and do a cameo, then it will become a pan-India movie. You understood or not? Jailer, Jailer 2, etc. Like that. So remember cities cameo. Cities cameo. What is it? Cities. C for credit system. Correct? We have input tax credit in GST. Because of this credit system, what happens? Just now you read one word. It eliminates cascading effect of tax. Like this and all, don't write. Like this, cities cameo, C for what, I for what, like that. 1 mark also you will not get. Mnemonics you should not write in the answer sheet. Write in the question paper in pencil. So you know which means what. You write it like points. Point number 1, point number 2, point number 3. And that's how. Mnemonic, that cities cameo like that and all, don't write anything. If you write that, that is considered as an invalid answer. So they will not give marks. Got it? Just like points. Point number 1, point number 2, point number 3, like that you write. Credit system which eliminates cascading effect of tax. I. Because of GST, what happened in the country? Investments have increased. That's true. Because if you observe, before GST, after GST, before 2017 and after 2017, complete change has happened. So lot of companies started coming to India and they started investing and they started manufacturing, because in GST the main advantage is about, so on all purchases everything will be accounted transaction, because foreign companies don't like, or even big corporates don't like unaccounted transactions. Everyone wanted to comply with the law because they don't want black money, etc. So investments have increased and tax compliance simplified. This is humbug, I will not agree with this. It has increased actually, but in study material they gave it as advantage, so we need to learn this is not true. Tax compliance and all, where it got simplified, it became so complex. Previous and all, it was just yearly one return, if you file that is sufficient. Now monthly 2 returns we need to file, input tax credit, thereafter annual return, a number of compliances we have. Okay, simplified. Next, employment has increased. This is also doubtful only. With the employment in what terms? Absolute terms it is increasing, relative terms it is not. Population is also increasing and the number of roles also increasing, but the problem is whether everyone is getting job. That is what here we need to see. In growth rate in population versus growth rate in employment, that is not in the same trend, okay. But employment in absolute terms, if you see, it is increasing, okay, where everyone started making reels and going into YouTube. If the employment is there, why will they do all those things, okay. And next, small business owners relaxations. We have composition scheme, means rather than paying GST at the regular rates, they need to pay GST at the reduced rates, and up to 20 lakhs, up to 40 lakhs, a person is not at all required to register and pay GST. These are called as small traders exemption or small business owners relaxations. So what is it you need to remember? Cities. C for credit system which eliminates cascading effect. I, investments increased. Then T, tax compliance reduced. E, employment increased. Then yes, small business owners relaxations, okay, cities. Then cameo, C for certainty in tax administration. I will agree with this statement, because what happened previously, one state, if I am having business in 4-5 states, for different states I need to follow different tax treatments, because state wise we had VAT law that used to change, but now almost everywhere the compliance will be same. There is no change in that. That is certainty in tax administration. And automated procedures. Yes, so with the advent of GST network, everything becomes automated. We don't have to do anything manually. And make in India initiative. So this again, okay, we will remember, just because G is telling, so we will follow this make in India initiative. I don't know how GST will lead to make in India initiative. So fine, make in India initiative, because they mean to say that foreign companies are coming here and they started manufacturing, but it is not made in India, make in India. You understood or not? So maybe because of that. Then ease of doing business. Ease of doing business means doing business in India is simple. Okay. Then ease of doing business. Then one nation, one market. All these are lies. So but we are learning it. One nation, one market. How we are one nation, one market? It is not like that. For example, CGST, SGST credit in other state, I cannot take. I go to, like recently I went to Thrissur for the purpose of taking a batch over there. So CA final fast track batch, and I stayed in one hotel. That hotel per day charges is 2000 rupees per day. And I stayed there for 15 days. I took it in ICI. So 15 days, one batch I took there. 15 into 2, 30,000 rupees is the hotel bill. And on that, 9% CGST, 9% SGST. Even if I go there for business work, business purpose, but this 9% I cannot take ITC. Why I cannot take ITC? Because it is CGST and Kerala SGST. So in Tamil Nadu I cannot take ITC. If I need to take ITC, I need to get registered in Kerala. For the sake of this, I need to get registered in Kerala. You understood or not? This is one nation, one market here. You got it what I am telling? But namesake it is there. So remember this. What is cameo? Like how cameo is of no use, this is also no use. So see, certainty in tax administration. A, automated procedures. M, make in India. Then E, ease of doing business. Last O, one nation, one market. These are the benefits of GST which you need to keep in mind for exam purpose. If you get a theory question, what are the various benefits of GST, you need to write this. Then you can see here, there are some special category states as per Article 279A of the Constitution. What are those special category states? What is Article 279A of the Constitution? GST Council, very good. They have given some special category states. What are they? Remember this: M, M, T, N, M, M, T, N. Okay. Then A, SAM. These are northeastern states. MMTN, A, SAM. MMTN, M for Manipur, Mizoram, Tripura, Nagaland. A, Assam. S, Sikkim. A, Arunachal Pradesh, not Andhra Pradesh, Arunachal Pradesh, okay, and M, Meghalaya, all that. India map you know na, that side, northeast, full that northeast states are MMTN, ASAM, Manipur, Mizoram, Tripura, Nagaland, Assam, Sikkim, Arunachal Pradesh, Meghalaya. MMTN, ASAM, HUJ, H, Himachal Pradesh, U, Uttarakhand, not Uttar Pradesh, Uttarakhand. Then J, Jammu and Kashmir. These are considered as special category states, which means always some special privileges are given to those states, okay, because they are economically weak, or they needed a support, more support from the government. For that reason, so these are categorized as special category states. Then whether IGST is applicable on import of goods and services. Definitely on services IGST is there. On import of goods, generally customs duty we need to pay na, but IGST is also applicable. IGST is applicable on import of goods or services and export of goods or services. So with this we completed the first segment, that is the basic aspects. Mostly in this basic aspects of GST, we will get MCQs, or we will be getting some theory questions. I told you which are the theory questions. 3 important theory questions. Number 1, GST network, GST council, and this benefits of GST. Mark this as important for short note. Okay, we'll take a break and we will meet at 12, and we will continue with the next chapter, that is supply under GST. Thank you. We will start. Okay, we'll start with segment 2, that is supply under GST. And what you need to do is that once each and every segment gets completed, you need to go to the index page of that chapter and you need to see that what are all the topics that is covered in this segment, and you will know whether you understood these things or not, so that it is like a quick recap. So what is GST? What is GST? It's a value added tax and it is levied on supply. Then how GST is formed? So we need to remember 4 points. All indirect taxes levied by central government in the past except customs duty got subsumed into GST, and customs duty is outside the ambit of GST, but additional customs duties got subsumed into GST, that is CVD and SCD, and even specified state indirect taxes levied in the past also got subsumed, but local authority taxes not subsumed. Then dual GST model means both central government and state government will parallelly levy. GST council means article 279A, so decision making body, constitutional authority, 33 members, central government 1/3 weight, state government 2/3 weight, okay, this. And what is the majority that is required? 75% majority, that is 3/4 majority that is required. Next we have types of GST, so CGST levied on intrastate, SGST levied on intrastate, U.to GST levied on intrastate, IGST levied on interstate, and CGST by central government, U.to GST by central government, IGST by central government, but SGST alone is by the state government. Then GST network, so it's like information technology infrastructure which will facilitate central government, state government, taxpayers and banks, etc. And GST network will do registration, returns, payment of taxes, e-way bill, those things. Constitutional provisions, 2 articles, article 246 and article 265, those 2 articles. Then goods outside the ambit of GST, petroleum products, that is alcoholic liquor for human consumption, and petroleum products, these 2 are considered as non-taxable supplies. Then input tax credit, that is GST paid on inward supply, can be availed as ITC and utilized for payment of GST on outward supply. Benefits of GST, that cities cameo, okay. So when you see this index page itself, you should be able to recollect what are all there inside that particular chapter. For that purpose I gave you index for each and every chapter, so that when you see this you are able to recollect. Super. Not able to recollect, turn that page and read it once, okay, so that it will help you for effective revision. Then look into next one, that is supply under GST, page number 7, section also 7, okay, and section 7 of CGST Act. We have only CGST Act provisions, so whenever I am referring to any section, that will be of CGST Act. IGST Act also we have few sections, only few sections. In one chapter only we will be coming across IGST sections, that is place of supply chapter. And until that place of supply chapter, all other sections will be of CGST Act only. And it is better to remember the section numbers, because what happens is that when you are presenting the answer, you need to start with the reference. Ensure that you are giving a 4-point approach for each and every application based question. Every application based question should contain these 4 points. then only you can expect marks, full marks. Number one, the first aspect that should be there is about the reference. Reference means we learn act, provisions or rules or some circulars, etc. So you need to write as per. For example, if it is a question related to supply, as per section 7 of CGST Act. So even the presentation will look so good when you are writing the section numbers. But sir, how can we remember the section numbers, sir? Remember pa, it's okay. Little bit effort it will be there, remember. Phone numbers and all you remember, no? Correct. And remember this, date of births you remember, no? When you like someone, you remember their date of births, etc. and all. Remember this also, make an effort, make an effort. Definitely it will work out, and maybe so far you have not done that. Now you make an effort, definitely you will see the difference in your marks. So people will say that section numbers are not important and all like that. See, that is just to make students to feel happy. It is like you wanted to be happy. For that reason, I will tell something. So I will get more views, more likes, etc. See, he is telling everything which I like only. Is that important? Or I should tell you something which is useful for you for exam, which is important, useful for exam. End of the day, I should not tell something which you like. I should tell something which is really required, agreed or not. People will tell section numbers and all don't remember, because they might not have remembered any section number for their exam, okay. And people will tell handwriting is not at all important, you write anything. Who will do evaluation? Will his grandfather will come and do evaluation? For doing evaluation, they should understand now what you have written. Already they are scanning your answer sheet. Have you ever seen your handwritten scanned after that image you have seen? Already it would have been blurred, you know that? You are writing something. Just take for example, you are writing something, scan it and see it in the phone or laptop. You will know the difference. Whatever you have written versus whatever is visible there, it's not that clear. Already 20 to 30% gone. It become blur. On the top of that, your handwriting is so pathetic. How will they understand here? And we don't know what kind of frustration that evaluator will be having. Some issue with his wife or his in-laws, that and all if he shows on our answer sheet, what will happen here? You got it or not? And therefore, for them it is very simple. For one paper they will get 100 rupees or 150 rupees like that. And number of papers into 150 rupees, happily they will correct and go. There is nothing like that called revaluation, re-evaluation, re-correction, all these things. This is another scam which ICA is doing, wherein we pay money, but they are not giving marks on that. I have never heard one student also telling me this many years that sir, I applied for re-evaluation, I got 2 marks extra because of which I cleared the exam. I never heard of this, trust me. So therefore, whatever you write first itself, let's make an effort in that, okay. So reference, as per section 7 of CGST Act. Sir, section I forgot, sir. Better, as per provisions of CGST Act. Worst come scenario, okay. Number 2, provision. After giving the reference, you need to write the provision. Provision means what does the act says, what does the law says, what does the circular says, okay. So that should be written as a provision. And while writing this provision, we need to control ourselves, because we should not write too many things. We should be restricted to whatever really that is required for that question. For that question, supply means entire supply chapter we cannot write, na? And entire section 7 we cannot write. That particular question is related to one particular area, that alone we need to write. That is a provision. Number 3, discussion. Discussion means the given question should be connected to the provision and we need to explain. For example, they are giving one question, whether the activity is supply or not a supply. So for that, in the present case, the said activity involves consideration or does not involve consideration, etc. So like that, the explanation you are giving, your analysis, that is called as discussion. Finally, conclusion. Conclusion, every paragraph given in the question paper will have one requirement. You are required to determine so and so. You are required to determine the liability to pay GST. You are required to compute the input tax credit. Like that, one requirement will be there that you should put as a last line of the answer. Therefore, or conclusion, or hence, like that you need to write that. This you follow for each and every application based question, and this is common in DT, IDT, audit, law, all these 4 papers it is common. You get case study type questions, I mean application based questions, you need to ensure you are writing this. So that's why section numbers play a major role. So that is why this 4-point approach you need to keep in mind. What are those 4 points? First, reference, provision, discussion, conclusion. Now we are right now into the section 7. Section 7 deals with supply under GST 7 of CGST Act. In this 7 we have 4 parts. 7.1 which talks about includes. What are all the activities which are included in the meaning of supply is given in 7.1. 7.1a, classification of supply into goods or services. Once an activity becomes supply, we need to categorize into goods or services. Why? Because the rates will differ. For goods we have a different rate, for services we have a different rate. The provisions also differ. For goods we have different provisions, for services we have different provisions. So due to that reason, as the provisions will change between goods and services, and even the rates will change, once an activity becomes supply, then we need to divide into goods or services accordingly to check the rates, exemptions, provisions, etc. Then 7 subsection 2. 7 subsection 2 talks about exclusions. There are some activities which will never be treated as supply, that is excluded from supply, that is this 7 subsection 2. 7 subsection 3, once we classify an activity into goods, government is having power to reclassify it as supply of services. Once an activity is classified as supply of services, government is having power to reclassify it as goods. So that is this reclassification. But 7 subsection 3, they have not used so far. They have a power which they have not used. So practically the 7 subsection 3 is irrelevant, not effective at present. Okay, this 7 subsection 3 is not effective at present, okay. Central government on the recommendations of GST Council can notify supply of goods or supply of services and vice versa, but not effective at present, so you don't have to remember this. You remember only these 3. 7 subsection 1 inclusions, and 7 subsection 2 that is exclusions, 7.1a classification of supply into goods or services. And you can see here supply includes. We are starting with 7 subsection 1. What are the activities which will come under supply? 7 subsection 1, total 4 activities, 4 clauses are there, 7.1a, 7.1aa, 7.1b and 7.1c, like that. Look into 7.1a. First one, any activity for consideration in the course or furtherance of business. So what are the 2 essential ingredients to become supply under the 7.1a? Number 1, it should be for a consideration. Number 2, it should be in the course or furtherance of business. I am taking classes, it's an activity. Is it for consideration or without consideration? Without consideration. So will it come under 7.1a? No, it will not come under 7.1a. Okay, without consideration only, na? By any chance did anyone collect that you attend this class, you have to pay this much, like that? No one, right? Excuse me, no one, right? Okay, because behind me, without knowing whether anyone collected some 10 rupees or 20 rupees, like that, I thought, okay, no one collected, good. And this is without consideration in the course or furtherance of business, yes, but one point is not satisfied, so it will not become supply. It's in the course or furtherance of business, of course, yes. This is my profession, yeah, this is my profession. I am a proud teacher, it is my profession. So therefore it is in the course or furtherance of business, but it is not for consideration, therefore it will not be coming under supply. Now, had it been a regular batch, I am taking a regular batch or some other classes for which I am getting fees, will it come under supply? Yes, it will be definitely be coming under supply, because it is activity for consideration in the course or furtherance of business. You sell a mobile in OLX, whether it is activity? Yes. Is it for consideration? Yes, but it will not come under supply. Why? Because it is not in the course or furtherance of business. That is about 7.1a. So almost all activities will come into 7.1a. If it is not for consideration or not in the course or furtherance of business, it will not come. Then there is something called as 7.1aa, that is any activity between a person other than individual and its members for a consideration. Who is person other than individual? So first person definition, if you see, individual, HUF, AOP, BOI, company, body corporate, LLP, local authority, government also. In income tax person, we have all this, but government is not a person under income tax, but in GST government is a person. So person other than individual, let's take HUF. Is HUF a person other than individual? Yes. Who are the members of HUF? The co-partners. And between HUF and the members of HUF, if there is any activity, same way, between firm and partners, between company and its shareholders, between AOP and its members, if there is any activity between them, that will come under 7.1aa. Why there is a need of separate clause? Won't it be covered under 7.1a itself? No, it will not be covered under 7.1a itself, because there is one Supreme Court judgment. As per that Supreme Court judgment, they are telling between an association and its members, there cannot be services. Consequently, service tax not payable. Like that one judgment came in 2019. But that judgment came when the GST law is prevailing. That judgment came for service tax, but it came in the year when GST is being implemented, 2019. For that reason, they have created this 7.1aa to nullify the judgment. Okay. Supreme Court judgment needs to be nullified. Needs to be nullified means what? They need to go against the Supreme Court decision. So what can they do? They should make the change in the law. Accordingly, here they have brought in this 7.1aa. What does this 7.1aa says? Any activity between a person other than individual and its members. So even though they both are same, association and members are one and the same, partnership firm and partners are one and the same, even though they are one and the same, but it will become supply if it is for a consideration. Can you give me an example of member that is in other than individuals, person other than individual and its members? Any one example? Housing society, apartment owners association. In housing society or apartments, what will happen? There will be a association which will incur the common area expenses like lift maintenance, garden maintenance, water supply, power backup, security, etc. And in turn, it will be recovered from the members in the form of maintenance charges. So that maintenance charges is consideration. So even though it is association and members are one and the same, but the activity will become supply under 7.1aa. Is it clear? Then one more example. There is a company which is providing services to its shareholder. A shareholder wanted to transfer the shares from his name to his wife's name. For that, the company will do the share transfer and collect a share transfer fees. It is between members and the company. So therefore, even though it is one and the same, but it will become supply under 7.1aa. Got it? What is the difference between 7.1a and 7.1aa? 7.1a is also for consideration. 7.1a also for consideration. But 7.1a is between any person to any person. But 7.1aa is between any person other than individual and its members okay. And for 7.1a you can see in the course or furtherance of business, but that is missing in 7.1aa. So what does it mean? Definitely individual means only personal transaction. Why for other than individual there will be personal transaction? Because they use the word person other than individual. Everything will be business transactions only in a company, firm, etc. Why will there be personal for that? Because they are not human beings. So due to that reason, it will be by default in the course or furtherance of business, even though it is not separately given. Next, 7.1b. I want you to find the difference between 7.1a and 7.1b. Read 7.1b. Import of services for consideration, whether or not in the course or furtherance of business. What is the difference you can find between 7.1a and 7.1b? 7.1a is in the course or furtherance of business, but 7.1b is whether or not in the course or furtherance of business. 7.1a is any activity, but 7.1b is import of services. Why import of goods is not given? Very good. It is a subject matter under customs, that's the reason why it is not given here. And next, here it should be like import of service for a consideration. Example we will see. You are subscribing for Netflix or Amazon Prime. Is it an import of service? Of course, yes, it's an import of service. And is it for consideration? Yes. For Netflix, some subscription charges is there, na, some 199 rupees or 299 like that we need to pay. So that is for consideration. Is it in the course or furtherance of your business? No, it's for your personal purpose. Even then it will become supply under 7.1b. Is it clear? Business. For example, I am purchasing or I am making payment to Google Drive for the purpose of getting Google Drive services. Is it clear? Because I'm into the sale of video lectures, etc. and all. For that I need Google Drive. So yearly we are paying around 10,000 rupees to 15,000 rupees for Google for the purpose of getting the cloud storage. So it's an import of service. For consideration, yes. Is it in the course or furtherance of my business? Yes. So whether or not in the course or furtherance of business, it will become supply under 7.1b. There is one more hidden point which you need to understand. 7.1a we see from the supplier point of view. That is, I am selling or I am providing services. From supplier point of view, we check in the course or furtherance of business. But 7.1b, we will not see from supplier point of view, we see from the recipient point of view. Okay. And this comparative differences I gave in the next page. Immediate next page you can see. Section nature of supply, consideration, course or furtherance of business, point of view and coverage. Section 7.1a. What is the nature of supply? Any activity. Whether consideration is must? Yes. Should it be in the course or furtherance of business? Yes. And whose point of view? Supplier point of view. What is the coverage? Either goods or services. Understood? 7.1aa. Any activity between person other than individual. Person other than individual is one phrase. Person other than individual means that is HUF, AOP, BOI, LLP, firm, body corporate, like that. Got it? And its members, the members of that person. And here also remaining things are constant. Consideration, course or furtherance of business. From whose point of view we need to see? Supplier point of view. And here also both goods and service are covered in this transaction. But 7.1b only import of service. So service is only covered, goods is not covered. For consideration, yes, it may or may not be in the course or furtherance of business. And from whose point of view we need to see? From recipient point of view. Then next we need to understand what is the difference between tax and duty. Tax and duty, because if you remember the previous discussion, I told you customs duty, excise duty, then tax, sales tax, GST, goods and services tax, like that. What is the difference between tax and duty? Because definitely people will ask me this, like even they will ask you also the moment they come to know that you are doing CA, etc. and all. So everyone wanted to test us what to do. Not only ICI, everyone around us wanted to test. Okay. So it's like whenever I go to any marriage function, etc. and all, the moment they come to know, they will ask me what you are doing. I cannot say teacher, like that they will ask. So I cannot say teacher and all, but see, teaching is a very noble profession, agreed or not? Because we will stay like this only, but we are like ladders and above us everyone will climb and go. Am I right? And we are so happy about it. I am not talking about myself, every teacher, with due respect. So every teacher will be like that only, but students will be climbing, and some people after climbing, will remember the ladder, some people will forget the ladder. It's okay, but the ladder is ladder all the days, correct or not? But people will not understand. So when I say that CA or I'm doing tax classes, etc. like that, a tax consultancy, they will ask, they will test me. So capital gain, I transferred something of this sort, and how much capital gain tax will come? Some people who will be coming from abroad and all, they will be bringing some baggage and all. So in that they will bring one mobile or they will bring something, and they will tell, no, I brought this, and how much customs duty we need to pay? Why are you asking me? Already, people are testing me daily. Anything, you come to my office, pay fees, and I will tell them. So no free advice. But when you are a student, they will test you. They will ask, because some boomer uncles will be there and they will be asking you, so what is the difference between duty and tax? So we should tell some answer. What is that? Tax versus duty. Very good, sir. Irrespective of whether we are generating revenue or not, we need to pay customs duty. Good. and tax we need to pay only when we generate the revenue. Example, customs duty, I am importing not for sale but for my own purpose. Should I pay? Yes, that is customs duty. Excise duty, I manufacture not for sale, not for sale, I manufacture, throw it in Bay of Bengal, then also should I pay excise duty? Yes, yes, I have to pay because it is on manufacture. That is the beauty of duty. Duty means whether you generate a revenue or not generate a revenue, you have to pay. But tax is not like that. Tax is only when you generate a revenue, you need to pay. For example, I am taking classes freely, no need to pay tax. I am giving goods freely, I don't have to pay sales tax. Are you understanding? If it is for revenue, that is for a consideration, then I need to pay. Is it clear? However, this difference is defeated in GST. In GST, there are some transactions, even though without consideration, we need to pay tax. Is it clear? Generally, by very nature, if we generate revenue only, we need to pay tax. But that is something which is defeated in GST, where they are telling there are 4 transactions, even though there is no consideration, you have to pay GST, but only 4 transactions. What are those 4 transactions? Remember this with a mnemonic: DRIP, D-R-I-P. D for disposal of business asset on which ITC has been availed. Disposal of business asset on which ITC has been availed. Usually lot of companies, what they do is that they will be purchasing laptops for their employees. They take ITC also on purchase of laptops. They use it for 2 years, 3 years, and they depreciate under income tax section 32. What is the rate of depreciation for laptop? 40%. So means it is like, so 40%, if they depreciate like first year 40, next year 40, 3 years like that, they will depreciate. It will have a nominal value now. 3 years, 40, 40, 40, lot of amount got depreciated. They will change the laptops. What they will do with the old laptops? They will be donating it to schools. They will be donating it to schools or some government schools or colleges, etc. They will be donating it. So that will be coming under disposal of business asset. Is it their business asset? Yes, it's their business asset. On which ITC avail? Yes. Now they gave it freely. Under CSR they will distribute. You understood? Or normally also they may distribute it freely. Now in this case it will become supply. Are they generating any consideration out of that? No, they are not generating any consideration out of that. Even then it will become supply. What is the agenda here? Why it is becoming supply? Because they enjoy the ITC. They enjoy the ITC. When the asset is not with you, how can you enjoy the ITC? So due to that reason only you need to pay GST. Understood the logic here? You enjoy, you purchase the asset and the ITC also you availed on that asset. Now the asset is with you? No. When the asset is not with you, how can you enjoy the ITC? So therefore pay GST. That is the idea behind it. Disposal of business asset on which ITC is availed. Now one more example. I am buying a car. On that car, ITC is not availed because cars are blocked credits. When we learn in input tax credit, there we will see there are some ineligible credits or blocked credits. Car is a block credit and we can take ITC with respect to the car. So I purchased a car, I did not take ITC, and after that I sold that car, it will become supply under 7(1)(a), correct? Why it will become supply under 7(1)(a)? Activity, sale of car. For consideration, yes. In the course or furtherance of business, yes, yes, it's in the course or furtherance of business because it is purchased in my business and I sell that car. What if I donated that car freely to an orphanage or freely to a old age home? Will it become supply under 7(1)(c)? No. Why no? Because disposal of business asset, it is my business asset only. On which ITC avail? No, not avail. That's why it will not come under 7(1)(c). Understood here? D. Come on. What are the 4 activities which are covered under supply 7(1)(c) even though without consideration? D, R, I, P. D for disposal of business asset on which ITC is availed. Then R for related party transaction, including transaction between distinct persons. There are some related party transactions or transaction between distinct persons, even though without consideration, that activity becomes supply between related parties. who are related parties, who are distinct persons, subsequently we are going to discuss, but right now you remember this. Related party transaction including transaction between distinct person. I for import of services. So, import of services by a person from a related person or establishment located outside India. What is the difference between this import of service versus this import of service? 71B versus 71C. Both places we have import of service. Could you see that? 71B import of service should be for consideration, but 71C import of service will be without consideration. 71B import of service can be from any person, but 71C from a related person or another establishment located outside India. And P for principal agent transaction, but this is only in case of goods where the agent is acting on behalf of principal. So, these are the 4 activities which are treated as supply even though without consideration. Okay, and let's try to understand little bit the details related to this. Next page you can see 71C. Whenever you are writing 71C, read with schedule 1. So, there are total 3 schedules in GST. In CGST Act, there are 3 schedules, Schedule 1, Schedule 2 and Schedule 3. Schedule 1 talks about list of activities which are treated as supply even though without consideration. Can you see that in the book? 71C. 71C is always read with Schedule 1. Highlight that. 71C, Schedule 1. List of activities which are treated as supply even though without consideration. Then 71C, list of activities. Schedule 2, section 7(1) capital A. What is 1 capital A? Classification of supply into goods or services. That is Schedule 2. Highlight that. Schedule 2. 7(1)A, classification of goods in supply into goods or services. Then Schedule 3 is activities which are excluded from supply. 7 subsection 2, list of activities which are excluded from supply. So, that you can see there itself, 7 subsection 2 read with Schedule 3, activities which are excluded from supply. So, therefore, in this what we have covered now is 71C read with Schedule 1, DRIP. Now, look into the next page, D. What is D? Disposal of business asset on which ITC is availed. Should it be for consideration? No. Remember, whenever there is no consideration, you need to refer to 71C. Whenever there is no C, C 71C. You understood? Whenever there is no C, that is no consideration, then only 71C will come. Is it clear? So, these 4 activities will come only when there is no consideration. And should it be in the course or furtherance of business? That is the disposal of business asset. Should it be in the course or furtherance of business? They did not specify. It may or may not be in the course or furtherance of business. If you remember one example, I told you that the company is giving laptops. The company is giving laptops under CSR, corporate social responsibility. That is in the course or furtherance of business. But another example I told you that if it is given to an orphanage or old age home, that is not in the course or furtherance of business. Is it clear or not? So, disposal of business asset may be in the course or furtherance of business, may not be in the course or furtherance of business, but only what you need to check is that, is it a business asset? ITC availed on that business asset? Is it disposed of? Got it? It may or may not be. And what is the coverage here? Goods, only goods. We don't have services, only goods, because business asset is not service. Business asset is only goods. And from whose point of view we need to see? Supplier point of view. Then R for related party transactions, including transaction between distinct persons. Correct? R for what? Related party transaction, including transaction between distinct person. Consideration, not necessary. Should it be in the course or furtherance of business? Of course, yes. From whose point of view? Supplier point of view. Coverage is both goods and services. Then I. What is this I here? Import of services from related person or another establishment located outside India. Is it for consideration? No. And should it be in the course or furtherance of business? Yes. Now you observe 7(1)B import of service may or may not be in the course or furtherance of business, But 7.1c import of service should be in the course or furtherance of business. Example, say there is a holding company outside India and I have a subsidiary company in India, and subsidiary company and holding company are treated as related. Subsidiary company is importing some technology from holding company, and for which the subsidiary company is not at all paying any consideration. Is it clear? Now, is it supply or not a supply? It is supply. Why it is supply? Import of service from a related person. Yes or no? Is it for consideration? No. But is it in the course or furtherance of business? Yes. What is the intention behind making this transaction supply? Even though they are not paying anything for this technology to the holding company, but whatever profit that is made by the subsidiary company, out of that a percentage share belongs to the holding company. Indirectly the money is going to holding company in the form of profit share. Is it clear? For that reason they want to tax this transaction, even though there is no direct consideration, but they are telling it is supply, but only if it is from a related person. Okay, and it should be in the course or furtherance of business. From whose point of view? Recipient point of view. And what is the coverage? Coverage is services, only services. And wherever you can see import of service, there you see recipient point of view. In all other places supplier point of view only you need to check. Correct? Then P for principal agent transactions. In case of principal agent transactions, so only goods are covered. Services is not covered here, only goods. It should not be for consideration. And should it be in the course or furtherance of business? Yes. And from whose point of view we need to see? Supplier point of view. Understood this table? Got the clarity related to this? Now that is about 7.1c. What we have seen so far is the inclusions. Inclusions in the meaning of supply. So when we do the questions, you can apply that. You can apply to this point and arrive at the answers. Okay. Next, look into the meaning of related, because here if you observe, there are two important aspects that we have come across. In two places related meaning is there. Charge. So where is that meaning of related? You can see page number 16. Page number 16. I just simplified this time. What is the meaning of related? You can see there. So remember family scope. Remember family scope. That is the meaning of related. Okay. Meaning of related, family scope. Who are related? Family scope. Okay. Family, meaning of family. What is the meaning of family? You can see there, same page. Family means spouse and children, whether or not dependent, and parents, grandparents, brothers and sisters of the person, if they are wholly and mainly dependent on that person. So for me, my wife and my children are always family, whether they are dependent on me or not dependent on me. My brothers, my sisters and my parents, my grandparents, both sides, paternal as well as maternal, they are not treated as my family if they are not dependent on me. If they are dependent on me only, they will be treated as family. Is it clear? And so what we are learning right now? Related definition. Why are we learning related definition? In 7.1c, there are two activities between related parties, any transaction or import of service from a related person. For the sake of that, we are learning this. Okay. And if you observe this definition, whether in-laws are covered under family definition. Son-in-law, daughter-in-law, brother-in-law, no one is covered. In-laws are not covered. So father-in-law, mother-in-law also not family. Is it clear? Next, one more point also observe here. For me, my grandfather is covered under family. For me, my grandfather is covered under family if my grandfather is dependent on me. But for my grandfather, I am not covered under family. Correct? Yes or no? So because grandchildren is not given. Only grandparents are given, but grandchildren is not given. I don't know how it will be. So how my grandfather is family to me, but for my grandfather I am not his family, but then I don't know whose family I am then. So therefore they created these two odd points. Be careful with respect to that, they can test this. Okay, next, family scope. Yes, for sole selling agent. Sole selling agent will always be treated as related. Who is a sole selling agent? Sole means not S-O-U-L, S-O-L-E. One, sole selling agent. I have only one agent and all the transaction will happen through that agent, then that agent is a related person. Okay. Next, control. There are total 4 points in control. First point you see, common shareholder investment greater than or equals to 25%. Means what? There are two companies. For these two companies there is a common shareholder. How much that common shareholder is holding? More than or equals to 25%. Example, A Limited and B Limited. Both the companies I am the shareholder. I am holding 25% or more. Why they are treated as related? If any transaction that A Limited needs to make with B Limited, without my voting right they cannot do. Correct? Because 25% is a substantial stake, and due to that reason any transaction between them, definitely I will be an influential person. For that reason it is a related party transaction. How will A Limited know that I have invested 25% or more in B Limited? Because under the Companies Act disclosure requirement, I need to disclose with every company where I have invested more than 25% or more with other companies. I have to disclose that. So with A Limited also I disclose that I have invested more than 25% in B Limited, and B Limited also I will disclose that I have invested 25% or more in A Limited. Is that clear? So first point, what is the mnemonic that you need to remember for related definition? Come on. Family scope. Family, you know, family was meaning spouse and children, whether or not dependent, brothers, sisters, parents, grandparents, if they are wholly and mainly dependent. Okay, partly dependent, partly not dependent, like that and all we don't have. Dependent or not dependent, simple, you understood. Next, yes, sole selling agent. Then C, control. In that control, first point, common shareholder holding investment greater than or equals to 25%. And next, investment greater than 50%. That is one company investing more than 50% in the other company, holding subsidiary. Is it clear? Holding subsidiary is always treated as related because of this point, investment greater than 50%. Then common control by a third person. What is this common control by a third person? Simple. There are two companies. These two companies are under the common control of a third person. You understood? Even though these two companies don't have any connection, but these two companies have the same parent company. Okay, simple pa. Two kids pa, same father, different mother. Related or not related? Same logic. Okay, so they both don't know anything. You understood? And this person is a playboy. He went and thrown seeds multiple places. But these two people belongs to the same father. Means are they related or not? Yes. Like that, two companies having the same parent company, and because of which these two companies are treated as related. That is the meaning of common control by a third person. Understood? Next, majority controlling a third person. Okay, so what is that majority controlling a third person? That is like two shareholders you take in a company, two shareholders you take. Cumulatively those two shareholders are holding more than 50%. Now those two shareholders are treated as related. There is a company here. In that company there are two shareholders. Those two shareholders hold the major investment, means more than 50% of that company. Now these two shareholders will be influencing the company, correct or not? That's why these two shareholders are treated as related. These are the 4 points. Common shareholder holding 25% or more, investment greater than 50%, common control by a third person, majority controlling a third person. This you can see above. I have given those points. Point number 4 you see, related to control. Already I gave the definition, but I just simplified the definition for you. So look into the point number 4. Whatever example I told you, it is there. What is that? A has invested 25% or more in X Limited and 25% or more in Y Limited. So two companies with a common shareholder holding 25% or more. Yes or no? So therefore, X limited and Y limited are treated as related. That is the first point I told you. That is common shareholder investing 25% or more. And second one, what is that? Investment more than 50%. One company investing more than 50%. One of them directly or indirectly control the another. What is the meaning of control here? Either investment greater than 50% or majority common board of directors. That is also control, correct? Say two companies having 4 board of directors, out of that 3 are common, then definitely majority common, so they are treated as related. Then next, controlling the operations. Listen, see, fifth point says one company should control the another. What is the meaning of control? Investment more than 50, that's normal, and majority common board of directors, that is also normal, you would have studied in Companies Act. Controlling the operations. Controlling the operations means I am not controlling the company through investment, I am not controlling the company through management, but I am controlling their operations. Means whatever they do, it will be the day-to-day operations will be under my control. Example, Oyo, you know na? Oyo. What pa? Oyo room, you know? Oyo room. Oyo room. Definitely you will be knowing. How you will not know that? Definitely you will be knowing. Everyone will be knowing. Oyo rooms is so popular, na? And because they do lot of uncle's job, etc. and all. So therefore, this Oyo room is owned by Oyo. Oyo hotels are there, a lot of Oyo hotels we see. Whether it is owned by Oyo, no. But they are operating it. You understood? I am not owning the hotel, but I am looking after the day-to-day operations of the hotel. Whatever revenue I generate, out of that, a percentage I give to the owner of the hotel. That is known as control by way of operations. Is it clear? Even though I have not invested anything, even though I am not investing in the management, I mean majority board of directors are not same, but as I am controlling their operations, definitely that will be coming under control. Is it clear? Next. So what are the 4 points in control? First point, common shareholder investment greater than or equal to 25%, then investment greater than 50%, then common control by a third person. See this 7th one. Together they directly indirectly control a third person. Sixth point, both of them are directly indirectly controlled by a third person. That is, X limited is controlled by A limited, Y limited is also controlled by A limited. They both are under the common control of A limited, that's why they both are treated as related. That is this common control by third person. Then majority controlling a third person. That is, see this, majority controlling a third person means X limited invested 28% in A limited and Y limited invested 30% in A limited. Now together how much? 58, means more than 50, correct? So two shareholders, it is like, say pa, there is one girls college pa, and one boy will be going daily to that girls college to look at one girl pa. Another boy will come from another college to look into the same girl in that same girls college pa. Now that girl will not consider these two, will go with someone else pa. But these two people will become friends. You understood or not? Clear? Clear? So like that, together they directly, indirectly control a third person. They both have common interest. What is that common interest? Company. You understood? Like that, X limited invested 28% in A limited and Y limited invested 30% in A limited. Together 30 and 28, if you see 58%, as both X limited and Y limited together control A limited, they both are treated as related. Okay, I thought of giving one more example, but that won't be nice, that's why I did not give that. So but you can understand. Okay, then next, see this, SCO, O for officers or directors of one another. What is this officers or directors of one another means? That is, in my business you are appointed as officer or director, and in your business you are appointing me as officer or director. Now we both have mutual interest, so we both are treated as related. Is it clear? One of them, that is officers or directors of one another. So in my business you are appointed as officer or director, Parallelly in your business, I am appointed as officer or director. So we both are related. See that in the first point, such persons are officers or directors of another's business. Mr. X is appointed as officer of Y's business and Y is appointed as officer of X business. Now X and Y are related. And one more point you need to remember in this regard, director of a company and such company are also related. It's a very, very important point. This is given through CBIC circular. Director of a company and a company always treated as related. So between them, if there is any transaction, is it a related party transaction? Yes, it's a related party transaction. Then P for partners of a firm. Example, ABC created a partnership firm. Now the three are partners of the firm. Now A and B are related, B and C are related, A and C are related. So partners of a firm are related. But remember, partners and firm are not related. Only partners of a firm are related, but partners and firm are not related. You can see that in second point. Such persons are legally recognized partners of a firm. Why they use the word legally recognized? Why they use the word legally recognized? Legally recognized means what? It means that the partnership deed is registered. Okay. So partners in a firm are related, however partners and such firm not related. Highlight that. However, partners and such firm are not related. Then last, E, employer and employee. Always employer and employee are also treated as related. So tell me, what is the meaning of related? Family, scope. Family, you know. S for sole selling agent. C for control. 4 controls. Common shareholder. How much? 25% or more in 2 companies. Next. See, no need to by heart the definition. That's why I gave you this mnemonic. You don't have to, you will never write the definition anywhere in the exam. But you should know while reading the question whether it's a related party transaction or not. For that we are discussing this. Okay. So common shareholder 25% or more in 2 companies. Second control, investment more than 50%. Next control, common control by a third person. Next 4, majority controlling a third person. Is it clear? That is together they control a third person. That is this. Then SCO for officers or directors of one another. Then P for partners of a firm. Then E for employer and employee. Very good. So this is about related party transactions and import of services by related person. Now we are moving on to exclusion from supply. We completed fully inclusions into supply. Look into exclusions from supply. Supply excludes 7 subsection 2. These are the activities which are excluded from supply. Spelled slow. S for sovereign functions. What are the sovereign functions? All activities which are given under, there is a change in that. Previously what you studied versus now. So all activities which are listed out in Article 243G or 243W of the Constitution is known as sovereign function. That is panchayat or municipality function. But directly they will not give panchayat or municipality like that. They will give, so the said activity is covered under Article 243G or 243W. Then you should understand that it's a constitutional function, sovereign function, therefore it is excluded from supply. So should we remember this number? Yes. Article 243G, 243W of the Constitution, basically these are municipality and gram panchayat functions. Okay. Example, it is a job of the municipality to provide water supply, for which they collect some charges, water charges, that is excluded from supply. Then it is the job of the municipality to do this solid waste management. Solid waste management means what? Cleaning the garbage, etc. and all. For that, if they collect any charges like that, for doing the activity as per Article 243G or W of the Constitution, if they do anything, that will be excluded from supply. Is it clear? But How to remember these activities? You can never remember these activities. That itself is like some 4-page information, list of activities. Why to remember? No use. But know that these are constitutional functions which are excluded from supply. Understood? What is the first one? Yes for sovereign functions of government. Means what? Municipality or Gram Panchayat under 243G or 243W of Constitution. Then P for posts. What post? Government post, constitutional post, nominated post. Example for government post, MLAs, MPs, etc. Example of constitutional post is Chief Justice of India, Governor, that is constitutional post. Nominated post means there will be a body, and in that body under government will be appointing nominee directors, or government will be appointing the head of that body. Example, SEBI chairman, RBI governor, CBI director. These are all examples of nominated post. So these people also excluded. They are not required to pay any GST on their remuneration. Moreover, their remuneration will not come under income from salaries in income tax. It will come under IFOS. Correct? Do you remember that? So they are not called as employees of government. MLAs, MPs and all not called as employees of government. So therefore, it will not come under income from salaries, either PGBP or IFOS. There it will be coming, mostly IFOS. That is this, post, constitutional post, government post and nominated post. Then A, actionable claims other than specified actionable claims. HC block. HC block is this specified actionable claims. What is the meaning of that HC block? You can see in the next page. H for horse racing. Horse racing, C for casinos, B for betting, L for lottery, O for online money gaming and G for gambling. These are the only specified actionable claims which are covered under supply or excluded from supply. Covered under supply. All actionable claims are excluded from supply. These 6 are only covered under supply. Got it? What is the meaning of an actionable claim? There is no definition of actionable claim in GST. So you don't have to remember the definition, but try to understand what is the meaning of actionable claim. Concentrate. You have a lottery ticket. You have a lottery ticket. Means you have right to receive the prize money. Correct? You have right to receive the prize money. So what is the first condition for actionable claim? Right to receive benefit. Is it transferable? Can we transfer the lottery ticket from one person to another person? Will there be any name on the lottery ticket? No. So it is transferable. Legally enforceable? Yes, because in the state where lottery system is prevailing, legally it is enforceable. And finally, who will receive the money? The holder of that lottery ticket will receive the money. If these 4 conditions are satisfied, an instrument will become actionable claim. What are those 4 conditions? Number 1, you have right to receive the money or receive the benefit. Number 2, transferable, legally enforceable. The holder will be receiving the benefit. Okay. Now, there are a lot of actionable claims. Is bill of exchange an actionable claim? Apply this and tell me. Bill of exchange, you have right to receive benefit, transferable, legally enforceable, and who will receive money? The holder of that bill will receive. So that is also an actionable claim. Then check, bearer check. Is bearer check an actionable claim? You have right to receive? Yes. Transferable? Yes. Because there is no crossed. Anyone can take. And legally enforceable? Yes. Who will receive the money? The holder of that check will receive the money. So there are many actionable claims. However, only 6 actionable claims are covered under supply. That is this HC block. Got it? H for horse racing. In horse racing, what is the actionable claim? Ticket that we buy on a particular horse is known as actionable claim. Then next, casinos. In casinos, when we go, we deposit some money and we get the chips, coins. So that will be called as actionable claim. You would have seen many movies. This color, different color coins and all will come. So yellow color, green color, red color, etc. and all. So that is casinos. Then next, that is actionable claim. HC, B for betting. So in betting, the betting itself is the actionable claim. Then next, lottery ticket. Then online money gaming. What will come under online money gaming? Any betting app. Difference between betting and online money gaming is that in online money gaming, we deposit the money to play the game, and the intention there is to win the money. That is online money gaming. Betting is offline. Offline, when it happens, like on an event, when you place a bet, that is called as betting. Both are same actually, but online money gaming involves a platform, okay. Then gambling and betting also same, but a slight difference is there between that. In betting, the odds of winning and the odds of losing will be more or less the same, whereas in gambling, the odds of winning is very less compared to the odds of losing. Actually, horse racing will come under gambling only, because there are 10 horses, only one horse will win. Means what is the probability? 1 by 10. What is the probability of losing? 9 by 10. That is actually gambling. Got it? So these are the specified actionable claims. Again, once again, what are the specified actionable claims? Come on. Horse racing, casinos, betting, lottery, online money gaming, and gambling. Now answer my question. Generally, this GTA 5, like that one game is there. GTA Vice City, GTA 5. I think latest is what? GTA 5? GTA 5. And to play that game, we need to spend money. There are a lot of PS5 games now, PlayStation games. We need to spend money. Initially, when PS1, PS2, PS3 was there, it was in a CD form. There will be one gaming CD, you can put that gaming CD in the console and you can play. Thereafter, what they did, this gaming CDs and all getting pirated. For that reason, they changed it to cloud model, wherein you have to download the game into the console and you need to play that. And now we need to spend. So GTA, we need to spend money to play the game. Say for example, some 5,000 rupees we pay for purchase of that game. Is it specified actionable claim? Why? Won't it come under online money gaming? No, because there the intention is not to earn the money, so therefore it will come under online gaming, not online money gaming. Is it clear? You understood the difference between online gaming and online money gaming? So what will happen in online gaming? Respond here. The intention is not to earn money, just spending money. That is online gaming. Online money gaming, where we play the game with the intention of earning some money, that is online money gaming. Then look into the next one. You understood SPA, S for sovereign functions, P for post, A for actionable claims. Actionable claims other than specified actionable claims. Then L for legal fees. Legal fees is fee collected by court or tribunal. Fees collected by court or tribunal is legal fees. So generally courts and tribunals will be collecting some fees for the purpose of admitting a case. That does not mean they are collecting money for giving the judgment. So that's why it will not be treated as supply. Then next, what is tribunal, what is court? Court is general, whatever court that you know, district court, sessions court, municipal court, magistrate court, then high court, supreme court, etc. Tribunal means within a law, for the purpose of dispute resolution, they create a dispute resolution body called as tribunal. Example, in income tax there is income tax appellate tribunal. In company law we have NCLT, National Company Law Tribunal, that one, okay. Then L for land sale. So sale of land is excluded from supply. Why? Why sale of land is excluded from supply? Our land is immovable. Will immovable come under goods? No. And right now we are talking about what? Goods and services tax. Land is immovable, so that's why it will not come under goods. So land sale is excluded from supply. Then sale of building. Even sale of building is also excluded from supply. But when is it called as sale of building really? Concentrate. There is a apartment which is coming up. Means they are doing construction. Now also can we buy apartment? Can we buy now a flat in that apartment? Yes. But what we are paying for is not for the apartment, is for the construction of the apartment. So that will be covered under supply. If the apartment is completed, thereafter if you pay money and buy the flat, then in that case it is sale of building and it is excluded from supply. So read it carefully. I want every one of you to read there. So land sale including, read, sale of building where entire consideration is received after obtaining completion certificate or first occupation, whichever is earlier. So completion certificate is given by the local authority for the property. Whenever we receive entire consideration after completion certificate, that is excluded from supply. You can see this GST on sale of flats. Okay, so where is that GST on sale of flats? Page number 18, you can see page number 18. GST on sale of flats. Say this. Total 3 scenarios may happen. You are receiving entire money. You are a builder. Concentrate. You are a builder. You are receiving entire money before obtaining completion certificate. Is it covered under supply or excluded from supply? Covered under supply. When is it excluded from supply? When entire consideration is received after obtaining completion certificate. So it is covered under supply. GST payable? Yes. What is the nature? It is not a sale of immobile property. I told you whatever money that you pay is for the construction, and the name of that activity is works, contract, service. Then suppose second scenario, if entire money is received after obtaining completion certificate, then if entire amount is received after obtaining completion certificate, then it is excluded from supply. GST payable or not payable? Not payable. Not payable GST because it is excluded from supply. And what is it treated as? Sale of immobile property. Then part money received before obtaining completion certificate and remaining money after obtaining completion certificate. Now, is entire amount after obtaining completion certificate? No. So therefore, what is your answer? Covered under supply or excluded from supply? Huh? Covered under supply. Why is not excluded from supply? Because entire amount is not after obtaining completion certificate. So it is covered under supply. GST payable on entire money. And what is the nature? It is treated as works, contract, service. Understood? Then, so my doubt is, why GST payable on entire money? For example, first we pay 5 lakhs. 75 lakhs is the price of the flat. First we pay 5 lakhs. We book the flat. Thereafter, after completion certificate, we pay remaining 70 lakhs. Now, GST payable only on 5 lakhs or entire 75 lakhs? Entire 75 lakhs. Even if you pay a token advance also, GST payable on entire amount? Yes. Unfortunately, yes. So, how builders will avoid, in this case? They will receive this consideration, part consideration before completion certificate in the form of cash. And thereafter, they will receive entire amount in check. Thereby, for the purpose of records, it is like entire money is received after completion certificate and they will return the cash. First, they will collect 5 lakhs here. After completion certificate, they will collect 75 lakhs check from you and this 5 lakhs will be returned. So, in records, it will be like entire 75 lakhs is collected after completion certificate. So, it will be excluded from supply. You understood? So, this is how lot of builders will be doing to come into this category. So, that is this completion certificate. Who will issue completion certificate? Competent authority. If you read that wording they gave, where the entire consideration is received after obtaining completion certificate or first occupation, whichever is earlier. Can you see that? Go back to the exclusion from supply. In that exclusion from supply, what is the point given there? Sale of land, including sale of building, where entire consideration is received after obtaining completion certificate or first occupation, whichever is earlier. What is the meaning of first occupation? First occupation means they are constructing a building. In that building, one flat, if it is occupied by a person, that is called as a first occupation. Thereafter, any flat sold in that building will be coming under after first occupation. It is excluded from supply. Why like that? Because lot of builders, what they do nowadays, they will make the bare shell. Bare shell means walls, everything will be there, but if you open the door, nothing will be inside. Partition will not happen, but outside exterior everything they will complete. And now depending upon your requirement, they will be modifying. Suppose some people will say, I need 2 bedrooms, I need 3 bedrooms, I need 1 master bedroom, 1 compact bedroom. And some people will say, I need open kitchen, because then only whatever cooking can be recorded and it can be posted in YouTube. You understood? because nowadays people are cooking for the sake of YouTube, you understood. And next, some people will say, no, I have a kid who is doing CA, I don't know how many years it will take, so one room separately, study room is required. So depending upon different requirements, so inside the house they modify and give. That's why it is like flat by flat they will complete, flat by flat they will complete, they will not get a completion certificate. So that's the reason why they are telling first occupation or completion certificate, whichever is earlier. See this, first occupation means date on which a flat is occupied by the buyer in the project, it is deemed as completion, and remaining flats unbooked is excluded from supply. Understood? Then come back. So we have seen S, P, A, L, L. Another one you see E. E refers to employee to employer in the course of employment. So there is an employee who is providing services to the employer. In the course of employment, whatever money that they have received is excluded from supply. Means salary is excluded from supply. Why salary is excluded from supply? Already on salary lot of income tax we are paying, na? Again GST also means people will leave the country, you understood? That's the reason why there is no GST on salary. Then D for death related. What are the death related activities? Funeral, burial, crematorium, mortuary, including transportation of deceased. So transportation of deceased, that is dead body, okay. So all these are post death activities, okay. Funeral, burial, crematorium, mortuary, including of, so this government transportation, that is whether government is transporting or any person is transporting, you remove that government, it is irrelevant now. So transportation of deceased, because even private people also can do transportation, na? Any person transporting will be coming under exclusion from supply, that is death related, okay. Funeral, burial, crematorium, mortuary, including transportation of deceased is excluded from supply, that is post death, because until the time a person is alive, so lot of activities they pay GST. At least after death, let them go peacefully, you understood? So that's why they have excluded it. So may their soul rest in peace. So tell me, what are the list of activities that we have seen? Yes, sovereign functions of government, that is all activities of government under article 243 G or 243 W of the Constitution. Then P, post. Post refers to government post, constitutional post, nominated post. A, actionable claims other than HC block, horse racing, casinos, betting, lottery, online money gaming, gambling. Then next L, legal fees, fee collected by court or tribunal. Another L, land sale, including sale of building where entire consideration is received after obtaining completion certificate or first occupation, whichever is earlier. Then E, employee to employer in the course of employment. D, death related, that is funeral, burial, etc. Then we have slow, that is S for sale before import. Concentrate, please listen. Sale before import means whenever the goods are in transit, I am the original importer, I placed an order with the foreign seller, the goods are in transit, now I transfer the document of title to you. When I transfer the document of title to you, so you will only go to the customs and clear the goods. So anyhow you are going to pay the customs duty along with IGST. Carefully listen, I am the original importer, I placed an order with the foreign seller. Please listen here, please concentrate. I am the original importer, I placed an order with the foreign seller. Now the goods are in transit, okay. I purchased for $10,000. Now I transfer the document of title to you. When I transfer the document of title to you, I collected $11,000. Why $11,000? The $1,000 is my profit, okay. Now you will be clearing the imported goods by filing bill of entry and you will pay the customs duty. You will pay customs duty on what? You will pay customs duty on $11,000. Is it clear? Along with customs duty you pay IGST also, okay. You are a subsequent buyer. Now you paid me $11,000 na. If I charge GST on that, you will have double tax. How you will have double tax? First, I am also charging you GST on 11,000. Again on import also you are paying customs duty along with IGST on 11,000. Then there will be double taxation. To avoid the double taxation, what they are telling, the money received by the original importer, $11,000, is excluded from supply. Is that clear? Now, this I just gave in the form of a diagrammatic presentation, which you can see in page number 10. Which you can see in page number 10. Say this, there is a foreign seller, and there is a original importer. Who is that original importer? Mr. Rajesh. Mr. Rajesh is placing an order with the foreign seller for goods worth $10,000, and the foreign seller handed over the goods to the shipping company, and the shipping company gave the airway bill or bill of lading. This is the document of title. Document of title means whomsoever is having the document, that person will be the owner of the goods. So this is called as document of title, airway bill or bill of lading. That airway bill or bill of lading will be sent by the foreign seller to the original importer. Now, what this importer is doing, when the goods are in transit, that is from outside India to India, this person is transferring the airway bill or bill of lading to Mr. Satish, a subsequent buyer, for $11,000, for which Mr. Satish paid $11,000. So this particular activity is excluded from supply. Why is it excluded from supply? Because what Satish is going to do is that he will file bill of entry the customs port and pay customs duty including IGST on how much amount? $11,000. Anyhow, Satish is paying customs duty and IGST on $11,000, so that $11,000 which is received by Mr. Rajesh is excluded from supply. Is that clear or not? And what is this? What is this transaction which is excluded from supply? Sale on high seas. What is high seas means? Before import. And whenever Satish pays customs duty, the customs will release the goods. You understood this here? What is the one line that you need to remember? Sale on high seas, that is sale before import, is excluded from supply. Is it clear? Then S, L, O, W is there. W you read. What is that? S, L, O, W. W is what? Warehoused goods under customs sold. What is this warehoused goods under customs sold? You can see below this another chart. You can see this below another chart. Concentrate. In case of warehoused goods under customs sold, what will happen? First, I imported the goods. Those imported goods are deposited in the customs warehouse without payment of customs duty. The difference between previous example and this example is that previous example, when I transferred the document of title where the goods were high seas, means during transit, okay. But in this case, when I am transferring the title, the goods already came, and where those goods are? Those goods are deposited in the warehouse. Which warehouse? Customs warehouse. With payment of customs duty or without payment of customs duty? Without payment of customs duty. Is it clear? Now I transfer the document of title to you. Same story, same Rajesh, same Satish. You understood? I transfer the document of title to you. Now you will anyhow pay customs duty, so I am excluded from supply. Is it clear? See this chart. Mr. Rajesh is the original importer. He placed an order with the foreign seller for $10,000, and foreign seller will hand over the goods to the shipping company. Same na up to this. And shipping company will give airway bill or bill of lading. That will be sent by the foreign seller to original importer. Now what happened is that compared to previous chart you see here, in the previous chart the goods were in transit, but in this chart the goods already reached the customs. So we have unloaded the goods. Is it clear? Unloading of goods happened in the customs port, and thereafter this Mr. Rajesh is filing a bill of entry for warehousing, that is to deposit the goods in the warehouse, okay, with payment of duty or without payment of customs duty? Without payment of customs duty. So the goods are deposited in the customs warehouse, and the warehouse will give a warehouse receipt to Mr. Rajesh. Now what is that Rajesh is having? Warehouse receipt. What he is doing with that warehouse receipt? He transfers the warehouse receipt to Satish for $11,000. Same story here. In the previous case, they transferred the document of title for $11,000. In this case, they transferred the warehouse receipt for $11,000, for which Satish has paid $11,000. This is excluded from supply. Why? Why? Why is it excluded from supply? Because Satish will anyhow pay customs duty including IGST on $11,000. If Rajesh also charging GST, there will be double tax burden on Satish. That's why this activity is also excluded from supply. Understood? Now, what is that you need to remember? Just two simple points. Sale before import is excluded from supply. Then sale of warehoused goods. Sale of warehoused goods under customs is excluded from supply. Can you repeat? What are the two activities you need to remember as exclusion from supply? Sale before import, then sale of warehoused goods under customs. Then L for liquor license granted by state government. What is this liquor license? Generally, in Tamil Nadu it will not be applicable because in Tamil Nadu government itself is selling liquor, but in many other states government will not sell liquor because they feel like liquor sales is not something good job, it's a dirty job, but we will give license to sell liquor. You understood? So we will give a license. Suppose if you want to sell, yeah, you sell. I will not sell, you sell, but I will give you permission to sell, for which you need to pay me money and buy the license. This license is not for selling, is government selling liquor? No. Giving license to sell liquor, license fees. On this license fees, the government don't want GST. Why government don't want GST? State government is not agreeing for levy of GST on liquor and its associated things, because from the beginning, liquor, tax on liquor was completely a state subject in the constitution. Now suddenly when it comes into GST, 50% will go to central government, remaining 50% will be there to the state. So state is not ready to do sitting with central government and give 50%. You understood or not? One drop also they will not give to central government, fully they will only consume. Got it? So liquor license, if it comes into GST, then 50% will go to central government. No way, it is completely ours. So due to that reason, it is excluded from supply. What is excluded from supply? Liquor license granted by state government. Now carefully listen. Say I got the liquor license from the state government, but I am unable to run the liquor business, so I transferred the liquor license to you and you paid me some money. Is this also excluded from supply? No. Only liquor license granted by state government. Highlight that. Granted by state government is only excluded from supply. Okay. So below that write down transfer of liquor license by one person to another person. Transfer of liquor license by one person to transfer of liquor license by one person to another person. Another person is not excluded from supply. Transfer of liquor license by one person to another person is not excluded from supply. Understood? That is this. Next, only liquor license by state government. Last one you see, O, outside the country movement of goods. Outside the country movement of goods means, that is, I am a seller in India, you are my buyer in India. I have a branch in Germany, you have a branch in Australia. From my branch in Germany to your branch in Australia, the goods are being transported. Whether the goods are coming into India or leaving from India, no. So therefore, it is not import, it is not export, it is not a domestic sale also. So there is no GST on this, because where the goods originates? Outside India. Where the goods terminates? Outside India. So what you need to remember? Outside the country movement of goods is excluded from supply. Now with this we completed what are all excluded from supply. Now tell me what is that? Come on. Yes, for sovereign functions of government, that is municipality or gram panchayat and article 243 G or W of the constitution. Next, P, post. P for that is, what are those posts? Government post, constitutional post, nominated post. A for actionable claims other than HC block, means HC block is covered. Then next, L, legal fees, fee collected by court or tribunal. Another L, Land sale including sale of building. When entire consideration is received after obtaining completion certificate or first occupation, whichever is earlier. Then E, employee to employer in the course of employment. Then D, death related, funeral, burial, crematorium, mortuary including transportation of deceased. Then slow, yes, sale before import, sale on high seas. L, liquor license granted by state government. Then O, outside the country movement of goods. W, warehoused goods under customs sold. Okay, so this is about exclusions. And you can see next page, this is a slight change for September 25 exam. So there are two more new activities that has been added, and if you, as you are appearing for May 25, don't bother about this. This is the table that you need to see. They have added two more activities which we don't have to bother, and so that activities, if they give in exam now, what should we do, sir? Supply. That activities is not there as exclusion, means that activities if they give in exam, what we need to do? Supply. Example, listen, there is a lead insurer. Lead insurer means in co-insurance contracts what will happen? Co-insurance means 4 insurance companies together will do the insurance. In that one insurance company will be a lead insurer, and that lead insurer receiving the premium and sharing the premium with other insurers is supply or not a supply for May 25 exam? Supply. You understood? Supplier, that's what, when you see any other transaction which is not excluded from supply, it's a supply only now. So for November exam, sorry, for September 25 exam, they just added 2 more activities which you don't have to bother, ignore it and you leave it. So with this we will take a break and we will continue with the remaining aspects. And so usually how the classes will be from morning 9 to 1 with a break. Today as we started 9:30, so that's the reason why I am leaving at 1:30, and we'll have a break for 45 minutes is enough or 1 hour you need? 1 hour, fine. Today, so because you need to find the place etc and all, so 2:30 we can take break up to, and thereafter again 1.5 hour break, then again next session. Done? Yes. And afternoon we will be doing problem solving, concept drills for some time, and then again we will come back to the portion. That's how we will schedule for these days. Thank you. And this time we are also doing it in YouTube live as well. So we are also releasing it in YouTube live. So from morning it is going on in YouTube live only, and of course I cannot read the comments etc and all, that is difficult, but somehow we are making it. And suppose if you are watching in YouTube live, friends, please download this concept grills and questions based on amendments, which is there in the description to this live video whatever you are watching. And don't ask me hard copy and all, hard copy only for face to face students, okay. Some privilege you should be getting, na, you are attending for face to face, yes or no? Yes. Then say this, take your workbook, see concept grills on supply, question number 1, page number 3, question number 1. A business owner gives laptops used in his business to his friend without any consideration. Input tax credit was availed on these laptops when purchased. Would this transaction be considered as supply under GST? What is your answer? Where? 7.1c, disposal of business asset on which ITC is availed, because they are purchasing laptops. On purchase of laptops, ITC has been availed and they are gifting it. Gifting means what? There is no consideration. That's why we need to refer to supply under section 7.1c. Write down supply under section 7.1c hyphen, supply under section 7.1c hyphen, disposal of business assets, disposal of business asset on which ITC is availed, disposal of business asset on which ITC is availed, okay. That's the answer for first one. Second question you read, a company located in India receives consulting services from its parent company based in UK. Is parent company related? Yes, related. No consideration is paid for these services. Will this transaction be treated as supply under GST? What is your answer? Reason? Import of services for consideration or without consideration? Without consideration from a related person. And it should be in the course or furtherance of business. Is it in the course or furtherance of business? Of course, yes, because consulting services, again I am repeating, first it should be import of service. Yes, it is an import of service from a related person. Yes, it is from a related person, and it should be in the course or furtherance of business. Consulting services, definitely it is in the course or furtherance of business. Consequently, it is supply under section 7.1c, supply under section 7.1c, import of services without consideration from a related person, import of services without consideration from a related person, comma, in the course or from a related person, comma, in the course or furtherance of business. In the COFB you write, COFB, course or furtherance of business, course or furtherance of business. Done. Next, see the third one. ABC Limited has a factory in Mumbai and a warehouse in Delhi. Now reason, who are treated as distinct persons. So if you remember 7.1c, I told you related party transaction including transaction between distinct persons. Who are treated as distinct persons? One registration of a person to their another registration is known as distinct person. So if I have two registrations, one in Tamil Nadu, another in Karnataka, then these two registrations are called as distinct persons. Within the state also, can I have multiple registrations? Yes. For each and every place of business, I can have separate registrations. One registration of a person to another registration is known as distinct person. Whether in GST, we have a concept of centralized registration? No. We have separate registration in every state. I should get a separate registration mandatorily. Okay. But within the state, separate registration is non-mandatory. It is optional. Again, I am repeating. Whenever I am having business in multiple states, each state I need to get a separate registration. Mandatory or optional? Mandatory. Within the state, I have multiple places of business. Can I go for separate registration? Yes. Is it mandatory or optional? Optional. Within the state, multiple registration is not mandatory, it is optional. Now read the question. They have a factory in Mumbai. Mumbai is in which state? Maharashtra. And a warehouse in Delhi. Is it in the same state or different state? Different state. Means will they have two separate registrations? Yes. They will have two separate registrations. Now one registration to another registration will be called as transaction between distinct persons. So one registration to another registration is transaction between distinct persons. So Mumbai and Delhi will be treated as transaction between distinct persons, correct? Now, so any transaction between distinct person, even though without consideration, what is DRIP? DRIP, R for related party transaction, including transaction between. So it's a transaction between distinct person. Read it, continue. Both are registered separately under GST. And what happens here? The factory transfers the goods worth rupees 1 lakh to the warehouse without charging any amount. Will this transfer be considered as supply and is it liable for GST? So what is your answer? Yes or no? Yes. Supply under section 71C. Supply under section 71C. Where it will come? Related party transaction. Actually, it is not related party. Transaction between distinct persons. Transactions between distinct persons. Who are distinct persons here? Once again, one registration of a person to another registration of the same person. Very good. Transaction between distinct persons without consideration in course or furtherance of business. In course or furtherance of business. Next. XYZ Limited receives a cash subsidy from the state government for promoting green energy initiatives. Can this subsidy be treated as consideration for the supply of goods or services? Now, we need to understand the consideration or not. Consideration is defined under section 2 clause 31. So, just hold on. Look into consideration definition. So, you can see consideration definition. Consideration includes, consideration excludes. So, consideration means what? Includes what? Monetary or non-monetary. Why is consideration relevant? 71A activity for consideration, 71B import of service for consideration, and 71C without consideration. Everywhere in supply, consideration plays a key role. So therefore, we need to understand what is the meaning of consideration. Generally, consideration means what? Quid pro quo, something in return. And how that should be, monetary or non-monetary or both? Both. It may be monetary or it may be non-monetary. Monetary means what? Money. Received or receivable. So receivable is also monetary consideration. Example, today I sell a product to you on credit basis. Means you will pay after 30 days, but you will pay no. You will pay right. So means consideration is present. Is it clear? Received or receivable. So that is about this. Non-monetary consideration. What is non-monetary consideration? It can be in the form of goods or services. It can be in the form of goods or it can be in the form of services. For example, I will be providing you income tax return filing service. You are an advocate. I will be doing income tax return filing. In return, you need to do me a litigation. That is one case you need to argue for me. Is it clear? Now, whatever service that I provide to you, what is the consideration for me? I am providing you income tax return filing. What is the consideration for me? The consideration for me will be, come on, advocate services or litigation services. Same way, you are providing litigation service. What is the consideration for you? My income tax return filing will be the consideration. You understood the barter transaction. So, in barter, what will happen? One transaction will become consideration for the another transaction. Understood? So, that is this. So, non-monetary can be in the form of goods or in the form of services. Or suppose if I tell you, so I will be taking classes for your, so you have to bring me fruits, vegetables, rice, etc. required for my house. Now, what is it? Again, non-monetary consideration in the form of goods. Is it clear? But remember, consideration should be certain. It should not be uncertain. Then only it will be treated as consideration. There is one popular circular also. What is that circular about? There is one artist who make a painting and he takes that painting to the art gallery. How he can sell the painting? Definitely he cannot sell it on the street side, correct? Street side, if a person is selling painting, will anyone buy? No. The same painting if you sell in an art gallery, people will buy, correct or not? And so you have seen now one movie, Tola movie, like that one movie is there, and wherein even it is in other languages also, wherein actor Karthi will make some artwork, okay, and that artwork, somehow it will get sold, no? Usually art galleries are like that, because even I have been to many art galleries. I am not an art lover and all. No, I am not an art lover. But I have been to many art galleries just to see, what they will be doing, etc. and all. In that, I don't understand what is there in that. But the price will be 80 lakhs, 1 crore, like that and all. Many times I also got a thought, this only better we can quit teaching and sit at home and draw something, thereby we can sell it in art gallery, we can make money. But the problem is, not everything that we draw will be saleable. You understood? So, art gallery will not pay money today to us. When they will pay money to us, that artwork they need to display in the art gallery. To that art gallery, some rich people should go and they should be seeing something in that which they will understand, and then they will purchase. Until that point of time, is a consideration certain for me? No. That's what in CBSE circular one point they have given. Whenever the artist is sending the artwork to the art gallery for display, it is not read as supply on the date when the artist is sending to the art gallery. Only when it is actually sold from the art gallery, it will be treated as supply, because at that point of time only consideration will be certain. Okay. Then, it's like in one last batch, I was telling like, I am doing it really for free. I am not getting any consideration out of this batch, and I am doing it from 2020. Exactly this time only I started COVID, 5 years before. 2020, exactly February, March, this time only COVID came. Okay, 5 years we completed successfully. Okay, so 5 years before when the COVID came, oh, you are clapping for COVID or me? Okay, COVID, okay, fine. So therefore, 5 years before when it came, I started this and I am continuing this, that's it. And when I said I am not charging anything, some students told me, sir, you are telling no consideration, but we know why you are doing. Because people will watch your revision class. Thereafter, we will clear CA Inter. At that time, we will come for CA Final. When we come for CA Final, we will be purchasing your lecture. So, means you have consideration, sir. Is it certain, sir? Is it certain? So, you mean to say you are all going to clear? Number one. Next, number two. After clearing, when you come to CA Final, first, should you be choosing me? There are many faculties. You may go with any faculty. What's the guarantee? Are you signing any stamp paper? What? No, na? Then there is no guarantee. And by that time, I should be alive to take the classes. You got it? Nothing is certain, sir. Nothing is certain. Anything can happen. So consideration is not certain. Are you understanding this? It may be remote, and don't tell a beggar, who is singing song and collecting some money, that will be coming under consideration. Sir, he is singing for a consideration, sir. No, no, definitely not. There is no certainty. Got it? So certainty is very, very important in consideration, otherwise it is not consideration. So coming back to this discussion, consideration excludes what? Subsidy from central government or state government. What is subsidy mean? Some ad hoc amount they will be giving. For what reason? Many reasons they will give. For example, to promote the electric vehicles, they are giving a subsidy. On every electric vehicle sold, they will give subsidy, you know that? And on purchase of solar panels, when you are installing at your home, they will give you subsidy for purchase of solar panels. All these are what? Some subsidy given by the government. Is it treated as consideration or not treated as consideration? Not treated as consideration. Then next one, refundable security deposit. Refundable security deposit means when you take a house on rent or any commercial property on rent, you need to pay the security deposit now. How many months rent? 6 months to 10 months rent we need to pay as deposit. Is it consideration in the hands of property owner or not treated as consideration? Not treated as consideration, because consideration excludes what? Refundable security deposit. You understood the meaning of consideration here? So monetary, non-monetary, it excludes subsidy from central government, state government, refundable security deposit. And consideration should be received from whom? Recipient or any other person? Any other person. Presence of consideration is only relevant. Example, you purchase a two-wheeler. You take the two-wheeler to service center. Free after sale service. Is it really free? No. What happens there? They do it freely. Really they do it freely. But they are getting money. From whom they will get money? Manufacturer. That automobile manufacturer, they will receive money. Now if you see, for the service center, you are the recipient. Whether they are getting money from you? No. From some other person. Is it okay? Will it be treated as consideration? Yes. Consideration can be received from recipient or any other person. What we need to see is presence of consideration. That is only relevant. And consideration can be in respect of, in response to, or for the inducement of supply of goods or services. In respect of, which means that, I will be selling you a product. This product is 100 rupees. That is in respect of. While telling itself, I will tell, this is the product, this is the service, this much money you need to pay. That is in respect of. In response to. In response to means, I am not telling anything, but you give me some amount or you give me something. That is in response to. In movie industry, you can see this in response to. What will happen? When a movie becomes a super hit, the producer of the movie will be gifting car to the producer, director, or to the hero, etc. and all. That's a trend now. Recently also, for one movie, one helicopter should have been given to Vijay Anna, but that got missed because of Leo. Not that great success. Otherwise, so definitely, producer would have gifted. You understood or not? It's a normal trend. Also, some producers will be gifting Rolex watch and all for people who act as a cameo in the movie. Correct? All these are what? In response to. If they do between four walls, no one will know, sir. But they bring in cameraman like me everywhere and they shoot everything. So then in that case, everything will be known. Everything will be known public. So department also will watch reel like you only, na? Correct or not? Not only you are there in social media, GST department is also there in social media. Very much, yeah, they are there. Okay, many times I tag them also. Okay, see, serious, lot of people and all telling, I am earning this much, I am earning that much. Okay, at GST GOV, Kolithipod. Okay, and therefore, usually they are also watching, so they will come to know. That is known as in response to. Clear or not? Then, for the inducement of. What is this for the inducement of means? That is, normally you are not willing to provide the service, but I am paying you some money to make you provide the service. It is like Mumbai Indians team wanted Hardik Pandya badly into their team for the IPL season last time. What they did, they have induced Hardik Pandya by giving him some money and making him sign the contract to exit from the other franchise and come into this franchise. Is it clear? So when he signs, anyhow he gets remuneration, but to sign that movie or to sign that particular event, usually people will get some gifts that will be coming under for the inducement of. Even again in movie industry also it will be there. You know, many actors and all will say, grandpa, I will not act next to you like that and all, because no, lot of actors today are grandfathers. You understood or not? Yes, many actors today are grandfathers, but they wanted to act as hero, and then in that case actors and all are of their grandchildren age, and they will tell, no, we will not act next to you, but they will be given, maybe that person would have been one shopping complex owner, so he will be giving some shopping complex, okay, this shopping complex you take, and therefore you act next to me like that. So therefore something will be given, some gift will be given, that is called as inducement of. Understood? So consideration should be in respect of, in response to, or for the inducement of supply of goods or services. Clear? What are the three terms here? In respect of, in response to, or for the inducement of supply of goods or services. Then activity without consideration or consideration without activity is not a supply under 7.1a. We know that activity is also important, consideration is also important. Activity without consideration, okay, but what is consideration without activity? I am getting money, but against that I am not doing anything. What is that? Donations. Donations. Donations is consideration, but against that donation we don't have any obligation, na? So you can see next page. Donations are divided into two: conditional donation, unconditional donation. Conditional means what? I will receive money, against that I need to do something for you. That is conditional donation. Example, you give me money and you put a condition that I am constructing a temple, and in that temple your name only should be kept. God name also next only, your name first. That is what? It is conditional donation. Is it clear? Is conditional donation treated as consideration? Yes, it is treated as consideration and it will become supply under 7.1a. Unconditional donation. Unconditional means what? You are giving me money and in return I don't have any obligation to do anything to you. Just you gave me money, that's it. That is unconditional donation. Is it treated as consideration? No, because I am not having any obligation to do anything to you. Nah, it is not treated as consideration. Is it supply or not a supply? When there is no consideration, definitely it is not a supply. Then see this gifts received at the time of wedding. Is it conditional donation or unconditional donation? Unconditional. What obligation we have? People will come, they will give cover and they will give gift and they will go. What obligation we have? We don't have obligation, sir. Anything to do in return. Sir, we need to give food now, sir. That's okay. Whether we give food or we are not giving food also, they will come and go. Correct or not? For the sake of food, they will not come here. Don't insult your relatives, okay? So they will be coming not for the sake of food. They will come and they will give money and go. So there is no obligation in return. No, sir. We have to do something in return to them also at the time of their function, etc. and all. But that's not an obligation written anywhere or etc. Nah, it is a moral obligation. Don't bring that. Generally, contractual obligation is there, no contractual obligation. Then see this. Say I am constructing one very big reading hall. Okay. So really, I have an idea like a very big reading hall should be constructed, wherein lot of students who wanted to read should be coming to that reading hall and they should be reading. Full it should be like cubicles kind of, one separate room, wherein room means you don't think another okay. Then I have to construct one children hospital also thereafter, and so not that rooms I mean cubicles to sit and read only, okay. And so I wanted to construct one reading hall, so I have taken, like, I don't have that much money fully, so I need to go and ask different people. I will ask, they give me donation. Using the donation, I will construct one reading hall. Now as a gratitude, what should I do? Okay, I am constructing. What should I do as a gratitude? in the hall I will mention like donor list. You would have seen in many temples, many marriage halls and all, donor list like that. I am mentioning the donor list. Is it conditional donation or unconditional donation? Why? Did they ask me to put their name? No, so it's an unconditional donation. But what happened? While displaying the name, I have mentioned their business name, or I have mentioned a name that gives a business advantage to them. Donated by Mr. Paras Jain, in bracket Jain Jewelers. You understood? Is there a business advantage to the donor? Yes. So it is deemed as conditional donation. Generally it is unconditional only. But when you put a name, that name gives a business advantage to that person, it's deemed to be conditional donation. See this. If donor name displayed anywhere in the premises against donation, obligated or not obligated? Not obligated. Display of name does not give business advantage to the donor, not a supply. If display of name gives business advantage to the donor, it is supply under 7(1)(a). Donated by MS Dhoni, business advantage is there or not there? Huh? Not there. Very good. Not there. Why? There are many MS Dhonis. The MS Dhoni cricketer, there is a business advantage. Understood the difference? So whenever we are displaying the name, that name should give them a business advantage. For individuals, mostly when you mention the individual name without mentioning their business name or profession, etc. and all, there is no business advantage. What if you mention donated by L&T? Donated by L&T, Larsen and Toubro. What is it? Business advantage is there? Yes, it's a company, na? So definitely there is a business advantage. Okay. Here also see they are donating something and they have mentioned some name, Lanker, like that one name is mentioned here. Okay. So maybe that light they would have sponsored. And is there a business advantage or not? Definitely business advantage is there because their brand name they are promoting, na? So it's a business advantage. Are you understanding this? That is this. Next, you come back to this question. You understood the consideration? Now read this question and tell me, is it consideration or not? Number 4, XYZ Limited receives a cash subsidy from the state government for promoting green energy initiative. Is this subsidy treated as consideration? Why? Subsidy from CG or SG, right there. Subsidy from CG or SG. Subsidy from CG or SG. Not treated as consideration. Subsidy from CG or SG not treated as consideration. Next, number 5, a car dealer exchanges a new car for a piece of land owned by a real estate developer with no monetary consideration involved. How will this transaction be treated under GST? That is, no monetary. Car dealer exchanges a new car for a piece of land. Means what is the consideration that he is getting? Land, which is a non-monetary consideration. Write down. Land is non-monetary consideration. Land is non-monetary consideration. Land is non-monetary consideration against supply of car, and it falls under section 7(1)(a). It falls under section 7(1)(a). Now from landowner point of view, tell me, you are landowner, pa. I am giving you car for which you gave me land. From my side, if you see, car is sold, land is non-monetary consideration. Are you getting this? From your side, you tell me, what is it you are giving me? Land. What is the consideration for the car? Is it supply? No. Not a supply, because land is excluded from supply. Is it clear? Land is excluded from supply. So therefore, it is not treated as supply. Sale of land, sale of building, we discussed now. It is excluded from supply. That's why. Next. So this is about the consideration definition, and look into another question. Fine. So sixth one itself, you see, a software company temporarily transfers the right to use proprietary software to another company for a period of 1 year for a fee. So there is a fee, means consideration is there, correct? And is it supply? Yes, no doubt supply. But the question is not about supply or not a supply. The question is about what? Is this transaction considered as supply of goods or supply of service under GST? What is your answer? Supply of? Why it is supply of services? Huh? Temporary transfer of right. No. What if it is permanent transfer of right? Supply of goods. Very good. So we have to see the classification of supply into goods or services. That is where this information is given. Once an activity becomes supply, we will classify that into goods or services. Check page number 20. Sir, why are you making us go between these two? To kill your sleep. You understood? Little bit. Now when you do physical activity, you will be active for that reason. Take that. So take page number 20. Classification of supply into goods or services. When this section 7.1a will come into picture? Once an activity becomes supply. Now, see this. I have a movable property. There is a transfer of title. Is it supply of goods or supply of service? Example, I have a car. I sold the title of the car. I gave you the title of the car to you. Supply of goods or supply of service? Definitely supply of goods. I did not give you the title of the car, but I gave you right to use car. Supply of goods or supply of service? Supply of service means renting of car or leasing of car, etc. Then what if I give you the car now, but you will not pay me money now, you will pay in installments, and upon payment of last installment I transfer the title. That is hire purchase. Hire purchase. Transfer of title at a future date. Is it still supply of goods? Yes. Read there. Transfer of title. The title may be transferred at present or the title may be transferred at future. Definitely it will become supply under 7.1a. Got it? So title may be transferred today or maybe in future. So supply of goods. If there is a transfer of right to use, supply of service. It is in relation to movable property. Got the clarity about this? Then immobile property will never come under supply of goods. Why will never come under supply of goods? Excluded. Sale of land, sale of building is excluded. That's why it will never come under goods. But will it come under services? Of course, yes. When it will come under services? Transfer of right to use immobile property. Example, renting of immobile property, leasing of immobile property, that will come under transfer of right to use. Then construction. Construction means what? Bringing into existence a immobile property. Construction of lifts and escalators, that will also come under service. Clear? So first movable property, when it will come under supply of goods, if there is a transfer of title. When it will come under supply of service, if there is a transfer of right to use. Immobile property, when it will come under supply of goods? Never. When it will come under supply of service? Either construction or transfer of right to use land. Intellectual property rights. Can you give me examples of intellectual property rights? Trademark, next. Patent, copyrights. All these are intellectual property rights. These intellectual property rights, I may transfer permanently or I may transfer temporarily. If I transfer temporarily, it is supply of service. Example, you make a YouTube video. You make a YouTube video and you add some background score of some movie, etc. and all, and you upload the YouTube video. Immediately you will get a copyright strike. You know that? Immediately you get a copyright strike. And that copyright strike will be from the music director. So because recently, we posted one video in my YouTube channel. So we conducted a success meet for CA final students. So because this time we got 9 all India ranks in CA final and 12 all India ranks in CMA final. So no, I should clap when you are getting that. You understood? So I want you also. So how many days we will celebrate someone's ranks here? So let's celebrate our own ranks, correct or not? And so thereafter we conducted a success meet for those students and we got AIR 1. This time coincidentally CMA final also, CA final also, AIR 1 is same person and he is our student, and no, I am his teacher, that will be better. So I am his teacher and we conducted that success meet. We made some video and we posted it in YouTube, and now our team has added Anirudh's background, one movie's background score and all. Immediately from his office we got a copyright strike stating that you are not supposed to use this background track etc. and all. How come? Because he is having the copyright of that particular music. Is it clear? And they will never permanently transfer to the producer, they will temporarily transfer. That too in South India, almost all music directors will not permanently transfer, temporarily transfer. They retain the copyright of that music. Otherwise, how Anirudh can use same music in Vikram movie which he has used for that Kaidi movie, correct? Again, whatever that music, again he cannot use it for Leo movie. You understood? There is some universe na, LCU universe. In this LCU universe, he need to use that. How he can use if he transfers it to producer? Are you understanding it here? So that is what it is. Temporary transfer, music director composing music for a movie. Permanent transfer, usually patents and all, like technology related patents, we permanently transfer, okay? And someone will sit and develop a technology or a chemical or a kind of product that they give it to the companies and they collect some lump sum money. So patent of a technology sold to a company, permanent transfer. Then number 4, carrying out process on the goods belonging to others. For example, I am a tailor, you gave me cloth, I did the stitching, you gave me cloth, I did the stitching and I gave you the garment. You tell me, is it carrying out process on the goods belonging to others? What is the goods here? Cloth, on which I do the process. Is it supply of goods or supply of services? Respond. Supply of services. So I need to pay GST on that charges, job work charges or whatever charges that you give me, processing charges, on that I need to pay GST. Am I right? But here while doing stitching, I will also use some material of mine, thread or buttons etc. I will use na. Even then substantial material who gave me, my recipient only gave me, so still it is supply of services. Suppose if I buy the cloth, I am a tailor, because if you see some big shops and all, so these suitings and shirting shops or some this function wear like manya wear etc. and all, if you go to those shops, what they will do, fabric will be available, you can select the fabric and there will be tailors inside that place itself, they will only do the stitching and they will give. Now where you will classify it, supply of goods or supply of services? Supply of goods. Why? Because the substantial material is what here? Cloth. Cloth they are only purchasing, they only stitch and they will only be giving. So is it supply of goods or supply of services? Supply of goods. And here sometimes what will happen, the recipient will tell, sir, so this is my first marriage, sir. Everyone's first marriage only, and therefore my photo, sir, should come on her dress, sir. Her photo, sir, should come on my dress, sir. Here it should come, sir. Okay. So lot of cringe people are doing nowadays, and therefore that too this jigna work and all will be there. Now embroidery work needs to be done, for which the tailor will say, boss, I don't know all those things, you get me, I will stitch and give. So some material is given by the recipient. Will it change the nature? No, because substantial material is given by the supplier. So still it is supply of goods. Are you getting this? See there. So carrying out process on the goods belonging to others, substantial material required for process is supplied by supplier, supply of goods only. If the substantial material required for the process is given by recipient, then it is supply of services. Then you can see next, supply of goods along with services means there will be both goods and service in a single contract. If it is notified supplies, there are three notified supplies: works contract, information technology software, and supply of food. Now these three involves both goods element and service element. So afternoon you went for lunch na, you could identify place to eat. What? Eat heavily? What? You didn't eat? Like that only. Limited food you should eat. Okay. So eat something very less than usual, then only you will be active. You got it? And your exam time also this time only. Got it? And your parents will force you, you eat heavily, like pig you eat, like that and all they will tell. But you be in control. Eat less, then only you will be active. Got it? And so in food, what is the goods element? Food, what is the goods element? Ingredients. Rice is only not food, my darling. There are a lot of foods. Okay. So ingredients is the goods element. And what is the service element? Cooking. So that ingredients, they make it into food, that is service element. But even then it will always be treated as supply of service. Then works contract means what? Construction activities and all. But what is the difference between construction and works contract? In construction, you give the material, they will do only construction. In construction, you give material to me, I will only do labor work. That is called as a construction service. Whereas in works contract, I will only buy the material required, I will only do the labor work for a single amount, that is called as works contract. For example, you are asking me to do a renovation of your house. I will only buy bricks, cement, etc., paint. I will only do the renovation. I will collect a single amount. So I am giving you goods as well as services for a single consideration. Is it coming under works contract? Yes. Is there a goods element? Of course, yes. And service element is there, but even then it will always be treated as supply of service. Information technology software. Software will always be treated as supply of service. So why like that? Why? First of all, the discussion will come here. Software can be sold like a product also. If you see, antivirus softwares and all will be sold like a product. Chroma, Reliance Digital, when you go, antivirus softwares they will be selling like a product. Even then, it will be treated as supply of service. Are you understanding this? Now, this question comes into this particular aspect. You can see here, a software company temporarily transfers the right to use its proprietary software to another company for a period of 1 year. What you said is that it will come under temporary transfer of intellectual property right. So it is supply of service. I asked you, what if it is a permanent transfer? You said it as supply of goods. Actually, your answer is wrong, because first of all, you should not refer in this place. You should refer here, information technology software. Software will always be supply of services. Is it clear or not? Had it been not software, can you see that? Can you see what is it? Has it not been software, then you are right. Temporary transfer will come under supply of service and permanent transfer will come under supply of goods. But the moment when it is a software, information technology software, which will always be treated as supply of service. So what is the answer that you need to write for this question? Respond here. Supply of services. Software in brackets, permanent transfer or temporary transfer, permanent transfer or temporary transfer, always treated as what? Supply of service. Always treated as supply of service. Okay. Then, so we will complete this remaining parts. See this. Other supplies. So for notified supplies, we need to see these three: works contract, information technology software, supply of food. Apart from these other supplies, how we need to treat? We need to check whether it is a composite supply or mixed supply. If it is a composite supply, if the principal supply is goods, then entire transaction is treated as goods. If the principal supply is service, then entire transaction is treated as supply of service. But what is the composite supply? That we will see little later. First, AC and installation is a composite supply. Now, AC is goods, installation is service. What is the principal supply? Means predominant element. What is the main element here? AC. AC is goods. So, entirely this transaction will be classified as goods. Then, coaching plus study materials. Coaching is service. Study material is goods. And what is the predominant element in this? Definitely coaching. Therefore, entirely it will be treated as supply of service. Then, suppose if it is a mixed supply, TV is 28%, really. TV GST rate is 28% and warranty is 18%. Okay. Now, it is a mixed supply. You tell me what is the highest rate in this TV, which is goods or services? Goods. So, entirely it will be treated as goods. For composite supply, check the principal supply. Whatever is the character of principal supply, that will be character of the transaction. In case of mixed supply, check the highest rate. If the highest rate is goods, entirely it will be goods. Otherwise, highest rate is service, entirely it is service. Another example you see. Video lectures plus pen drive. Video lecture is what? Service. Pen drive is what? Video lecture is 18%. Pen drive is 12%. Now, what is the highest rate? So, which is service. So, entirely it will be treated as supply of service. Apart from this, any other activity, doing an act, not doing an act, or tolerating an act, that will come under supply of service. Is it clear? For example, I am taking classes for a consideration. Will it be coming under movable property? No. Immobile property? No. Intellectual property? No. Carrying out process on the goods belonging to others? No. It is not supply of goods or supply of service. Any other activity, doing an act. Got it? So, it is supply of service. You are tolerating my torture. Will it also come under supply of service? Yes. Yes, sir. Yes, for what? Service or torture? Okay, fine. So, it is supply of service, provided there should be consideration. Yes, you are tolerating my torture, tolerating an act, but for which you are getting any consideration? Don't tell passing in exam and love and affection, sir. All this fold and keep somewhere. Got it? We need monetary or non-monetary. Monetary or non-monetary? Nothing. There is nothing. No monetary, non-monetary. Quid pro quo, something in return. There is nothing. So therefore, it is not at all a supply. Are you understanding this? So first it should become supply. Then only you should come here. Just because it is tolerating an act, don't classify it as supply of service. Are you understanding this? Next. Not doing an act. Can you give me example for this? Not doing an act. It should become supply. Then only it will come here. So can you give me example of not doing an act? Very good, sir. What is the name of it? In PGBP you would have studied. Non-compete fees. Non-compete fees. What is non-compete fees means? Not to start a competing business. Sir, I am having one restaurant. You are also coming and starting next to me. I will give you some money. Not to start a competing business here. So that is non-compete fees. Consideration for not doing an act. Awesome. Can you give me example of tolerating an act? Supply. It should become supply. Whatever I told you, that don't tell me. So it should become supply. Very good. So you enter into contract with a person and you breach that contract, and when you breach the contract, he is tolerating your breach and he is telling fine. Like for example, you enter into contract to complete and give the property construction in 30 days, but you are not able to do, and it is going by 15 days extra. When it is going by 15 days extra, that person is tolerating. It's okay, fine, but you have to pay me some extra amount because I am tolerating your act of breach. that extra amount which is collected is tolerating an act, consideration for tolerating an act, that is also treated as supply of service. Understood? So this is about the 6 activities. This is for classification of supply into goods or services. In this regard, we need to understand what is the meaning of composite supply, mixed supply, because here we have seen a composite supply, mixed supply. Look into this, composite supply versus mixed supply. When we will come into this section 8, so far what we discussed is section 7. Now we are moving on to section 8. And when there are 2 or more supplies involved in a transaction, then it will be called as composite supply or mixed supply. How many supplies should be there? 2 or more supplies. Now read the meaning of composite supply. Read it once. 2 or more. What supplies? Taxable supplies. Means in composite supply all the supplies should be taxable. What is the opposite of taxable? Non-taxable or exempted. So there should not be non-taxable or exempted. There should be all our taxable supplies. Of what? Goods or service or both or any combination thereof. So goods and services, goods plus goods, service plus service, any combination. Continue. Or naturally bundled. Naturally bundled means what? One cannot be supplied without the another is known as naturally bundled. Is it clear? One can be supplied even without the another is not naturally bundled. Coke and popcorn, naturally bundled or not naturally bundled? Why not naturally bundled? We can buy popcorn separately, Coke separately, correct or not? Inverter and battery, naturally bundled or not naturally bundled? Wrong answer, not naturally bundled, because you can buy inverter separately, battery also separately. But sir, inverter will not work with battery, etc. Why you see that here? Why you see the working, etc.? It is about the sale. So see from the seller point of view, don't see from the buyer point of view. Is it clear? I am a dealer. Can I sell inverter separately? Can I sell battery separately? Together also I can sell. Then it will be naturally bundled or not naturally bundled? Not naturally bundled. Is it clear? Then, so read that, naturally bundled and supplied in conjunction with each other in the ordinary course of business. Actually, you will find it difficult in this place only. Everything else is easy. Taxable or not given in the question itself. Whether it is taxable or not given in the question. 2 or more supplies given in the question. But where you find it difficult is naturally bundled or not naturally bundled. That requires a element of judgment there. And that's where we fail many times. One more example I'll give you. Laptop and laptop bag, naturally bundled or not naturally bundled? Why not naturally bundled? It is naturally bundled. It is not naturally bundled is wrong. It is naturally bundled. Why naturally bundled? That's what we need to see in the ordinary course of business. Usually, so actually now what we do is that we see always the exception side. Because you are tuned to that. By default, CA students are professional students, means we see the other side. Balance sheet, everything will be perfect, that we will not see. Something wrong will be there, that only we see. You understood or not? You change that from there to majority side. Majority side. Laptop and laptop, generally everyone who is selling laptop, they will give laptop bag free. It is normal in the ordinary course of business. Maybe you are rich kids, you will be purchasing MacBook or you will be purchasing some gaming laptops. There and all they will not give laptop bag. Even you also will not go and ask when you are buying a 1.5 lakh worth of laptop. Anna laptop bag anna. Like that you cannot ask na. You understood? And if you are buying 30,000 rupees, 40,000 rupees laptop, of course, they will give laptop bag for free and that's usual. So you don't see the other side. You see the most probable side. Is it clear? So naturally bundled or not naturally bundled? Naturally bundled. Then one more example. Kinder Joy, you know Kinder Joy. Kinder Joy, chocolate with one toy they will give. So whether it is naturally bundled or not naturally bundled? Naturally bundled, because always the product position is like that. Always they will give chocolate along with the toy. So it is naturally bundled. And suppose if it is like Boost plus one bat free. Why not naturally bundled? They are not giving it always. You understood? It's a promotional offer. Promotional offer means to push the product they will be giving it, but it is not continuous. Same case. Nescafe Sunrise with one mug free. And this is not paid promotion and all for all these companies, you understood? What is your answer? Not naturally bundle. So why not naturally bundle? Again, sales promotion offers. Is it clear? Mosquito coil with stand. Naturally bundle. Very good here. So because by default we get it. Okay. So these are all some examples which we need to see, because again in exam they will not ask all these things. They will create some new situation. You be clear that in the ordinary course of business, whether one can be supplied without the another or not. Yes, then it is naturally bundled. Naturally bundled and supplied in conjunction with each other in the ordinary course of business, one of which is principal supply. What is principal supply means? Predominant element is known as principal supply. You write somewhere there, principal supply means predominant element in transaction. Principal supply means predominant element in the transaction. Predominant element in the transaction. Predominant element, that should be the main. Predominant element in the transaction is known as principal supply. If you observe this composite supply definition, you could identify three core points. What are they? Number one, all are taxable. All are taxable. Number two, naturally bundled, and principal supply identifiable. If these conditions are satisfied, it will be coming under composite supply. You can see the flow chart below. First, you need to check whether there are two or more supplies in a single transaction. Yes. Whether all are taxable. Yes. Naturally bundled in the ordinary course of business. Yes. Principal supply identifiable. If these three conditions are satisfied, what is it? How the price should be? May be single, may not be single, etc. So price need not be single or separate. Anyhow it will be. Once it becomes a composite supply, what we will do? We will take the rate of principal supply and apply it on the entire transaction. So rate of principal supply for entire transaction. Is it clear? What if any one condition fails? Then go to mixed supply definition. Go to mixed supply definition. Read it once. Two or more individual supplies. They did not give taxable supplies. Means it can be taxable or exempted or non-taxable. Any combination. Correct? Of goods or services, any combination thereof, made in conjunction with each other for a single price. Only when it is a single price it will come under mixed supply, otherwise it is not a mixed supply and does not constitute composite supply. So when you need to check mixed supply? Only when composite supply fails. Only when composite supply fails, you need to check mixed supply. If it is directly, don't check mixed supply. Got it? In every question, don't check mixed supply. First you check whether it is a composite supply. If not, only you need to go to mixed supply. Is it clear? But for mixed supply, only one condition. What is that one condition? It should be for a single price. So see this. All are taxable. No, one taxable and one exempted is there. So it will not be coming under composite supply. So you need to check, is it for a single price? Yes. Then it is mixed supply. For mixed supply, what rate we will take? Highest rate. We'll take highest rate for the entire transaction. And suppose all are taxable, not naturally bundled. For example, I gave you popcorn and coke sold as a combo. All are taxable but not naturally bundled. Is it for a single price? Yes. Again, mixed supply, we will take highest rate. All are taxable, not naturally bundled, but principal supply not identifiable. I'll give you an example. Generally, nowadays, hair care market is very big because lot of people are obsessed with hair. So hair fall is a common problem that invariably every person will be having, and people like me are exceptions wherein we will be so happy that we don't have any problem. You understood? So only if we have, we should be worried, otherwise no. But there are many people who are so obsessed about hair loss, etc. And they see different products. If you see their Instagram and all, no, full in news feed about hair care products only it will be. And different products are coming. So I will also launch one product. What is that? Like one hair care brand wherein whatever available in my kitchen, using that I will make shampoo, hair oil, etc. and all. Mamaearth, you have seen na, in egg they will make, and in every available product in kitchen with onion they will make everything, got it? And something we can tell, so I am making one beautiful hair oil, if you apply you will get hair and all, I will put wig and make the ad and all, okay? So now in this case I will launch the product and I will tell, if you buy shampoo, hair oil also you should buy. If you buy hair oil, shampoo also you should buy. Naturally bundled. Naturally bundled or not? Yes. Both are taxable? Yes. Means separately hair oil you cannot buy, separately shampoo you cannot buy. Naturally bundled. What is the principal supply there? Cannot be identified. You cannot identify the principal supply. Are you getting this? Both are taxable, pa. Both are naturally bundled in the ordinary course of business, but the principal supply is not identifiable. So is it for a single price? Yes. So it will come under mixed supply. Understood? Suppose it is not for a single price, then it will be individual supplies. We need to take respective rate for respective supply. Example, I am selling battery for 15,000, inverter for 10,000. Now, is it naturally bundled or not naturally bundled? Not naturally bundled. Is it for a single price? No. So it is neither composite supply nor mixed supply, therefore it will come under individual supplies. So battery 15,000, whatever rate applicable, that will be taken, inverter whatever rate that is applicable on 10,000. Is it clear? So that is about composite supply and mixed supply. So tell me, for composite supply what are the three conditions you need to check? All must be taxable, naturally bundled in the ordinary course of business, and the principal supply should be identifiable. If any one fails, if it is single price, then it will be mixed supply, otherwise individual supplies. Now look into this illustration. AC 30,000, installation 2,000, GST rate for AC is 12%, GST rate for installation is 18%, and total 32,000 plus GST. Now tell me whether all are taxable. Yes, both are taxable. Condition number 1 satisfied. Naturally bundled or not naturally bundled? Already I told you, because when they sell AC, they will only do the installation. Naturally bundled in the ordinary course of business. What is the principal supply? AC. So therefore, it will be treated as composite supply. And what is the rate of principal supply? 12%. That will be applied on entire 32,000. So 32,000 into 12%, 3,840, and as the principal supply is goods, so it will be treated as supply of goods. Are you getting this? Next illustration you see, CA coaching 40,000 plus GST 18%, books 10,000 plus GST nil, total 50,000 plus GST. Now in this case, whether all are taxable? No, not all are taxable, am I right? Nil rate, na, nil rate means exempted, not all are taxable. So we need to check, is it for a single price? No, it is not a composite supply. Why it is not a composite supply? Because all are not taxable, and even it is not a mixed supply. Why not a mixed supply? Because it is not for a single price. Then what it will be? It will be individual supplies. Then 40,000 will be taxable at 18%, 10,000 will be nil rate. Got it? And here CA coaching is service, books is goods, but only CA coaching is taxable, so supply of services. Next one. Next illustration you see, popcorn and Coke, there is no separate price. GST 5%, Coke 28%, 299 plus GST. Now tell me, what should be taken? Is it composite supply? Whether both are taxable? Yes, both are taxable. But is it naturally bundled? No, it is not naturally bundled. So we need to see, is it for a single price or not? Yes, so therefore it will come under mixed supply. What is the highest rate? So 28% we need to apply on 299 rupees. So this we need to pay. That's the reason why now almost all this theaters etc. and all, they go with Coke with that dispensers. They will not sell the Coke bottles. You go to any cinema theater, you will not find the bottles. So when you ask for Coke, one cup will be there and one dispenser will be there, okay, vending machine. In that vending machine they will fill and they will be giving. You understood? Why? Because that rate will be 5%. That rate will be 5%. If they sell a Coke PET bottle or a tin etc. and all, the rate will be 28%. In the combo, they will end up paying 28%. Understood? That is this reason. And here both are good, so therefore it will be treated as supply of goods. Look into the next one, accommodation and complimentary food. Accommodation GST rate 18%, complimentary food 5%. Both are taxable? Yes, both are taxable. Is it naturally bundled or not naturally bundled? Huh? Naturally bundled, yes. Because complimentary food, whether you eat or not, you will get it as a complimentary, okay? And naturally bundled. What is the principal supply? Accommodation. So it will come under composite supply. What is the rate of principal supply? 18%. That we should apply on 1999, 360. Both are services, so it is supply of services. What if here price is separately given? Same illustration. What if price is separately given? Then also composite supply only. Why it will not become individual supplies? See, the moment it is a composite supply, the price may be single or the price may be separate. It will come under composite supply only. Is it clear? See the note below. In illustration above, if price is separate, even then it is composite supply and the rate of principal, that is 18%, is applicable. Got it? Next, look into two circulars related to this composite supply and mixed supply. You can see that in page number 23, so that this concept will be over. Look into note 1 and note 2. Note 1, generally when you take your vehicle for servicing, what will happen? You have vehicles, no, you will take it for service. What will happen when you take it to authorized service center? What they will do? They will do servicing. Apart from servicing, what they do? All these are part and parcel of servicing, change of engine oil, water wash, etc. and are part of servicing. But usually they do PM, periodic maintenance, and in that they will check all the parts and they will call you and inform, sir, this part is gone. Correct? Have you ever observed that? They will call you and tell, chain sprocket gone, air filter gone, this part gone, that part gone. We are not technical people, okay, we don't know. And when we ask, should we replace? Yes sir, otherwise and all, I am not responsible sir, like that they will tell. Okay fine, change. When they change the part, they will also add the labor charges for replacement of part. Got it? Next time you see the bill. When you see the bill, the part will be some amount and the labor charges for replacement of part some amount they will fix. You understood? Now this is what I am asking you to check. Both are taxable? Yes. Part will be 12%. Labor charges for replacement of part will be 18%. Both are taxable? Yes. Naturally bundled? Yes. That part in Pudupet will be available at a very cheaper rate, stolen one. But if you get that, will they replace? No, they will not. They will tell you have to buy from us only. Are you getting this? You have to buy from us only. Genuine parts we will use. So both same only, that also same, this also same. But they will say no, genuine parts we will use, and due to that reason you have to buy from us only. And naturally bundled, of course naturally bundled. And what is the predominant element or principal supply here? That part. That part is the principal supply. Now what rate will be applicable? Again I am repeating, you are not concentrating here. Part 12% pa, labor charges 18% pa, both are taxable. Naturally bundled in the ordinary course of business. What is the principal supply? Part. Part rate is how much? 12%. Means entire amount taxable at? Means labor also taxable at? Means there is a loss of 6%, which the government cannot tolerate. No, 6%, ayyo, I cannot. For that reason, they brought this note 1. Read that note 1. In case of servicing of cars, test of composite supply should not be applied. Got it? Why should not be applied? If you apply last words, so you treat it as individual supplies. Individual supplies means part 12%, labor charge 18%. Parts replaced and labor charges for replacement are treated as individual supplies if the amount is shown separately for each. Understood the reason why they brought in the circular? Got the clarity? Now next circular. This circular, I think already they tested it for Jan exam. I don't think so it will be asked again, but maybe for MCQ it will be useful. Food and beverages. Food and beverages sold in a theatre. will be taxable at the rate applicable to normal food and beverages. What is the rate applicable to normal food and beverages? 5%. Even in theatre also it will be 5% rate only that is applicable. Got it? Now concentrate. 3 different situations may happen here. Number 1, situation number 1. First you buy a ticket, movie ticket, and you go to the theatre, and in the interval break you will order for food. Now, what is the rate of GST on theatre and what is the rate of GST on food? Rate of GST on movie ticket is 28%. Rate of GST on food will be 5%. No change. Next, composite supply, mixed supply? No. Why composite supply cannot be applied? Is food mandatory? No, it's not mandatory, because when I go to theatre and all, I will not buy anything over there, because in flask I will carry one bottle like this. Okay, in that bottle itself popcorn, act popcorn and all I will make, and I will put in that bottle and I will take. You understood? Why? Anyhow, Coke I will not drink. No one in my family drinks Coke, etc. and all, and we drink normal water only, and therefore this bottle anyhow we need to take, and they will not check what is inside the bottle and all. So inside bottle we can put popcorn and go, so therefore huge amount will be saved. You understood or not? And then in that case I am not eating. Will they compel? No, you have to buy popcorn and Coke. No, it's up to my wish. Correct or not? Naturally bundle or not naturally bundle? No, don't look at me. Oh, it's like we should not forget the ground, sir. Got it? How much ever we may grow up, the base should not be forgotten. Got it? Coming back to this. So it is not naturally bundled. That's why we will not apply composite supply there. Another example. At the time of booking the movie in Book My Show, the next screen will be food and beverages. And you order the food and beverages. Why? Because you cannot go stand in the queue, no, like sweaty people, and you cannot go and stand, so that the people only can bring and deliver at your seat. For that reason, you will be ordering. Now, in this case, is it composite supply? No. Again, no. Why it is not a composite supply? Sir, it is not mandatory that you need to order food and beverages. So again, theatre will be 28% and food and beverages will be 5%. Next case, there are some selected theatres wherein they will offer food and beverages as a part of movie ticket itself. Sir, which theatre, sir? No, price and all will be so high. PVR select, PVR director's cut, like that some theatres are there. 1,500 rupees, 2,000 rupees will be the ticket rate. Then required? Not, no. So therefore 1,500, 2,000, and that much ticket you are purchasing, so something we should get now. So they will be giving popcorn and Coke free. Now this will be coming under composite supply. Yes, by default they are giving. By default they are giving. Now popcorn and Coke etc. and all 5%. Theatre 28%. It will become composite supply. What is the rate of principal supply? What is the principal supply there? Movie ticket. What is the rate of GST? 28%. So on entire amount it will be 28%. Are you getting this? One more. Preview theatres are there. Preview theatres means, so the moment the movie final cut is over, so they will be calling all the distributors and all the actors who acted in that movie etc. and all to watch in a preview theatre. There are a lot of preview theatres in Chennai, wherein in that preview theatres, so they will be doing a booking, and as a part of booking, for those people, VIPs who are coming, anyhow complimentary food and all will be provided. Again, what should be taken as a rate of GST? It's a composite supply and 28% will be applicable. Understood here? So sages. Food and beverages purchased in a theatre, taxable as individual supplies, taxable at the rate applicable to restaurant, and if the same is purchased along with tickets, then it may attract composite supply. In such case, food and beverages taxable at the rate applicable to entry to cinema hall. Got it? Now take this question number 7, page 3. A commercial complex owner provides renting of space and maintenance service including electricity supply to a tenant. The rent is 1 lakh per month and the maintenance charge is 20,000, including 10,000 for electricity. Now, Let's handle this one by one. Rent and maintenance charge. Rent and maintenance charge and electricity. Okay, three supplies are there. Am I right? What they did is that the electricity charges are billed separately. So for rent and maintenance, one bill, bill number one. For electricity charges, second bill. Okay, that is for 10,000 rupees. Now, the 10,000 you see separately. That's an independent activity. Separate bill na. That's an independent activity. So what is the bill number one for rent and maintenance? Both are taxable. For your information, both are taxable. Now you tell me, will it come under naturally bundled or not naturally bundled? Naturally bundled, because everyone who stay there should pay for the maintenance. Is it clear? Everyone who take the property on rent should pay for the maintenance. So it's a naturally bundled. What is the principal supply there? Rent is the principal supply. Therefore, it will be coming under composite supply. Is it clear? So write down rent plus maintenance charges. Rent plus maintenance charges. Rent plus maintenance charges is composite supply, and the rate applicable to rent and the rate applicable to rent is applied on rupees 1,20,000. Got it? Rent plus maintenance charges is composite supply, and the rate applicable to rent is applied on entire 1,20,000. And electricity treated as separate supply. Electricity treated as separate supply. Now what is your answer if, listen carefully, this you understood na everyone? Hello, respond here. I'll give you break in 15 minutes. Respond. So now what about this? If it is given together, all these three given together, anyone? Composite supply, wrong answer. Mixed supply also, wrong answer. It will be individual supplies. Why, sir? Listen carefully, listen. Electricity is exempted. Electricity is exempted. For your information, register today in your brain. Electricity is exempted. So go home and see the EB bill, last EB bill paid by your parents. There won't be GST on electricity bill. Got it? EB bill is exempted. Electricity is exempted. There is no GST on electricity. The moment one exempted comes, automatically it will not be composite supply. Correct? Because to become composite supply, all the supplies should be taxable. The moment when you see one exempted, it will not be composite supplier. And price is single or separate? Separate. So it is not even mixed supply. So it will come under individual supplies. Is it clear? Next, that is not the answer for this question. This question already we discussed the answer. Suppose if there is any change, what will happen? Look into 8. A multiplex offers a package deal where a movie ticket and a meal combo are sold together for rupees 500. The movie ticket price is rupees 400 and the meal combo is priced at 150 if sold separately. Determine the GST rate applicable to the entire package deal considering the recent clarification on composite supply. What is your answer? Movie ticket and meal combo. Combo means composite supply, naturally bundled. Correct or not? Combo are sold together for rupees 500. The movie ticket price is 400 and the meal combo is priced at 150 if sold separately. That is relevant. That is relevant. So what we need to see? Movie ticket and meal is naturally bundled. Movie ticket and meal is naturally bundled. in the ordinary course of business, and entire rupees 500 taxable at the rate applicable to movie ticket. At the rate applicable to movie ticket. Movie ticket and meal is naturally bundled in the ordinary course of business, and entire rupees 500 taxable at the rate applicable to movie ticket. Next, question number 9. Can you read? A holding company transfers 20% of its shares in a subsidiary to another unrelated entity. Discuss whether this transfer of shares is subject to GST and the reason behind your conclusion. What's your answer? Supply or not a supply? Why? Shares. Shares are neither goods nor services. You can see the meaning of goods and meaning of services here. Meaning of goods and meaning of services, that is given in page number 12. Page number 12. Meaning of goods and meaning of services. Goods means what? Any kind of movable property, of course. Immovable property will not come under goods. So any kind of movable property. Goods excludes, you see, goods excludes money and securities. Even service definition also, you see, service definition excludes money and securities. Means money and securities are neither goods nor security nor services. So why securities are excluded from the meaning of goods and services? Because we have STT, security transaction tax. Whether STT got subsumed into GST or not got subsumed into GST, not got subsumed into GST. Due to that reason, securities are excluded. Even money is excluded because it is meaningless to tax a transaction in money. For example, I am giving you 500 rupee note and you are giving me a change of 100 rupee notes, 500 rupee notes you are giving. Does it mean you are selling me 100 rupee note? I am selling you 500 rupee note. It's meaningless, na? That's the reason why money and securities both are excluded from meaning of goods and services. But goods means any kind of movable property. Actionable claims will be included in the meaning of goods, but not all actionable claims are covered under supply. What are the actionable claims which are covered under supply? HC block. And growing crops, grass and things attached to or forming part of land which are agreed to be severed before supply or under a contract of supply is also included. That is like, I am selling you teakwood plantation, I am selling you. As on today, it is attached to earth, but I enter into contract to cut it and deliver. So therefore, even though it is immobile today, but I enter into contract to deliver to you, at the time it will become movable. So it will be treated as goods. Is it clear here? So goods means any kind of movable property, includes 2 actionable claims, growing crops, things attached to earth, agreed to be severed. Severed means what? Cut. You can see severed. Severed means cut. Next, excludes what? Money and securities. Services. What is the meaning of services? Services means what? Anything other than goods. So very simple definition, na? Anything other than goods. Now, I am selling building. Is it goods? Sale of building, is it goods? No. So it will become service? Yes. Yes. Anything other than goods. Land, building, not goods, correct? Means it will come under services, am I right? Because anything other than goods, that's the reason why it is excluded from supply. Understood? Land and building, not goods. Anything other than goods may become service. Then GST department may ask us to pay GST on that also. That's why this activity is excluded from supply. Understood? Then anything other than goods. And it includes what? Transaction in money for a separate consideration. See, money is neither goods nor services. But if there is a transaction in money for a separate consideration, means what? Today, $1 equals to 85 rupees. Now I am getting $100, means how much I should get from bank? If I am giving $100, 100 into 85, 8,000, 100 into 85, 8,500 rupees I should receive, but I am not receiving 8,500. 8,500 minus 2% they will cut and give. What is the 2%? Conversion fee. So this conversion fee is the additional consideration that is treated as supply of service, understood or not? So transaction in money for a separate consideration. Then facilitating or arranging transaction in securities. What does it mean? I am selling shares, you are buying shares. Someone will be the intermediary who will facilitate this transaction, that is stockbroker. He get a commission. That stockbroker commission is treated as supply of services. Is it clear? So if possible you have space there, you write down for this transaction in money for a separate consideration. Example, conversion fee, currency conversion fee, currency conversion fee, currency conversion fee. And for this facilitating or arranging transaction in securities, you write down stockbroker. Stockbroker services will come under facilitating or arranging transaction in securities. So this is the meaning of services. So service means what? Anything other than goods. It includes transaction in money for a separate consideration, facilitating or arranging transaction in securities, but money and securities are neither goods nor services. Okay. Now there is a holding company. Say this. There is a holding company. What is that holding company doing? One question we discussed now just now. There is a holding company. What they are doing? Transfers 20% of its shares in a subsidiary to another unrelated entity. Now what is your answer? Why not a supply? Securities, shares, right there. Shares are neither goods. Shares are neither goods nor services. Consequently, the said activity is not a supply. Shares are neither goods nor services. Consequently, the said activity is not a supply. Read next one, 10th one. XYZ Limited, a holding company, provides management consultancy services to its subsidiary ABC Private Limited, where it holds 60% of the shares. Determine whether this transaction is taxable under GST and discuss any related implications. Why? How much of shares? 60% means it's a related party, correct? Holding company and subsidiary are related. They provide management consultancy services, but no consideration given. It's okay between related parties, even though without consideration it constitutes supply under 7.1c. Very good. Write down supply under section 7.1c. Hyphen, transactions between related persons. Transactions between related persons. Between related persons. Even though without consideration. Transaction between related persons, even though without consideration. But in the COFB. What is COFB? Course of furtherance of business. Next, 11. A retailer sells a gift hamper consisting of chocolates, a soft drink and a mobile phone at a single price of 5,000. Under GST, how will this transaction be classified and what is the rate of tax applicable? Composite supply or mixed supply? Definitely it is not composite supply. Why? Not naturally bundled. Very good. Is it for a single price? So, right there, not naturally bundled. not naturally bundled, and it is for a single price. It is for a single price. Not naturally bundled and it is for a single price. Therefore, what is your answer? Therefore, it is mixed supply and taxable at what rate? And taxable at highest rate. Highest rate between what? Highest rate between the given supplies. Between this soft drink, chocolate, mobile phone, whatever is highest rate, that will be taken. Understood? Not naturally bundled, it is for a single price, therefore it is mixed supply and taxable at highest rate. Understood? Next, a business provides packaged service that includes both a laptop and its mandatory installation. How should this transaction be classified under GST and what tax rate will apply? Why composite supply? Mandatory installation, mandatory, very good here, you are in line, keep it up. So mandatory means compulsory, so it is naturally bundled, without that they will not be doing. So laptop and installation not naturally bundled. Laptop and installation, laptop and installation is naturally bundled and treated as composite supply. Laptop and installation is naturally bundled and treated as composite supply. Full stop. Taxable at what rate? Taxable at rate applicable to laptop. Taxable at rate applicable to laptop, because laptop is the principal supply due to that reason. Next, a business located in India exports goods to its subsidiary in Singapore. Export goods. However, the goods never enter the Indian territory and are directly delivered to Singapore from another country. Is this transaction considered as supply under GST and how will it be taxed? Why? Not high seas. Outside the country movement of goods. Very good. Right there. Outside the country movement of goods. Outside the country movement of goods. Outside the country movement of goods is excluded from supply. As per which section? As per section 7 subsection 2, read with schedule 3. Whenever you are referring to 7 subsection 2, you need to give schedule 3. Okay. So we'll take a break and thereafter we'll continue with the remaining aspects in this. 15 minutes sufficient? Come, you come, I'll wait. Okay, we'll start. Look into page 9. Page number 9. Gifts by employer to employee not exceeding 50,000 per annum per employee is excluded from supply. That is, generally employer and employer treated as related. If any supply is made by employer to employee, it's a related party transaction. However, when the gifts are given by employer to employee, we need to see what is the value of the gift. If the value of the gift does not exceed 50,000 per annum per employee, then it is not a supply. What if the value of gift exceeds 50,000? Entirely it will be treated as supply. That is this point. And this specified actionable claims already we discussed. What are they? Look into 2 points related to exclusion from supply, 2 CBIC circulars. One is sale of land. Generally sale of land is covered under supply or excluded from supply. Sale of land is excluded from supply. But if the sale of land is a developed land means what? They will incur the expenditure on development, like they will take a normal land, do the leveling, and they will put the road, divide it into plots, and that plots they will be selling. This is known as sale of developed land. This sale of developed land is also excluded from supply, but for the development, if they collect any charges, the development charges alone will be treated as supply. Example, say the land rate is 2000 rupees per square feet, plot 2000 rupees per square feet, and they are collecting 2500. 2000 rupees is for the land and 500 rupees is for the development charges. What is the treatment of that 500 rupees? That 500 rupees is covered under supply. The 2000 rupees is excluded from supply. What if they collect 2500 together? Then it will be treated as excluded from supply, entire 2500. If they show 500 rupees separately as development charges, then only it will be covered under supply. Read this. Sale of land after some development such as leveling, laying down of drainage lines, electricity lines, etc. is also sale of land and excluded from supply. However, services provided for development of land, see this, however, services provided for development of land is not excluded from supply and shall attract GST. Got the clarity about that? So normally sale of land is excluded, sale of developed land also excluded, but only thing towards development charge, if they collect any amount, that alone will come under supply. Then second point you see, perquisites. Perquisites means which are covered under salary offer document given by employer to employee. Will it form part of salary for income tax or it will not form part of salary? In income tax, salaries, perquisites you would have heard of. Whether perquisites is covered under salary or not covered under salary? Covered under salary. Means salary is excluded from supply, am I right? Employee to employer. Due to that reason, on perquisites there is no GST. Read there. Perquisites provided by employer to employee in terms of contractual agreement entered into between them will not be subject to GST when the same are provided in terms of contract. Okay. Next, based on all these points related to employer employee, so we have come across point number 1. Employer and employee are related. That is point number 1. Point number 2. Employee providing services to employer against salary is excluded from supply. Services by employee to employer in the course of employment is excluded from supply. That's the second point we read. Third point what we read is that gifts given by employer to employee, if the value of the gift does not exceed 50,000, then it is not a supply. If it exceeds 50,000 entirely, it will become supply. Fourth point what we have learnt is about this perquisites. Perquisites given by employer to employee is covered under salary, so it is not a supply like that. All these 4 points related to employer employee I have given as 2 charts. Please see that in page number 11. Please see that in page number 11. GST implications on employer-employee relationship. Supply by employee to employer. First is employee to employer. Concentrate employee to employer. Is it goods or service or only services? Only services, because employment contract is a contract of service. So only services. it will be divided into two, in the course of employment, not in the course of employment. Example, you are a chartered accountant and you have been appointed as a finance manager in a company for a salary of 25 lakhs per annum. Is it supply or excluded from supply? Excluded from supply, because that is in the course of employment. And suppose if it is not in the course of employment, that is you are a finance manager and that company wanted a particular assignment to be done by you, one project appraisal, and for that reason they asked you, can you do the project appraisal? But you are telling, sir, it is not my work. But even then they are asking you and you are doing, for which the company has paid you 1 lakh rupees for doing that project evaluation or appraisal. Is that 1 lakh in the course of employment or not in the course of employment? Not in the course of employment. But is it related to your profession in the course or furtherance of business? Yes. So, and is it for consideration? Yes. So it will become supply under 7(1)(a). Is it clear here? Suppose if it is a salary, it is excluded from supply because it is covered under employment. If it is not a salary but some extra fees that you have got, that is in the course of business and it is for consideration, so it is supply under 7(1)(a). What if it is without consideration? Definitely it is not a supply. Why it is not a supply? Won't it come under 7(1)(c) related party transactions? No. Why it will not come under related party transaction? Right there, if it is not in the course of employment, then employer-employee relationship exist or do not exist? Does not exist. Employer and employee relationship, does not exist. Employer and employee relationship does not exist if it is not in the course of employment. Means they are not employer-employee. So the question of 7(1)(c) will not arise. Is it clear? Also, what if it is not in the course or furtherance of business? Then also not a supply. Why then also not a supply? See, for 7(1)(a) or 7(1)(c), everywhere it should be in the course or furtherance of business. You check the chart, one table we discussed na, 7(1)(a), 7(1)(b) like that. Previously we saw this. In this, if you see, for 7(1)(a) also it should be in the course or furtherance of business. A also it should be in the course or furtherance of business. Related party transaction also it should be in the course or furtherance of business. If it is not in the course or furtherance of business, then it is not a supply. Is it clear here? What you need to remember is just 2 points in this. Salary, not a supply. Any other amount received by employee, if it is in the course or furtherance of business, supply under 7(1)(a), otherwise not a supply. Is that clear? Next, look into the next chart. That is supply by employer to employee. Supply by employer to employee. What he can give? Either goods or services. Supply by employer to employee, either goods or services. It may be for consideration or without consideration. Example, concentrate. Usually employer will be providing canteen facility to the employee. He will collect, like employer will collect some nominal amount. There are a lot of canteens and workers and all will be eating food in the factories and they pay a nominal amount like 10 rupees or 20 rupees like that. Is it covered under supply? Yes. Why? Even though 10 rupees or 20 rupees they are collecting, that's a consideration only na. Due to that reason it will come under supply. See this, supply by employer to employee for a consideration, supply under 7(1)(a). Example, canteen facility to employees where food is sold at a concessional rate. What if it is without consideration? Means employer is not collecting anything from the employee. Then what is it? Check whether it is a perquisite or it is a gift. What is the difference between perquisite and gift? Perquisite means it is covered under offer document. Gift means it is not covered under offer document. If it is a perquisite, means covered under offer document, what is the treatment? It is treated as salary. It is treated as salary. So therefore it will come under supply or excluded from supply? Excluded from supply, not a supply. Because employee to employer in the course of employment, perquisite form part of salary. What about gift? Gift is covered under salary offer document or not covered under salary offer document? Not covered under salary offer document. And if the value of gift exceeds 50,000 per annum per employee, entire value treated as supply. Say for example, employer gives an iPhone to the employee. when the value of the iPhone is say 90,000 rupees, supply or not a supply? Definitely supply. How much? Extra 40,000 is supply or entire 90,000 is supply? Entire 90,000 is supply. And suppose if employer gives one basic mobile like somewhere like 30,000 rupees like that, one Android mobile to the employee, will it be coming under supply or not a supply? Not a supply, because the value does not exceed 50,000. While doing this value, whether GST to be added or to be excluded, always value excludes GST, because there is one section 15 subsection 2 clause A which says that all taxes, duties and cess by whatever name called other than GST should be included in the value. So, but GST will not be included in the value. Is it clear or not? So, value excludes GST. That is with respect to this. And goods definition, service definition already we discussed. Both the goods and service definition excludes money, and money can be Indian currency or foreign currency or any instrument recognized by RBI, but does not include old currency which is not in circulation. So, Indian currency or foreign currency will come in money. Even it includes any instrument recognized by RBI, but old coins, some people will be selling old coins, that will not be coming under money definition. So, whether sale of old coins is covered under supply? Yes, simple here. Goods definition, minus is money. Goods definition minus, excludes is money. Money excludes old coins, minus into minus plus. Is it clear? An exclusion to the exclusion is inclusion. So, therefore, sale of old coins will be treated as sale of goods and it will come under supply. Same way. Is cryptocurrency an instrument recognized by RBI? No. Cryptocurrency is not recognized by RBI, so it is not money. Then when we sell the bitcoins, Ethereum coins, etc., whether GST will be payable? Yes. See this, underline. Therefore, sale of old coins and sale of cryptocurrency treated as sale of goods and attracts GST. Then next one. Actionable claims means I told you 4 conditions. What are they? Right to receive a benefit, transferable, legally enforceable, and a holder of right is entitled to receive the benefit or recover the debt. Example of actionable claims: bill of exchange, lottery, promissory note, bearer check. Sir, but this bill of exchange, promissory note, bearer check is also covered under money definition. If it is money, then it is excluded. If it is actionable claim, then it is included. So, how to understand this? See this chart. So, all your doubts related to actionable claims will get clarified in this chart. Carefully listen. Actionable claims are broadly divided into 2. Covered under money definition, not covered under money definition. Those actionable claims which are covered under money definition, what are they? Bill of exchange, promissory note, bearer check. It is neither goods nor services. But other actionable claims are treated as goods. But in that, only HC block is covered under supply. Remaining is not a supply. What is that HC block? Horse racing, betting, etc. That is only covered under supply, others is not a supply. Can you give me example for others? You write down vouchers. Vouchers is an example for others. So, lot of gift vouchers and all you get when you go for shopping and when you purchase in Lifestyle or Max or etc. places, they give you some gift vouchers. Max gift voucher. So, that gift voucher is called as actionable claim. Why, sir? First, you have a right to receive benefit, legally enforceable, transferable, the holder of that voucher will be receiving. But is it covered under HC block? No. That's why it is not a supply. Understood? Then, look into the next page. Important points related to specified actionable claims. All the specified actionable claims are treated as goods. All the specified actionable claims are treated as goods. And what will be the rate of GST applicable to specified actionable claims? 28%. And these 2 differences already I told you. Online gaming versus online money gaming. Online gaming is what? Whenever you play a game by spending money, that is online gaming. Offering a game on internet or electronic network and includes online money gaming. Only online money gaming is covered under specified actionable claims, but not online gaming. Then online gaming will be treated as what? OIDR services. What is the meaning of OIDR services? Online information database access retrieval services. Online information database access or retrieval services. What does it mean? your OTT platforms. Example, any service which is provided over internet is a OIDR services. So I am also taking classes in online live, that will be coming under OIDR services. Is it clear? Any service which is provided over internet, online services will come under OIDR service. So online money gaming will be treated like that. Example, this GTA, Minecraft, these are all examples. But online money gaming, you see, online gaming in which player pay or deposit money, they will deposit money or money's worth, including virtual digital asset. Even they can use cryptocurrency also for playing the games. In the expectation of, that is important, in the expectation of, underline that, in the expectation of winning money or money's worth, including virtual digital assets in any event, including game, scheme, competition or any other activity or process, whether or not its outcome or performance is based on skill or chance or both. This definition they amended, they have added this online money gaming to include this because there is one very big case between Dream11 and GST department. Okay, so Dream11, if you search for GST notice, so Dream11 got a GST notice for 28,000 crores. 28,000 crores is the notice for Dream11, which means what could be their turnover? 28% GSTR, 28,000 divided by 0.28, which means their turnover is 1 lakh crore. On 1 lakh crore, they have been served a GST notice to pay 28,000 crore rupees. But Dream11 said, sir, ours is not a betting platform. You understood? Ours is not a betting platform. Ours is a game of skill. Only a person, ours is not a game of chance. Ours is a game of skill. Only a person who is having skill can play the Dream11. Otherwise, no one can play. So, due to that reason, don't classify it under betting activity. So, we are not required to pay GST because at that time, only lottery, betting and gambling was covered under supply. All others are excluded from supply. So, Dream11 said we will not come under betting and gambling. So, we are not required to pay GST. Now, also again they will argue this, correct or not. For that reason, so they have made the amendment to the definition and they are telling whether it is a game of skill or game of chance or both, it is an online money gaming, pay GST. Is it clear? So, let it be online, the money gaming, game of skill or game of chance or game of both. And whether the same is permissible or otherwise. Awesome. Same is permissible or otherwise means even if it is illegal, even if it is not permitted. You understood? It is like, so in Mumbai, one bookie, that is this cricket betting and all they do now, they are called as bookies, and one bookie was caught, and when he was caught, GST department asked him to pay GST, but he is telling, sir, whatever I am doing is illegal activity, why should I pay tax? For which, again GST department said that you have to pay, whether it is legal or illegal, but tomorrow to avoid the dispute, they brought that here itself, whether it is permissible or otherwise under any law for the time being in force. Okay, when it is not permissible, then how can they collect tax? That they are collecting. Next, HC blog is goods or services. HC blog is goods or services. Goods. Then, is there a possibility of supplier outside India? Yes, there are many betting apps where the supplier is located outside India. Dream11 also left the country. Delta Corp, like that, one gaming company is there, that also they have left the country. All gaming like online money gaming suppliers are outside India. Then, whenever you are importing goods, online money gaming is goods. Whenever you are importing goods, actually which tax will come? GST or customs? Customs, which means customs duty is payable, correct or not? But GST law says no, even though it is goods, on import of it GST is only applicable, customs is not applicable. Customs means people will easily escape. That's why they are telling GST is applicable. Read this. Even though HC blog is treated as goods, import of the same is not covered under Customs Act but chargeable to IGST. Then all these things we have discussed, donations, etc. Look into the next area, meaning of person, page number 14. What is the meaning of person under GST? This I told you. What is the meaning of person under GST? Same as meaning of person under Income Tax Act plus central government or state government will be meaning of person under GST. And here, what is the meaning of person under Income Tax Act? Individual, HUF, company, firm, AOP, cooperative society, local authority, artificial juridical person and any other body corporate. This is the regular meaning under Income Tax Act, that already you know. Extra what you need to add? Central government and state government. Then in this regard you need to remember one term, taxable person. What is the meaning of a taxable person? A person who is registered or liable to get registered. Liable to get registered means what? They cross the threshold limit, so they cross the aggregate turnover limit and they need to register but not yet registered. They are called as liable to get registered. Is it clear? So taxable person means registered person under GST or a person liable to get registered. Then meaning of business, you see. Why meaning of business is essential? Because many places we have come across in the course are furtherance of business. So what is that meaning of business? So I'll tell you one easy way to remember, one very simple way. Except personal activities, everything else is business. You understood? In exam you will never get this problem, because the moment they give the question, no, almost business activities only they will give in question. Personal activities, if it comes, then what is your answer? It is not in the course or furtherance of business. Easy. They give one line here. From reading the question itself you will identify. If they give it as a personal transaction, it is not in the course or furtherance of business. Otherwise it will be business. Okay, let's see the meaning of business now. But I gave you a shortcut. What is a shortcut? Personal activities only, not business. All other activities will be business. See there, general activities, trade, commerce, manufacture. Trade means what? Sale of goods. Commerce means service sector, warehousing, insurance, banking, etc. That will be commerce. Manufacture means conversion of raw material into finished goods. Profession, occasion, adventure. These three are related to skills. So example, chartered accountant, advocate, engineer, etc. is profession. Then occasion. Occasion means whenever you get the skill not by way of qualification. If you get the skill by way of qualification, it is profession. When you get the skill by way of experience, then it will be called as occasion. Example, acting is a occasion, dancing is a occasion, singing is a occasion, astrology is a occasion. Got it? Next, adventure. That is not your main activity, but you are doing it as a passion. Example, a chartered accountant, profession. Acting in movie, adventure. Is it clear? And a doctor, profession, and conducting magic show, that will be coming under adventure. Is it clear? And advocate, profession, and advocate dances in the auditorium, Bharatanatyam dance, it will be coming under adventure. Is it clear? So being in your regular activities, profession or occasion, when you do something new, that is adventure. One more example, an actor making some paintings and selling those paintings will come under adventure. Being an actor is occasion. When they make some paintings, that will come under adventure. Wager means betting activity or any other similar activity. So what is the general meaning of business? Come on. Trade, commerce, manufacture. Then profession, occasion, adventure, wager or any other similar activity. Its incidental or ancillary is also covered. Incidental or ancillary means connected to it. For example, you know, like I am taking classes and this is incidental or ancillary to my profession. And same way, if a chartered accountant author books and gets a royalty income, that is also incidental or ancillary to his profession. Is it clear or not? So incidental or ancillary means connecting to the main activities. Then irrespective of the volume or frequency, sir, I started business, sir, only 2 days I did business, then I closed down the business, still it is business? Yes, irrespective of the volume or frequency. Whether or not for a pecuniary benefit. Pecuniary benefit means profit motive. Whether profit motive is present or not, it will be business. Example, so this in temple they sell prasadam, trade, that will come under trade, but not for profit motive. and they will be selling dairies, calendars, etc. and all in many temples. Again, is it for profit motive? No, it's not for profit motive. Even then it will come under trade and it will come under business. Is it clear? What are the three additional points? Incidental or ancillary, irrespective of volume or frequency, whether or not for a pecuniary benefit. These are some specific activities which will always be treated as business. First one, entry tickets. All entry tickets is business, and holding an office accepted in the course or furtherance of trade, profession or occasion. That is, generally I am a person, say I am a doctor and I became head of the Indian Medical Association. For becoming the head of Indian Medical Association, I will receive some money that will be coming under holding an office. What is the office that I am holding now? Head of Indian Medical Association, accepted in the course or furtherance of trade, occasion or profession. Suppose if there is a temple and I am a doctor and I became a treasurer of the temple for which I get some money, is it covered under business? No. Why it is not covered under business? Because not connected to my trade, profession or occasion. Correct or not? I told you, personal activity. Personal activity will not come under business. Then supply of goods or services in connection with commencement or closure of business. What is that? That is, I am starting a restaurant and in that restaurant I wanted to install 5 ACs, but in the wholesale market minimum I need to buy 10 ACs. So I purchased 10 ACs at 30,000 rupees. I installed 5 ACs in my restaurant. Remaining 5 ACs I sold it for 5,000 rupees profit, that is 35,000 rupees I sold. Is the sale of AC my business? No, restaurant is my business, but it is in connection with commencement of business. Same way when we shut down the business, so whatever assets that are there in the business, we will be selling. Is that our business? No, but it is in connection with closure of business. See there, any supply of goods or service in connection with commencement or closure of business. Then this point already I told you. So members, that is, there is an association, Resident Welfare Association, which will be providing facilities to its members. Provision of facilities or benefits to its members by a club, society or association. Then all activities of race club including betting activities and all activities of government. All activities of government is also business activities. So this is the specific meaning. Now what you need to know is that this they have not tested so far. That's the reason why I just gave you a quick glance at it. You don't have to put any effort on this, because in exam almost all activities given in the questions will be business activities. Rarely we will find not business, that is personal activities. Just keep that in mind, that is enough. Then meaning of related already we discussed, and this circular also we discussed. See this circular, page 16. Whether owning a control interest in the form of shares by a holding company in subsidiary company supply of service. We discussed one question, hope you remember. That is, there is a holding company transferring the shares to the subsidiary company, etc. and all. But there the shares are neither goods nor services. That's the reason why it will not come. Activity of holding shares of subsidiary company by a holding company cannot be treated as supply of service and cannot be taxed under GST. Why it cannot be taxed under GST? As shares are neither goods nor services. Then see this, what are the goods not liable to tax? So you tell me, non-taxable supplies, already we discussed. What are non-taxable supplies? Alcoholic liquor for human consumption and petroleum products. These two are non-taxable supplies. Then various supplies, see this table. Total, the supplies are divided into 4. Taxable supplies, exempted supplies, non-taxable supplies and zero rated supplies. Now whatever we have discussed is non-taxable supplies, that is alcoholic liquor for human consumption and petroleum products. Then what are zero rated supplies? Read there, supply of goods or services or goods or services. What is that? Export. Whenever you are exporting goods or services, or supply of goods or services to SEZ unit or developer with respect to underline authorized operations. Not all supplies to SEZ will come under zero rated supplies, only for authorized operations. Sir, zero rated means the rate of GST is 0? No. the rate of GST is not 0, the burden of GST will become 0. Means first you need to pay GST and then get the refund. Then only it will be burden 0. Why we need to pay and then get refund, sir? First you pay, prove that really it is export or supply to SEZ and then get the refund. So the burden, tax burden will become 0. That's why it is called as zero rated supplies. Is it clear? So tell me what are zero rated supplies? Come on. Export of goods or services, supply of goods or services to SEZ. These two are zero rated supplies. Non-taxable supplies also two. What are they? Alcoholic liquor for human consumption and petroleum products. Exempted supply. There are three exempted supplies. Number one, notified as exempted. Government from time to time will notify certain transactions as exempted. That is known as notified as exempted. Nil rated means the rate of GST will be nil, or non-taxable. Just now we discussed non-taxable. These three will come under exempted supplies. See there. Goods or services which attract nil rate of tax, are wholly exempt from tax, and includes non-taxable supplies. The balancing figure is known as taxable supplies remaining. You can see the chart here to understand. First, supply of goods or services. In that, not chargeable to GST, that is GST not payable. Why GST not payable? Maybe it is not leviable to GST, or leviable to GST but nil rated or notified for non-payment. All these three will come under exempted. Got it? What are exempted? Notified for non-payment, nil rated, non-leviable means non-taxable. These three are treated as exempted. So the balancing figure is known as taxable supplies. Got it? Whether all these taxable, exempted, non-taxable and zero rated come in aggregate turnover? Yes. What is the need of aggregate turnover? Whenever my aggregate turnover exceeds a particular threshold limit, I need to register and pay GST. What is that threshold limit? Some cases 10 lakhs, some cases 20 lakhs and some cases 40 lakhs. Like that we have threshold limit. As and when you cross that threshold limit, you need to register. What should cross the threshold limit? My aggregate turnover. When my aggregate turnover exceeds the threshold limit, I need to register and pay GST. So while computing aggregate turnover, whether all the supplies are included? Yes. Taxable, exempted, non-taxable, zero rated, everything will be coming into aggregate turnover, and aggregate turnover will be computed on all India basis. Now listen, Taskmark you take, what they will be selling? Liquor. Taxable or non-taxable? Non-taxable. And are they required to register or not required to get registered? If a person is making only non-taxable supplies, they are not required to register. But they will also sell other things. What other things they will be selling? Water bottle. Good experience, I think. So water bottle, paper cup, then beverages, soda, pickle, chips, then groundnuts, like that, side dish. Main dish and side dish, both they will be selling. Main dish is non-taxable, side dish is taxable. Now you club these two. Now you club these two. Will it cross 40 lakhs? Will it cross 40 lakhs? Easily, sir. Per day itself it will cross, sir. Why in a year? So easily it will cross. Whether they need to register or not? Yes. So that's what the beauty of aggregate turnover is. Why are we adding exempted supplies? If you add exempted supplies, the overall turnover crosses the threshold limit, because of which we are required to get registered. Understood? So say this. Aggregate turnover means taxable supplies, exempted supplies, exports, interstate supplies of persons having same permanent account number to be computed on what basis? All India basis, but excludes inward supply on which tax is payable by a person on reverse charge, and GST. GST group is also excluded. Means CGST, SGST, UT, GST, IGST and compensations will not be coming in aggregate turnover. Understood here? Why inward supply is excluded? Here, turnover means what? Sales. Inward supplies means what? Why in sales purchases will be included? In sales purchases will not be included. What is the meaning of RCM? Reverse charge mechanism means what? Generally, who will pay GST to government? Supplier will pay GST to government. But in some cases, recipient will pay GST to government. That is known as reverse charge mechanism. Remember, R for RCM, R for recipient. Is it clear? So in case of RCM, who will pay GST to government? Recipient. For example, I am supplier. I am making a supply to you. You are my recipient. Generally under FCM, forward charge mechanism, who will pay GST to government? Supplier will pay GST to government and in turn recover it from the recipient. Who is having burden? A recipient. Okay. Whereas in case of RCM, I am supplier. I will make supply to you. I will not pay GST to government. You only should pay GST to government and you are only having burden. Let it be FCM or RCM. Ultimately the burden is on recipient. Is it clear? But what differs is who pay GST to government. Under FCM, who will pay GST to government? Supplier. Very good. And in case of RCM, who will pay GST to government? Recipient. That is this. So whenever there are some inward supplies on which tax is payable by a person on reverse charge, that will not be included in aggregate turnover. Even GST group not included in aggregate turnover. What is the purpose of this aggregate turnover? Registration. Many places we come across aggregate turnover and mainly for registration purposes aggregate turnover is used. As and when aggregate turnover exceeds a particular limit, we are required to register and pay GST. Can we see what are those limits? Say this. So those limits also we need to understand. Just go to registration chapter. Go to registration chapter. Take page number 137. Take page number 137, 137 and see there threshold limit. Remember here, whenever aggregate turnover, whenever my aggregate turnover, ATO means aggregate turnover, exceeds threshold limit, I am required to get registered. Just now we completed what is the meaning of aggregate turnover. What and all will come in aggregate turnover? 4. 4 plus 2 minus. What are those 4 plus? Exempted, non-taxable, 0 rated. 2 minus. Inward supply under RCM, GST group, CGST, SGST. Okay. Now we need to understand what is the threshold limit. Then only that person is required to get registered. Correct? Now, what is the threshold limit? If a person is engaged in business only in one state, then the limit will be 10 lakhs if that state is in MMTN. Today only we discussed MMTN. What is that? Manipur, Mizoram, Tripura, Nagaland. What is the limit? 10 lakhs. Whether you are engaged in supply of goods or supply of services, the limit will be 10 lakhs. For U stamp, what is that U stamp? U for Uttarakhand, S for Sikkim, okay, T Telangana, T for Telangana, A Arunachal Pradesh, M Meghalaya, P Pondicherry, the limit will be 20 lakhs, let it be goods or services. And for all other states, if they are exclusively engaged in supply of goods, 40 lakhs, if they are supplying both goods and services or services, then it will be 20 lakhs. Is it clear? So 20 lakhs limit is for services, 40 lakhs limit is for goods. What if they are doing both goods and services? The limit will be, come on, 20 lakhs. Is it clear? And so 3 points you need to remember. First, if they are doing business in a single state, 3 points. What is the first point you need to remember? If they are doing business in MMTN, what is MMTN? Manipur, Mizoram, Tripura, Nagaland. The limit will be 10 lakhs, either goods or services. If they are doing business in a single state and that single state is in U stamp, what is U stamp? Uttarakhand, Sikkim, Telangana, Arunachal Pradesh, Meghalaya and P, Puducherry. Then the limit will be 20 lakhs. All other states, the limit will be 40 lakhs if it is goods. If it is goods or services, 20 lakhs is the limit. Then look into the next one. If a person is engaged in business in many states, they are doing business in multiple states. First point, one of the state is in MMTN. Out of the multiple states, one state is in MMTN and taxable supplies are made in that state. Taxable supplies are made in that state. Then in that case, the limit will be 10 lakhs. One of the state is in MMTN and taxable supplies are made in that state, then it is 10 lakhs. Then none of the state is in MMTN use stamp. Already we know what is MMTN, what is use stamp. None of the states is in MMTN use stamp and engaged in exclusive supply of goods, then the limit will be 40 lakhs. All other cases, the limit will be 20 lakhs. So tell me what are the 3 points you need to remember, come on. One of the state is in MMTN, Manipur, Mizoram, Tripura, Nagaland and. So this is important, both conditions should be satisfied and taxable supplies are made in that state. What is the limit? 10 lakhs. None of the state is in MMTN use stamp and they are engaged in supply of goods, then the limit will be, and all other cases the limit will be 20 lakhs. Now say this aggregate turnover will be computed on all India basis and not state wise. The limit of 40 lakhs is applicable only in case of exclusive supply of goods. However, interest income is allowed. What does it mean? See, concentrate. I am exclusively engaged in supply of goods. I have only one other income, that is interest income. Still I am called as exclusive supply of goods, so 40 lakhs limit will be applicable. Is it clear? I am exclusively engaged in supply of goods means fully I should be in goods, but one relaxation they give. What is that one relaxation? Interest income. Suppose I am doing goods plus only one service, that is delivery service. Now will it be called as exclusive supply of goods? No. So the limit of 40 lakhs will not come. Got it? Next. However, interest income is allowed. That's an important point. If a person is engaged in exclusive supply of services or supply of both goods and services, the limit of 20 lakhs or 10 lakhs should be considered. And these are the cases where 40 lakhs is not applicable. What are those cases? If they voluntarily get registered. If a person voluntarily get registered, then 40 lakhs not applicable. Persons who are compulsorily required to get registered under 24. There are some people who are mandatorily required to get registered. For them also 40 lakhs limit is not applicable. There is something called as compulsory registration. Irrespective of the limit, you need to register. Or person making exclusive supply of ice cream, edible ice, pan masala, tobacco and tobacco products, bricks and roofing tiles. If a person is engaged in supply of these goods, they cannot go for 40 lakhs limit. Only 20 lakhs limit will be applicable. What are those goods? Ice cream, edible ice, pan masala, tobacco and tobacco products, bricks and roofing tiles. Okay. Then you have any notebook with you? Yes. So take that notebook, close this book for some time. Close this book for some time. Take your notebook. If you don't have notebook, beg borrow one page from a student sitting next to you. Yes. Sir, I don't have pen also. Catch one share auto, go to Marina Beach, go and fall in Bay of Bengal. Okay. Pen also if you don't have, then why here? Write down. Illustration number 1. All these are questions on registration. You need to tell me the answer. Okay. Write down. Question number 1. Question number 1. Say this. So A Limited is the person. A Limited is the person. They are doing business in Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, Nagaland. Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, Nagaland. taxable supplies, exempt supplies, taxable supplies, exempt supplies. Tamil Nadu, and this is goods only, goods only, goods only. Both are goods. Tamil Nadu 10 lakhs taxable supplies, Karnataka 5 lakhs, and Nagaland 3 lakhs. Whereas exempt supplies 5 lakhs Tamil Nadu, 2 lakhs Karnataka, and we don't have anything. Now tell me, are they required to get registered, and what is their applicable threshold limit? What is their applicable threshold limit? Why applicable threshold limit is 10 lakhs? They are doing business in single state or multiple states? Multiple states, and one of the state is in MMTN, and taxable supplies are made from that state. So the limit will be, why not 40 lakhs? Why not 40 lakhs? For 40 lakhs, none of the states should be in MMTN use stamp. Any one state is in MMTN use stamp, they will not get 40 lakhs limit. Is it clear? So therefore, out of the given state, one state is in Nagaland, MMTN use stamp. That's the reason why 40 lakhs limit will not come. So 10 lakhs is the limit. Is it clear? So write down, aggregate turnover equals to ATO equals to 10 plus 10, 20, 25 lakhs. Aggregate turnover is 25 lakhs. And what is the applicable threshold limit? What is the applicable threshold limit? Respond. 10 lakhs. Applicable threshold limit is 10 lakhs. Why applicable threshold limit is 10 lakhs? Because one of the state is a special category state and taxable supplies are made from that state. Write down, as one of the state is in MMTN, as one of the state is in MMTN, and taxable supplies are made from that state, and taxable supplies are made from that state, and taxable supplies are made from that state. Now whether A Limited is liable to get registered or not liable to get registered? A Limited is liable to get registered. A Limited is liable to get registered. Where they should register? All the 3 states mandatorily? Yes. Liable to get registered in Tamil Nadu, Karnataka and Nagaland. So they will have 3 registrations: Tamil Nadu, Karnataka and Nagaland. Now one registration to another registration is known as distinct person. Is it clear? Next, write down below illustration 2. This is illustration 1. Illustration 2. What will be your answer in illustration 1? Right? What will be your answer in illustration 1 if? What will be your answer in illustration 1 if? Nagaland is replaced with Telangana. Nagaland is replaced with Telangana. So same question, but Nagaland is replaced with Telangana. Then what is the aggregate turnover? Aggregate turnover 25 lakhs. What is the applicable threshold limit? Not 10 lakhs, it will be 20 lakhs. Still, why not 40 lakhs? Because it is in use stamp, MMTN use stamp, you will not get 40 lakhs. Is it clear? So still the limit will be, respond here, 20 lakhs. Still the limit will be 20 lakhs. And write down ATO equals to 25 lakhs. ATO equals to 25 lakhs. Applicable threshold limit equals to 10 lakhs. Sorry, applicable threshold limit equals to 20 lakhs. Applicable threshold limit equals to 20 lakhs. Okay, below that, 40 lakhs limit not applicable. 40 lakhs limit not applicable if one of the state, 40 lakhs limit not applicable if one of the state is in MMTN use stamp. In exam, write all the states. Okay, here you remember MMTN use stamp, but in exam you write that full. Got it? MMTN use stamp. So what is your answer? Therefore, A Limited is liable to get registered, right? Therefore, A Limited is liable to get registered. Where? In Tamil Nadu, Karnataka and Telangana. Tamil Nadu, Karnataka and Telangana. Illustration 3. Illustration 3. What will be your answer in illustration 1? What will be your answer in illustration 1 if? What will be your answer in illustration 1 if Nagaland is replaced with Kerala? Nagaland is replaced with Kerala. What will be your answer in illustration 1 if Nagaland is replaced with Kerala? What is the limit? Sure. Very good. 40 lakhs. Because they are exclusively engaged in supply of goods and none of the states is in MMTN use stamp. Due to that reason, applicable limit is 40 lakhs. So write down ATO equals to 25 lakhs. ATO equals to 25 lakhs. Applicable threshold limit equals to 40 lakhs. As none of the states, as none of the given states is in, as none of the given states is in MMTNU stamp, as none of the given states is in MMTNU stamp. Next, therefore, A Limited not required to or not liable to get registered. Why? Their aggregate turnover is only 25 lakhs, but applicable limit will be 40 lakhs. Therefore, A Limited not liable to get registered. A Limited not liable to get registered. Next, illustration 4. Illustration 4. What is your answer in illustration 1? You write multiple combinations, so all the provisions will get covered in one illustration itself. Okay. What will be your answer in illustration 1? What will be your answer in illustration 1 if taxable supplies in Nagaland, if taxable supplies in Nagaland is replaced with exempted supplies, in Nagaland. You understood the question? So taxable supplies were there in Nagaland. That is not taxable supplies. Now it moved to exempted supplies. That is in this question, this 3 lakhs, moved to this place, exempted supplies place. Then what is your answer? What is the applicable limit? 40 lakhs. Definitely 40 lakhs will not come. Okay. MMTN use stamp 40 lakhs should not come. You understood? MMTN use stamp 40 lakhs should never come. The moment you see MMTN use stamp, forget about 40 lakhs. In the given states, if Manipur, Mizoram, Tripura, Nagaland, Uttarakhand, Sikkim, Telangana, Arunachal Pradesh and Meghalaya is there, Pondicherry, you should never apply 40 lakhs. Okay. You may be doing taxable supply or you may be doing exempted supply, irrelevant. You have that list, MMTN use stamp, 40 lakhs will not come. So 40 lakhs will not come. So now the confusion is between 10 or 20. 20. Why? The first point says, if one of the state is in MMTN, and taxable supplies are made from that state, one of the state is in MMTN and, I told you, that's why, and taxable supplies are made in that state. Here one of the state is in MMTN, but taxable supplies are not made, exempted supplies is made. That's the reason why this 10 lakhs will not come. 40 lakhs also will not come because none of the state is in MMTN use stamp, then only 40. But here one state is in that list. So 40 also will not come. So therefore, what is the balance? 20 lakhs. Write down. ATO equals to 25 lakhs. ATO equals to 25 lakhs. Applicable threshold limit equals to 20 lakhs. Applicable threshold limit equals to 20 lakhs. Below write down, first bullet point. 10 lakhs limit not applicable. 10 lakhs limit not applicable as they are not making taxable supplies in Nagaland. 10 lakhs limit not applicable as they are not making taxable supplies in Nagaland. Next bullet point, 40 lakhs limit not applicable. 40 lakhs limit not applicable as one state is in MMTN use stamp. As one state is in MMTN use stamp. Therefore, A Limited is liable to get registered. Therefore, A Limited is liable to get registered. Where? In Tamil Nadu and Karnataka, but not in Nagaland. Right. In Tamil Nadu and Karnataka, but not in Nagaland. Why, sir? Because in Nagaland, what they are doing? So you need to register. Whether that is counted for aggregate turnover, that is counted for aggregate turnover, but we don't have to register in Nagaland because we are not making taxable supplies in Nagaland, we are making only exempted supplies. So remember, whenever you are liable to get registered, you need to register only in those states from where you are making taxable supplies. So you need to register in Tamil Nadu and Karnataka, but not in Nagaland. Okay. In brackets write down, however, Nagaland is treated as a distinct person. However, Nagaland is treated as a distinct person to Tamil Nadu and Karnataka. To Tamil Nadu and Karnataka. To Tamil Nadu and Karnataka. You explain me, what does it mean? What is the meaning of distinct person generally? One registration to another registration. When I have a establishment in another state, concentrate. When I have a establishment in another state, even though that establishment is not separately registered, that is also my distinct person. Is it clear? There are 2 points in distinct person. One registration to another registration. One registered establishment in this state to another unregistered. Another unregistered establishment in another state is also distinct person. Is it clear? So for Tamil Nadu and Karnataka, you have obtained registration only in Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, but Nagaland will also become distinct person. Is it clear? Next, illustration 5. Illustration 5. Say this. You are doing business, A Limited is doing business in Tamil Nadu, A Limited is doing business in Tamil Nadu, and they are engaged in supply of goods. That supply of goods is 35 lakhs. That supply of goods is 35 lakhs, and they have interest income. That interest income is 3 lakhs. Okay. Another illustration. Illustration 6. A Limited, Tamil Nadu, goods 35 lakhs, delivery services 3 lakhs. Now, what is the aggregate turnover in both the cases? Aggregate turnover means total 38 lakhs. 38 lakhs. What is the applicable threshold limit? First case, second case, very good. Applicable limit, applicable threshold limit, applicable threshold limit here 40 lakhs, here applicable threshold limit, 20 lakhs. First case, liable to register or not liable to register? Not liable to register. Second case, liable to register. Understood here? So got the clarity about the threshold limits for registration? You will not forget now. One last time you tell me 6 points. With that we can move back to the supply itself, supply chapter itself. Just 6 points you need to remember now. What are those 6 points? You are doing business in single state and that state is in MMTN. Limit will be. That state is in U stamp. Limit will be. That is not in MMTN U stamp, other states, and you are doing only goods. Other cases 20 lakhs, very good. Then you are doing business in multiple states. One of the state is in MMTN and taxable supplies are made from that state. 20 lakhs or 10 lakhs, 10 lakhs. None of the state is in MMTN U stamp and you are exclusively engaged in supply of goods, 40 lakhs. Other cases 20 lakhs. Okay. And if you have only interest income, 40 lakhs. Still it is treated as exclusively engaged in supply of goods. Now concentrate one more point, that is, if you see lot of small shops in Tamil Nadu wherein they sell ice cream along with the other goods, normal shops like provision stores etc. There will be one fridge, in that fridge they will be selling ice cream. Can they go for 40 lakhs limit? You understood my question? You see this, open this book and take this page 137 and respond to my query. There is a shop in Tamil Nadu. That shop is selling provision stores, all provisional items like soap, toothpaste, etc. and all. And they have a refrigerator. In the refrigerator, they will be selling ice cream. Can they go for 40 lakhs limit? Yes, yes, yes. Because if they are only engaged in supply of ice cream, edible ice, pan masala, tobacco products and bricks and roofing tiles, they will not get 40 lakhs limit. You can see the last point. So persons making exclusive supply of ice cream, edible ice, pan masala, tobacco products exclusive supply of. You understood? Persons making exclusive supply of. Can you see that? Exclusive supply of. Okay. So if they are making exclusive supply of ice cream, edible ice, pan masala, then only they will not get 40 lakhs limit. So a pan shop is there which will sell pan masala tobacco products. Can they go for 40 lakhs? No. And there is a ice cream shop, iBacco. Can they go for 40 lakhs limit? No. But a normal shop which sells pan masala or ice cream, can they go for 40 lakhs limit? Yes. This is only for exclusive supply. Got it? Then come back to supply chapter. We completed the discussion up to aggregate turnover and look into the next one, meaning of distinct persons. As this distinct persons has got some connection there, registration, that's why I explained that and I am coming back here. Okay, read the meaning of distinct person, page number 18. So who are called as distinct persons? Come on, one registration of a person to their another registration is a distinct person. And this already we know. So when I have multiple registration, one registration to another registration, registered establishment of a person in a state and unregistered establishment of that person in another state is also distinct person. I have a registered establishment in this state pa, and in another state I have an unregistered establishment. How come you can have an unregistered establishment? Already I told you. Then they are also treated as distinct person. First of all, when a person is required to obtain multiple registrations, if I am doing multiple business in different state, separate registration with respect to each state, mandatory or optional? Mandatory. I am doing multiple business in same state but in different place of business, then optional. Say for example, in Tamil Nadu I am doing business in Chennai, Coimbatore, Madurai. Now, should I go for separate registration? No, optional. Either I can go for separate registration or I can continue with single registration. Multiple business, same state, same place. Ground floor jewelry shop, first floor garment shop, next floor provision store, thereafter next floor footwear shop, thereafter food court, thereafter cinema theatre, everything in one building only. Multiple business. Can I go for separate registration? No, because the place is same. Even though you do a number of business, but the same place cannot obtain separate registration. Is it clear? Now, another establishment in another state, whether registered or not registered, treated as distinct person. See this. A Limited is doing business in Tamil Nadu, Karnataka and Telangana, and they are making taxable supply 10 lakhs and 3 lakhs, exempt supply 2 lakhs and 4 lakhs. What is their aggregate turnover? Total 10 plus 3 plus 2 plus 4 plus 3, 22 lakhs. What is their applicable limit? 20 lakhs. Why 20 lakhs? Why not 40 lakhs? Sir, they are doing business in Telangana, so you will not get 40 lakhs limit. MMTN use term, no 40 lakhs limit. And are they in MMTN and making taxable supplies? They are not in MMTN. That's why 10 lakhs will not come. You understood? 10 lakhs will not come because they are not doing business in Manipur, Mizoram, Tripura, Nagaland. 40 lakhs limit will not come. Why 40 lakhs limit will not come? Because one of the state is in MMTN use stamp. So due to that reason, the applicable limit will be 20 lakhs. What is their aggregate turnover? 22 lakhs, which exceeds 20 lakhs. Are they required to get registered or not required to get registered? Required to get registered. And where and all they should register? In Tamil Nadu and Karnataka, but not in Telangana. Now, they will have only 2 registrations. Now, Tamil Nadu, A Limited in Tamil Nadu, A Limited in Karnataka. Whether they are distinct persons? Yes. Because one registration to another registration. Now, A Limited Tamil Nadu, A Limited Telangana, they don't have separate GSTIN. Will they also be treated as distinct person? Yes. One registered establishment in this state and another registered establishment in another state. That is also distinct persons. Got it? Then, whether Karnataka and Telangana also distinct persons? Yes. Then next one you see, meaning of recipient. Generally, who will be called as recipient? If consideration is involved, the person who is liable to pay consideration is the recipient. If consideration is not involved, the one who receives the goods or the one who receives the services will be the recipient. Simple. If consideration is involved, the one who is liable to pay, not who is paying, liable to pay. For example, I enter into contract with holding company. Carefully listen. I enter into contract with holding company, but I provided services to the subsidiary company. Now, who is liable to pay consideration to me? Holding company, because I entered into contract with holding company, even though I provide services to subsidiary company, but the one who is liable to pay me consideration is holding company. So who will be called as recipient? That holding company only. Got it? The one who is liable to pay consideration. If consideration is not involved, very simple, the one who receives the goods or services. This classification already we discussed. Then look into meaning of works contract, that also already I told you. What is the meaning of works contract? A contract involving both goods and services in relation to immobile property. Highlight that, in relation to immobile property, then only it will be called as works contract against a single consideration. Okay, and job work, this also I told you, that is when I do the process on the goods belonging to other person, that will be called as job work. Carrying out process on the goods belonging to other registered person, and the words job worker shall be construed accordingly. Just remember that, that is sufficient. Then see this, determining taxability of an activity or transaction. So first we need to check whether an activity is supply or not. If the activity is not a supply, this chart will be helpful for answering the first question. Your first question will be a 10 marks question. I'll just show you this. So let me take one question paper. So September question paper I will take. So in this, you can see section B. In section B, 5A and 5B, 15 marks. First question is for 15 marks, and that's a compulsory question you need to write. In that 15 marks, first question is on computation of net GST payable, 10 marks, wherein lot of transactions they will be giving, lot of transactions. Okay, when they give lot of transactions, there are some inward supplies, there are some outward supplies, etc., and you need to do all these things. And finally, what is that you need to compute? From the information above, compute the output tax liability and input tax credit available for DF Private Limited. You understood? This is a usual template. And what we need to see is that, first of all, when you read the transaction, you need to check whether that activity is supply or not a supply. If the activity is not a supply, what should be our answer? GST not payable. But what is the explanation that you will give? As per section 7 of CGST Act, the said activity is not a supply. Why it is not a supply? Maybe it is covered under exclusions, correct? So now what will you write if you are getting an exclusion point, say employee, salary, etc. As per section 7 subsection 2 read with schedule 3 of CGST Act, the said activity is excluded from supply. Consequently, GST payable or not payable? Not payable. Like that you will write. Suppose if it is not excluded from supply but not covered in 7 subsection 1, then what will you write? As per section 7 subsection 1, the said activity is not covered under the inclusions. Consequently, it is not a supply and GST not payable. You understood here? First you need to check 7 subsection 2. If it is in 7 subsection 2, no doubt it is not a supply. If it is not in 7 subsection 2, then check inclusions. If it is not in inclusions also, then it is not a supply and GST not payable. Suppose if the activity is supply, what is the next aspect that you need to check? You need to check whether it is taxable or exempted. If it is exempted, taxable is balancing figure. What is exempted is given. Suppose if it is exempted, what is your answer? GST payable or not payable? Not payable. How you know it is exempted? We have to refer to notification 12 of 2017 and the reference will be section 11. So you will write like as per, come on, as per section 11 read with notification number 12 of 2017, the said activity is exempted and therefore GST not payable. Understood? Then suppose if it is not exempted, then the said activity will be taxable. First you are checking supply. The first aspect is supply. And suppose if it is supply, second aspect you will check is taxable or exempted. If it is taxable, then you need to see who is liable to pay GST. And RCM is notified. So section 9 subsection 3 read with notification 13 of 2017. Goods related provisions you don't have, only service related provisions you have. So you need to remember 13 of 2017. Is it clear? So 12 2017 for what? List of services which are exempted. 13 2017 for what? List of services which are covered under RCM. Got it? Suppose if it is covered under RCM, who is liable to pay GST to government? Recipient is liable to pay GST to government. Suppose if it is not covered under RCM, then balancing figure is what? FCM. So whenever it is FCM, check whether they are registered. The person is registered. If the person is not registered, then again GST not payable. You understood the next aspect? See, even though the transaction is taxable, but the person is not registered, so they are not required to pay GST. Be careful. Don't write the, like service as exempted. See, service is taxable. First it is supply, service is taxable, but the person who is providing that service is unregistered, then GST will not be payable. Is it clear? But the service will be taxable. Understood? For example, there is a newly started restaurant. 20 lakhs after they cross only they need to register and pay. Correct or not? Up to 20 lakhs, whether their service is supply? Yes. Whether it is taxable? Yes. But why GST not payable? Because they are not required to get registered. Understood? So, supplier is liable to pay. Whether such supplier is liable to get registered? Yes. GST payable. What if recipient is liable to pay GST? They are compulsorily required to get registered and they need to pay GST unless they are exempted from registration. Compulsorily they are required to get registered and pay. Got it? Can you remember this? First, what are the three cases where GST is not payable? If the activity is not a supply, or number 2, exempted supply. Number 3, not registered. Not registered. I asked you when GST not payable. Number 1, when the activity is not a supply. Number 2, the activity is supply but it is exempted. Number 3, the activity is taxable but the supplier is not registered. Then also GST not payable. Understood? Then this composite supply, mixed supply, all these illustrations, etc. we discussed. We need to discuss summary of CBIC circulars with respect to supply, and we will see that later. Now please look into the concept grill questions. We will discuss some questions. Page number 4, question number 14. Up to question number 13 we discussed. Look into question number 14. An employer gives gifts worth rupees 30,000 to each employee during the festive season. Will this be treated as supply under GST, and if yes, what is the taxable value? Why not a supply? Very good. Write down, as the value of gift does not exceed 50,000. As the value of gift less than or equals to 50,000 per annum per employee. Per annum per employee. It is supply or not a supply? Not a supply. As the value of gift does not exceed 50,000 per annum per employee, it is not a supply. Next, 15. A company sells a machine with an accompanying 2-year warranty service as part of the sale contract. Is this transaction treated as composite or mixed supply under GST, and how is the tax applied? Machine and warranty. What is your answer? It is standard warranty, extended warranty. There are two types of warranty. Standard warranty means by default when you buy the product you will get it. Additional warranty means you need to pay extra for it. That is called as additional warranty. Additional warranty is optional. If you want you can pay, otherwise not. But standard warranty by default you will get. So is it naturally bundled or not naturally bundled? Naturally bundled. So it will be treated as composite supply. Write down machine and standard warranty. Machine and standard warranty. Machine and standard warranty treated as machine and standard warranty is are naturally bundled. Machine and standard warranty are naturally bundled and it is treated as what? It is treated as composite supply and taxable at what rate? Taxable at the rate of machine. Taxable at the rate of machine. Then 16. A company enters into an agreement to lease a commercial building for a period of 5 years. Is the leasing of immobile property considered a supply under GST, and if so, how the GST is applied? What is your answer? Is it supply? Yes, and it will come under supply of service. Transfer of right to use immobile property. Transfer of right to use immobile property. Immobile property is what? Supply of service under section 7 subsection 1 capital A. Read with one schedule. Which schedule? 2. Transfer of right to use immobile property, supply of service. Next 17. A company purchases goods worth rupees 6 lakhs and avail ITC. So they took the ITC. Later, it decides to supply the goods to a related party at a nominal value of 1000. Will this transaction be considered as supply, and how the GST be applied? So is it supply or not a supply? Supply. Where it will come? 71C or 71A? 71A. So because it is for consideration. It is for consideration. Okay. As the said activity is for consideration, as the said activity is for consideration, comma, even though for a nominal value, even though between related parties, even though between related parties, it is supply under section 71A. Whether you know all these questions before? Yes, I created now only here. How you came to know? You are telling correct answers. Good. But this I have coined. This is not copied from anywhere. All these I have coined to make you understand the concept. You will not find these answers to these questions anywhere. Okay. Because I have not copied from anywhere. I just coined all these questions just for application purpose. See this question number 18. A textile manufacturer sent raw material worth 5 lakhs to a job worker for processing. The job worker does not return the processed goods within 1 year. How will this situation be treated under GST, and what are the tax implications for the manufacturer? See, first of all, whenever we are sending the goods on job work, that is not a supply, correct? Why not a supply? 71A. Goods sent to job worker. From our point of view, we will see. We are sending the goods on job work. Is it supply or not a supply is the question. Number 1. 71A will come or will not come? Why? Not for consideration. 71AA, 71B will not come. 71C. 71C, what are the four activities? D, R, I, P. Is it D? It is not disposal of business asset on which ITC is availed. Then is it R? No, it is not a related party transaction. Why won't it come under disposal of business asset? Sir, I am sending it to the job worker. Once the process is done, it will be returned. Correct? See, which are not returned within 1 year, but he will return only now. Correct? So therefore, it is not disposal of business asset. We are not permanently giving it. Or whether job worker is related anywhere we studied? No. Is it import of service from related person? No. Is it principal agent transaction? No. Consequently, it is not a supply. Goods sent on job work. Goods sent on job work is not a supply. Okay. However, processing by job worker is supply of service. Correct? Which place? Carrying out process on the goods belonging to other person. That category. We are sending goods. On that they do the process now. So it will come under supply of service. Then 19. ABC Limited and XYZ Limited form a joint venture. Little difficult question, carefully read. ABC Limited and XYZ Limited form a joint venture to develop a real estate project. ABC Limited supplies construction materials worth 10 lakhs to the joint venture without charging any consideration. Will this transaction be considered as supply under GST, and what would be the tax treatment? So the question I am telling you, say this. There is a joint venture. There is a joint venture. And that joint venture is between, joint venture is, that is in this joint venture who are the members? ABC and XYZ. Correct? Now, the supply is between whom? The supply is between whom? ABC supplies construction material to the joint venture. ABC supply the material to joint venture. Correct? Now they are asking the question between them, not between ABC and XYZ. If the question is between ABC and XYZ, what is your answer? Related. How they are related? They both are controlling the joint venture. Correct? I told you, together when we control the third person, this is treated as related. No doubt ABC and XYZ are related. No doubt. But the question is not about that. The question is not about ABC and XYZ. The question is about ABC and the joint venture. Is this supply or not a supply? Read the question carefully and answer. Supply or not a supply? Someone said supply. Under which section, sir, supply? 7.1. 7.1C. Where 7.1C? 7.1? B. B is import, sir. AA. No, not even AA, because AA should be for consideration. Check the question. A and AA will not come. Why A and AA will not come? Because it is not for consideration. Read properly without charging any consideration. Visible. Without charging any consideration. No consideration means? No consideration means? We need to come to 7.1C. In 7.1C, DRIP, is it disposal of business asset? No. Is it related party transaction? Yes means, tell me where. Which place it will come under related party transaction? You can go through. You can go through and tell me which place it will come under related party transaction. Which place? Control? No, they are not shareholders. It's a joint venture. In joint venture where there is shareholder concept, both of them are directly indirectly controlled by a third person. But if it is between ABC and XYZ, the transaction is not between ABC XYZ. If the transaction is between ABC XYZ, already it is related party, job done, over. The question is over. But the question is not about ABC XYZ. The question is not about ABC XYZ. The question is about ABC and the joint venture. Anywhere whether it is given that ABC and joint venture are related, nowhere, nowhere, nowhere. Family, it will not come. Sole agent, it will not come. And control, in control, 4 points of control. Number 1, so common shareholder holding 25% or more, it will not come. Investment more than 50, it will not come. Together, they both are under the common control of a third person. But that is between ABC XYZ, not ABC and joint venture. ABC and joint venture, are they under the common control of a third person? No. And then together they control a third person? No. ABC and joint venture is not together controlling a third person. Is it clear? So none of those points. Even officers or directors of one another's business, no, it will not come. Partners, no. Employee, employer, no. So moreover, they are not related. Ayya, ABC and XYZ are related. I am not talking about that, because the question is not about that. The question is about ABC and joint venture. Is it clear? So write down there, member of a joint venture and joint venture are not related. Members of a joint venture and joint venture are not related. Members of joint venture and joint venture are not related. Therefore, the said activity is not a supply. The said activity is not a supply. Okay. Then look into question number 20. Got the clarity here? What if it is for consideration? 7.1 AA. 7.1 AA, any activity between a person other than individual. Who is a person other than individual? Joint venture. And its members. That will become supply under 7.1 AA. Okay. If you want, you write down there, you connect it below and write. If it is for consideration, if it is for consideration, if it is for consideration, then it is supply under section 7.1 AA. If it is for consideration, then it is supply under 7.1 AA. Then 20, a retail store offers a promotion where customers get a free mobile cover worth rupees 500 on purchase of a mobile phone worth rupees 20,000. How should this transaction be classified under GST, and what is the tax treatment of the mobile cover? Mixed supply. No, not individual. Mixed is correct. Free. 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 Single price is there. Single price is there. Free. They are not charging. Free. Free means they are not charging. If they are charging only separate price, is it clear here? Worth 500 is given free. Means mobile cover. One amount only they collect. Which amount they are collecting? 20,000. 500 they are not collecting. If they collect 500, you are correct. Individual supplies, they are not collecting. First of all, why it is not composite supply? Because it's a promotional offer. It's a promotional offer, therefore it is not naturally bundled and it is not a composite supply. Got it? So right there, first that point you need to write. Being promotional offer, it is not a composite supply. Being promotional offer, it is not a composite supply. Being a promotional offer, it is not a composite supply. Also, as there is single price. Also, as there is single price, it is treated as what? it is treated as mixed supply, taxable at highest rate. Taxable at highest rate. Got it? So these are the questions on supply that we have discussed now. Now take this book, look into circulars. One circular I discussed with you now, artwork of the art gallery, like that. Just 15 minutes pa, I'll complete. Okay, no? Fine? Just 15 minutes, because one amendment also we have that we will discuss. So then we will wind up for today. Okay, see this. Look into this, page 26. Page 26. Whether artwork sent by the artist to gallery for exhibition not being a supply. Already I told you. What is it? Supply or not a supply? Not a supply. When it will become supply? Huh? Whenever the art gallery sells it to the buyer. Correct? Read that. It is only when the buyer selects a particular artwork displayed at the gallery that the actual supply takes place, and applicable GST would be payable at the time of such supply. Understood? Then there is one amendment, latest amendment in page 27. You can see page 27. Whether insurance company is liable to pay GST on salvage value or wreck value while assessing the damage to a motor vehicle. So let me give you the background of this circular. Generally what happens, a particular motor vehicle when we buy, we take a insurance on that vehicle, and we are driving that vehicle and we met with an accident, and this vehicle will be given to garage. We will send this vehicle for garage or to the workshop, etc., and they do the repairs. When they do the repairs, what happens? Insurance company will bear the entire repair cost. Are you understanding this? In this, insurance company will tell, I am assessing the value of this particular car as 10 lakhs. Completely the car is gone. It is like a scrap only. You understood? It is like a scrap. Means it is not usable. It is like a scrap. They are telling, I am evaluating value as 9 lakhs or 10 lakhs. And in the 10 lakhs, the scrap value is 3 lakhs. Because definitely it can be sold as a scrap. Now parts and all we can sell. We will fetch some value. So 9 lakhs minus 3 lakhs, 6 lakhs I will pay you. Like that they are telling. Now, you tell me that scrap or salvage belongs to whom? Insurance company or insured? You understood my question first of all? Again I am repeating the question, carefully listen. There is a car. You are the insured. The car is completely gone. The value of that car now is 9 lakhs and minus 3 lakhs salvage I am reducing. I am paying you 6 lakhs. Job done. Clear. Now that salvage is there now. It is belonging to insurance company or the insured? Insured, because I am deducting 3 lakhs. Is it clear? Insured. Now you sell that. You sell that. When you sell that, are you required to pay any GST? Is it supply or not a supply? In your hands. You are insured, boss. You are insured. In your hands, is it supply or not a supply? Why not a supply? Activity. What is the activity? Sale of scrap. Sale of scrap. For consideration. Yes. And is it in the course or furtherance of business? No, it is not in the course or furtherance of business. Consequently, it is not a supply in your hands. Is it clear? Now, to a change, suppose if I am giving you 10 lakhs, if I am giving you 10 lakhs, 9 lakhs, entire 9 lakhs I am giving you, means the salvage is owned by insurance company. Now the insurance company will sell that salvage, that is scrap. Will it become supply in the hands of the insurance company? Why? Activity, consideration, course or furtherance of business. How? My business is what? and this sale is incidental or ancillary to commerce. You got it? Therefore, it will come under business and consequently I need to pay GST on that. Understood? See there, if salvage remains with insured, salvage is with insured, supply or not a supply? Not a supply, and GST not payable. Suppose if salvage become property of the insurance company, then sale of such salvage is treated as supply and GST will be payable. Is it clear? This is an amendment. Got the clarity about this amendment here? How they can make a question on this amendment, we will see. So I have given some questions on amendments in the same book. So this is in question number 2, page 49. Question number 2, page 49. Because see, when we read the circular, we will read and go. But the problem is when they ask in exam, we don't know how to apply and how to write. That's why. Question number 2. Read this question. Tata AIG has insured a motor vehicle owned by Mr. Tharun for a sum insured of rupees 10 lakhs. The insurance policy includes a clause that allows Tata AIG to deduct the salvage value from the final claim amount in the event of total loss. On 15 June 2024, Mr. Tharun's vehicle was involved in an accident and was declared a total loss by Tata AIG. Insured value of the vehicle is 10 lakhs. So, the sum assured, or insurance value will be 10 lakhs, but the assessed value of the damage is 9 lakhs. Even though the insured value is 10 lakhs, but I used for some days now, means the depreciation will be there. You got it? So that depreciation they are telling 9 lakhs is now the assessed value. Got it? 9 lakhs means they are going to pay me only 9 lakhs. And what is the estimated salvage value of the vehicle? Means if we sell the scrap, etc. and all, how much we will fetch? 1,50,000. Tata AIG decides to deduct the salvage value from the claim amount as per the terms of the insurance contract. Mr. Tharun retains the ownership of the salvage and Tata AIG pays the balance claim amount to Mr. Tharun, the insured, after deducting the salvage value. Now, this is the information. What is the question? Question number 1. Calculate the claim amount paid by Tata AIG to Mr. Tharun after deducting the salvage value. How much is the claim amount that they will pay to the insured? 7 lakh? 10 lakhs minus 1,50,000 or 9 lakhs minus 1,50,000? 9 lakhs minus 1,50,000, that is 7,50,000. Now, this 7,50,000 is received by whom? Insured. When insured is receiving this 7,50,000, is it supply or not a supply? I mean that 7,50,000 is supply or not a supply? Why? Very good. Not in the course or furtherance of business. I am giving away the car. Whether it is good car or bad car, I am giving the car, correct? And for which I am getting consideration. How much consideration? 7,50,000. You got it? But I will not pay GST because it is not in the course or furtherance of business. That's what I have given. Maybe that point also could be tested. Not treated as supply in the hands of Mr. Tharun, as the same is not in the course or furtherance of business. Understood up to this? Second question. Determine whether Tata AIG is liable to pay GST on salvage value. Tata AIG on salvage value. No, why? Sir, salvage belongs to whom? Insured. The insured will sell, correct? When insured sells the salvage, he will not pay GST. Even insurance company also will not pay GST. Read. Tata AIG is not required to pay GST on salvage as the salvage belongs to insured, and accordingly deduction is made from the claim amount. See the third part. What will be your answer if Tata AIG decides to settle the full claim amount of rupees 9 lakhs without deducting the salvage value? They want to settle the full claim amount without deducting the salvage value. Means how much they gave? 9 lakhs. Whether the insured receiving 9 lakhs is supply or not a supply? Not a supply because it is not in the course or furtherance of business. Now the salvage becomes to the property of insurance company Tata AIG. What they are doing, you see, the salvage becomes a property of Tata AIG, which later it sells to a salvage buyer Mr. Kumar for 1,50,000. Whether it will become supply in the hands of Tata AIG? Yes. That 1,50,000 when they are selling to one person, it is in the course or furtherance of business that becomes supply. So see the third part of the answer. Claim amount is 9 lakhs, not treated as supply in the hands of insured, as the same is not in the course or furtherance of business. As salvage become property of Tata AIG, sale of such salvage to Mr. Kumar constitutes supply under 7(1)(a) in the hands of Tata AIG, and they are liable to pay GST on rupees 1,50,000. Understood? So this is how on amendment they will coin a question. Got it? So like this, I have given around some, I think 20 plus questions are there. 19 questions are there. These 19 questions we are going to cover. Trust me, out of these 19 questions, 2 questions you can expect for exam, but not the same. They will modify and give. Same question they are asking, na? Then I can create a question paper and sell for 1 lakh. Around some 700 students are there. 700 into 1 lakh, settled na 7 crores. You understood, pa? Settled, pa, happily. And that is not possible. No one can predict the question paper that much perfect. But I can tell you on these lines, definitely 2 to 3 questions you can expect for exam. Okay. So then, fine. Today it is too much for you. You can leave. Tomorrow the class is from 9 o'clock, and be prepared. I may extend also beyond 6 o'clock. Not more than half an hour. Maximum 6:30. Got it? Thank you. We'll meet tomorrow.